A noblewoman gently fans herself. Oh my, I heard Miss Yulia Primrose has returned. Another noblewoman whispers in agreement. They say she has achieved astonishing success in the business world. Now, there is probably no one in high society who doesn't know her. Yulia takes firm steps, step by step, stepping into everyone's view. A gentleman whispers in disbelief. A young lady who left her family to struggle on her own. Another older noble adds, she is ranked among the top 10 economic leaders who shake the empire. Not only that, I heard she even ranks first. Yulia's skirt flows like a rain of gold coins. With every step she takes, it's as if she's scattering wealth. A noblewoman is dumbfounded. My goodness, how rich must she be to have such large gems attached to her dress? Another noblewoman sneers disdainfully. So naive. How could those gems possibly be real? No, they are real. Yulia's voice is not loud, but clearly reaches everyone's ears. Everything on me is real gemstones. The two noblewomen look at her in shock. Miss Primrose. Yulia turns to them. My company, Unite, has long expanded its business beyond cosmetics. We have officially partnered with the Imperial Trade Guild and started venturing into the jewelry business. By the way, Yulia's gaze is as sharp as a knife, landing precisely on the face of one of the noblewomen. Madam, your skin is quite dry. If you visit Unite, I will recommend a suitable moisturizing product for you. It is made with my blessing ability. The effects are absolutely guaranteed. The noblewoman is flattered. Really? Thank you so much, Miss Primrose. She quickly bows and apologizes. Please forgive my slip of the tongue earlier. I just thought a lady like you wouldn't know much about business. Yulia looks indifferent. I've been very interested in this field since I was a child. Of course, it's normal that you didn't know. After all, you never paid attention to me. To you, I'm always just Lyrica's boring older sister. Isn't that right? But just now, you pretended to know me well and judged me. The noblewoman shudders all over. No, Miss Primrose, you misunderstood. She hastily grabs Yulia's skirt. Please give me another chance to explain. In the past, if I had been so sharp, it would have caused an uproar. But now, even proud nobles are no exception in the face of wealth. As the eldest daughter of the Duke Primrose family, I have an older brother, Jixin, above me, and a half-sister, Lyrica, below me. These two people are a part of my life. Lyrica, an illegitimate daughter, yet she stepped through the doors of the Duke's mansion. She is cheerful by nature and quickly won everyone's affection. Soon, I was overshadowed by her brilliance. I am introverted and restrained. People always compare me to her. One is a lovable, illegitimate daughter, and the other is a cold and aloof, legitimate daughter. This is a story people love to hear. Our roles were destined just like that. But at least I still had hope, a hope in the name of blessing. My blessing can make withered plants reborn and can make unseasonal flowers bloom. That is the true power that makes all things grow. At that time, a huge social problem erupted. The lead content in cosmetics took the lives of many noble women. I used my ability to create pure, natural cosmetics. Its appearance caused a massive stir, not only in high society, but throughout the entire empire. Just like that, I, the ugly duckling of the Duke's family, applied my abilities to business. It has become the empire's wealthiest person. Hurried footsteps approach. Sister. Yulia turns around at the sound. Lyrica stands at the bottom of the stairs. How could you not contact me even once? Lyrica's voice is tinged with tears. Do you know how worried I was? Even if you ran away from home, you should have contacted me. Yulia responds coldly. Long time no see, Lyrica. Lyrica notices the diamond necklace around her neck, her gaze freezing. But, sister, do you like jewelry? Didn't you sell all the diamond necklaces father gave you? I thought you didn't like these. Things. Yulia turns her head, her expression icy. To be honest, I don't want to wear anything given by Duke Primrose anymore. Oh my God, sister. Lyrica covers her mouth in shock. Did you just say Duke Primrose? Lyrica questions in disbelief. How can you call father that? Even if father scolded you, this is too much. Tears well up in her eyes. As she sighs, you are still so cold to your family. I'm really a fool to have expected any change. Yulia looks at her coldly. The one who hasn't changed is you, Lyrica. A cold smirk tugs at the corner of Yulia's mouth. A weak, submissive, illegitimate daughter, and a legitimate daughter who treats her harshly. This is the image you, that crafted behind my back. Duke Primrose strides over. Lyrica is right. How can you call your father Duke and treat me like a stranger? Lyrica looks at him in panic. Father, He continues to approach. I know you don't like me, but Duke Primrose reaches out his hand. Blood ties cannot be severed just because you say so. Come, take my hand. Let me escort you. Yulia closes her eyes and sighs deeply. Why is everyone exactly as I expected? Yulia, Jixin's voice rings out. He smiles and extends his hand. Shouldn't the first dance be with your brother? Yulia glances at Jixin disdainfully. Is that necessary? I have already extended a hand of reconciliation to you, Yulia. Miss Primrose, a strange man squeezes through the crowd, extending his hand with a creepy smile. Don't be like that. Why not have a dance with me? There are no feelings between this lady and me yet. No feelings? Duke Primrose burns with anger. What do you mean by that? Proposing to Lyrica right in front of Yulia. What right do you have to be here? Jixin also roars. That's right, Vieira. Someone like you doesn't deserve to be here. It is a scene of chaos. Yulia's thoughts churn. Have they never thought about how they treated me? Not before I succeeded? That man betrayed me and got together with my sister. Father always protected Lyrica and only yelled at me. In the end, he even poisoned. Not his own daughter. After all this, do they really think they still have a right to reach out to me? Yulia watches coldly as countless hands stretch towards her. How shameless. She turns and walks towards another person. Sorry, I already have a dance partner. What? You? Yulia? A voice calls out. Sorry, I'm late. It's fine. You're late because of the task I asked of you. Duke Primrose stops in his tracks. No, that person is. Yulia tightly holds her dance partner's hand. She smiles and announces, everyone come and say hello. This is my dance partner. Yulia's smile fades, and her eyes turn icy. So, can you all leave now? The story of the ugly duckling mocked by everyone transforming into a swan has just begun. I remember my death clearly. Yulia kneels on the cold floor, panting in despair. Father, brother, please save me. The freezing weather, the temperature-less floor, and Father's voice, which is even colder than all of this. This is the last mercy I bestow upon you. I do not wish to draw my sword, so make the wise choice. A goblet filled with poison is pushed in front of her. The cup reflects that her pale face, poisoning his own daughter and calling it mercy. Yulia raises the goblet. Rather than living like this, I would rather go to heaven and find Mother. She drinks the poison wine in one gulp. Severe pain strikes, and she convulses violently. Agonized sounds come from her throat. The goblet slips from her hand and shatters on the floor. Lyrica's voice rings out. Father, letting her die so easily is too merciful. Jixin speaks coldly, considering everything she has done so far. Father's eyes darken. Watch your words, Jixin. She is your sister, after all. No, Jixin categorically denies it. From the moment Lyrica arrived, she has been my only sister. From today on, the reputation of the Duke's family will no longer suffer. Any stain. Yulia collapses on the floor, blood pouring from her mouth. My family couldn't wait to erase my existence, even as I lay dying, coughing up blood in front of them. Why did my life turn out like this? Those disdainful looks were worse than looking at trash on the side of the road. Killed by my own family, betrayed by my lover. A miserable life. Everything is meaningless. I had been running away all along, but I still ended up here. Just because. Stop, you wicked woman. A figure chases after her, footsteps hurried. He grabs Yulia's wrist. Vieira, how could you? He was the man I once passionately pursued. My fiancé. At that moment, I finally understood. No one in this world loves me. No, there once was someone. My mother, who passed away long ago. The love she gave me was the only real thing. When I was a child, I could be carefree in my mother's arms, completely oblivious to everything. I thought I would die like this. Is it really going to end? Yulia's eyelids flutter heavily, her vision gradually blurring. Blood drips onto the floor. As her consciousness fades, a forgotten memory surfaces. Have you read this novel? What is it about? It's the recently popular childcare genre. The title is Please Love the Abandoned Princess. The protagonist is a girl named Lyrica. She transforms from a commoner into the young lady of a duke's family. At first, she is despised for being an illegitimate daughter, but she is cheerful and lively and eventually wins the affection of her father and brother. It's a story about defeating the wicked older half-sister. A cliché yet beautiful story. Yulia Primrose, a typical villainous supporting character. Why? Am I only remembering this now? Out of jealousy, she constantly torments the protagonist. I'm that Yulia. Yulia lies among thorns and black roses. So I have always been Yulia. Blood trickles from her mouth, and her consciousness gradually clears. This is the world of a novel I read in my past life. I should have realized it the moment Lyrica stepped into the house. Father holding her hand. A strange girl. She monopolized the love of father and brother. I could never compare to my sister, and I gradually incurred their resentment. Soon, Lyrica Not even won over the social circles. The more she was loved, the more I was hated. Even my fiancé had an affair with her and demanded to break our engagement. Now that I understand why I always hated her so much. That damn original novel. But mother, meeting you is my only fortune. Yulia forces a bitter smile. Mother, I'm coming to follow you now. Goodbye, this tiresome Duke's family. Goodbye, my miserable life. Just like that, I met a tragic death. Yulia, this voice. Yulia, a shout jolts her. Not awake. Yulia abruptly opens her eyes. What comes into view is a familiar face. Oh, my Yulia, mother. Yulia's vision is blurry. She sees her mother, who passed away long ago. Are you finally awake? Is this a dream? A hand gently touches Yulia's forehead. Let me see if your fever has gone down. Yulia grabs that hand. Mother, where is this? Her mother's face is full of worry. Oh dear, does it still hurt? Did you have a nightmare? The doctor said that as long as the fever goes down, you'll be fine. She comforts her softly. A nightmare? Was all of that just a nightmare? Yulia's tears fall. It seems so. Impossible. Everything was too real. Yulia lies in bed, looking at her mother. Is mother not dead? Could this be heaven? Her mother's eyes are full of heartache. Oh dear, you must be in so much pain. She gently strokes Yulia's hair. You just turned 19. How could you die? What? Yulia's pupils suddenly contract. Just turned 19? A knock on the door sounds. A voice comes from outside. Mother, we are here. Yulia's mother responds. Oh, all right, come in. The door creaks open, and light floods in. Lyrica rushes in. Sister, you're awake. That's great. Yulia's gaze falls on the doorway. Lyrica and her brother Jixon, right? Was it a long dream? Or have I gone back to the past? A relieved smile appears on her mother's face. You came at the right time. She turns to Jixon and Lyrica. I'll go call the doctor. Can you take care of Yulia for a moment? Lyrica immediately responds, Yes, mother. Don't worry, go ahead. Mother whispers, Thank you. The door gently closes. Jixon crosses his arms and speaks coldly. You said you were sick, but it turns out. He looks down at Yulia on the bed. That you look perfectly fine. Faking an illness at your age. Yulia's body instantly stiffens. I've heard these words before. When I was just recovering from a serious illness, my brother said the exact same thing to me. If all of that was just a hallucination from a high fever, then the agony of drinking father's poison wouldn't be so clear. I died in the winter of my 19th year, and mother said I just turned 19. If this isn't a dream. Yulia's fingers tighten, gripping the bedsheet. Could I have that return to a year in the past? Jixon's tone is full of suspicion. Are you really sick? You're not faking it just to ruin Lyrica's birthday banquet, are you? Lyrica grabs his arm in shock. Brother, what are you saying? Yulia's thoughts plunge into icy darkness. Father, letting her die so easily is too merciful. Think about everything that has done so far. From the moment Lyrica entered our lives, she has been my only sister. These were the exact words Jixon said before Yulia died. Word for word. That vicious voice still echoes in her mind. Even if time turns back, human nature, that will not change. Lyrica softly tries to stop him. Brother, you're going too far. She turns to Yulia. Sister, please don't mind brother's words. I am truly glad that you woke up safely. Yulia lets out a cold laugh. Huh, Glel. What is hidden behind that angelic smile? Beneath Lyrica's pure face lies endless evil. Lyrica, this is a misunderstanding. Are you playing dumb, or do you really not know what you're talking about? Of course, that I know this is a misunderstanding because I orchestrated all of this. She has always been the demon who dragged me into the abyss. Before that, we were just acquaintances who nodded to each other until Lyrica truly revealed her true colors. She looked at the embroidery in my hands. Your craftsmanship is really good. Yulia's movements paused. Lyrica smiled. If you don't mind, could you do me a favor? There's something I want to finish. She showed a bright smile, but I don't think I can finish it alone. If I had realized back then that this was nothing more than the devil's. That whispers. Father's roar tore through the air. Yulia, how could you do such a thing? A torn handkerchief. That was the only memento of Lyrica's mother. We have always tolerated you bullying her, but this time, Yulia knelt on the ground. Lyrica stood beside father, looking terrified. She looked up with tearful eyes. No, father, I have never bullied Lyrica, and I didn't tear her handkerchief. Father's voice grew sterner. Are you saying Lyrica tore her own mother's memento? Furthermore, the servants saw you holding it. Yulia anxiously defended herself. She asked me to help her embroider it. This must be a misunderstanding. Yulia looked desperately at Lyrica. Lyrica, tell them why you are lying. Lyrica's voice trembled. It's true, I did ask sister. Thought to help me embroider. She raised her hand to cover her face. But I never thought she would tear it up. Lies. Yulia's heart screamed. The servant's whispers drifted over. Miss Yulia is really, no matter how much she hates her, she shouldn't have laid hands on her mother's memento. Why? Why is everyone on Lyrica's side? From that day on, Lyrica used even more cunning methods to push me into traps step by step. She took everything from me, molded me into a villain, and made everyone point fingers at me. Lyrica's voice reveals fake concern. Sister, you are unusually quiet today. Has your fever not gone down yet? Jixon snorts softly. Ha, see? I told you she was faking it. She just wants to skip your birthday banquet to ruin the mood. Yulia remains silent. Lyrica turns to Jixon. Brother, it's not like that. Of course sister will come to make the banquet even more special. Yulia's voice rings out. Of course. She walks over slowly. How could I miss Lyrica's birthday? Saying I'm here to cause trouble is too hurtful. She stands in front of Lyrica. Happy early birthday. My dear sister. Yulia's smile is meaningful. I believe this will definitely be an unforgettable day. Even before my rebirth, Lyrica's birthday was equally unforgettable for me. Because Lyrica gave me the wrong dress code, I suffered endless humiliation and mockery wearing that dress. Yulia's eyes are cold and sharp. This time, I will not be swayed by Lyrica's words anymore. I will take revenge on everyone who ruined my life. First is Lyrica, then my father and brother, who personally handed me the poison wine. Finally, my fiancé, the man who married Lyrica immediately after my death. The man I once passionately pursued, who ultimately betrayed me with Lyrica and even aided the wicked by participating in my murder. Marcel, Vieira, the young lord. This time, I will escape their clutches, save mother, and live happily. If this is the second chance I've been given. Yulia's eyes are firm, and she clenches her fists. I will throw away that trash not worth holding on to and live as I please. The first step of my revenge is that man who ruthlessly abandoned me. The beginning of my tragedy was that incident. Yulia takes a step, walking towards that magnificent mansion. A knock sounds. A man's voice comes from within. Come Vieira. Yulia's thoughts churn. After touring with my half-brother, I went to see my fiancé, the one who pushed me into the abyss. Yulia pushes the door open. Vieira has his back to her. He slowly turns around. Yulia. Vieira's voice is flat. I heard you were sick. Are you feeling better? Yulia remains silent. She looks up and stares at him. Although he is polite, but there is not a trace of genuine concern in his tone and expression. If it were the old me, I would definitely think he is just not good with words, but has a kind heart because he specifically came to visit me. But now I understand. He just, no matter what excuse he finds, it's all just to see Lyrica more often. Actually, I had vaguely sensed it long ago. I just deliberately pretended that not to know. Yulia's gaze falls on the breast pocket of his coat. That handkerchief. In the past life, he also always carried it with him. On the handkerchief, that is embroidered the crest of the Duke Primrose family, not the Count Vieira families. Giving and receiving a handkerchief is usually an act between lovers. Yulia's fingers tighten, but I didn't give him that handkerchief. He even said, in her memory, Yulia shyly hands over a handkerchief. Vieira, I embroidered this myself. I want to give it to you as an engagement gift. Vieira, coldly pushes it away. I appreciate the thought, but we are not married yet. This is a bit burdensome. Yulia embarrassedly withdraws her hand. I'm sorry to put you in a difficult position. You rejected the handkerchief I gave you so bluntly back then, but now. Vieira interrupts her thoughts. You must have been quite hurt. You are unusually quiet today. Yulia raises her head, her eyes calm. Yes, I'm fine now. I must be making you uncomfortable right now, aren't I? The me who would only smile foolishly and be at a loss no longer exists. Yulia looks straight at him. Vieira, I know you are in love with Lyrica. Vieira is suddenly startled. What? He defends himself in a panic. What do you mean by that? I think you misunderstood. Yulia speaks calmly. Is that so? Then I should apologize first. Anyway, I couldn't completely hide it either. Yulia's tone is flat. No need to find excuses. I'm not that stupid. Vieira's hand suddenly grabs her arm. Yulia, he anxiously defends. If you want to be angry, take it out on me. But if you dare touch Lyrica, I will never. Yulia chuckles softly. What a romance of the century. No matter how you roar, I won't be afraid. I have already died once. This kind of threat is nothing. Yulia reveals a bright smile. Don't misunderstand. I just want to say, I support your love. Vieira's face instantly stiffens. What are you trying to do this time? Yulia turns and looks out the window. This time I was sick for a long time. While struggling on the edge of life and death, I started thinking, was my past that too selfish? Yulia thanks you for tolerating my childishness all along. Changing engagement partners within a family is common, but the problem is my father might not agree. The corner of Yulia's mouth lifts slightly. I have a good idea. She wears a hint of a mysterious smile. Want to hear it? Just wait. I will drag your life completely into the mud. Night falls. The Duke's mansion stands tall in the twilight. A carriage drives into the courtyard, the sound of wheels echoing on the cobblestone path. The main doors slowly open, announcing the arrival of the lady of the Primrose family. Yulia Primrose has arrived. A pair of blue high heels. That step into the hall, footsteps crisp. The guests whisper among themselves. Miss Yulia is here. She's always late, acting as if she's the main character. Exactly. Does she want to ruin Miss Lyrica's birthday banquet? Yulia's gaze pierces through the crowd. Lyrica turns her head at the sound, smiling brightly. Ah, sister, you're here. Her smile freezes instantly, leaving only terror in her eyes. Yulia is dressed in a blue gown. She smiles elegantly. Sorry. Am I late? She looks at Lyrica's terrified face and says softly, yes. You must be very surprised. You clearly told me through the maid that the dress code was red and said everyone would dress extremely luxuriously. But the star of the birthday banquet was supposed to wear pink and the guests were uniformly to wear blue. I ended up becoming the wicked sister who intentionally caused trouble out of extreme jealousy. But what to do now? The one who was supposed to make you a laughingstock, came wearing blue. A sharp edge is hidden in Yulia's smile. However, Lyrica, this isn't the only thing that will surprise you today. I have prepared a huge birthday gift for you. Gasps erupt from the crowd. Oh my god, isn't that young Master Vieira? That's right, he is Miss Yulia's fiancé. Lyrica spins around abruptly, but her pupils that suddenly contract. Why is it him? Vieira, dressed in a magnificent white suit, slowly walks over. How could he wear the same colored outfit as Miss Lyrica? The guest discussions rise and fall. Vieira calls out softly, Lyrica. Lyrica's breath catches in disbelief. She looks at the pink suit on him. You wore pink. Lyrica's voice trembles. Young Master Vieira, your clothes. I never told anyone the color of my dress. How did you? The guests burst into discussion again. His fiancée is Miss Yulia. So why is he wearing a matching outfit with Miss Lyrica? Exactly. It looks like they coordinated it on purpose. Just like a couple. No. If this continues, everyone will definitely misunderstand. Lyrica forces a smile. I think you misunderstood the dress code. Vieira interrupts her. Lyrica, this is not a mistake. Vieira's gaze is gentle and firm. After seeing the words on the handkerchief you gave me, I could no longer bear others' misunderstanding. That it was given by Miss Yulia. Lyrica's mind is in chaos. Why say it out loud, suddenly in front of so many people? Vieira takes a deep breath. It took a lot of courage for me too. But Lyrica, I can no longer hide my feelings. So he kneels on one knee and reaches out his hand to her. Please marry me. A cold smile curves the corners of Yulia's mouth. My former fiancé, whom I was obsessed with, has now become a marvelous puppet in my hands. The result is quite spectacular. Damn bastard. Duke Primrose slammed his fist on the table. Even if you want to disregard the Primrose family, there should be a limit. That shameless scoundrel has made our family a laughingstock. A mere upstart dares to cling to us like this. Mother gently stroked Yulia's shoulder. Daughter, are you okay? The corners of Yulia's mouth turned up. Although it was slightly different from what she expected, wasn't the result quite good? Just like in her previous life, Lyrica settled everything with just a few words. Yulia recalled her instigation of Vieira. Young master, you know that the Duke cares very much about what others think. If people start saying they look like a good match, then the Duke will find it hard to oppose the established fact. This is your last chance to hold onto Lyrica. Vieira's inner monologue surfaced. The last chance. Yes, if she marries this time, I might never see Lyrica again. This woman. Is there anything more important than Lyrica? For Lyrica, I need to act like a real man, even if just this once. Please marry me. Lyrica smiled. Lyrica only told me the color of her dress. I didn't expect him to confess in public. Because of this, Lyrica was caught up in rumors. What's going on? Why did this have to happen at the Primrose Duke's estate? I have ultimately tarnished the reputation of the Primrose Duke's family that father so despises. Well then, is it my turn to take the stage now? I'm fine, father. Lyrica's love is what matters most. I just need to step aside. Duke Primrose roared, whose love it is doesn't matter at all. In my entire life, I've never seen anyone bring such utter disgrace to the Duke's family. Yulia lowered her eyes, tears slipping down. I'm sorry. Father, it is indeed my shortcomings that have brought shame to the family. The Duchess pulled her into her arms. Oh my goodness. Yulia, don't say such things. Yulia leaned on her shoulder, her voice choking. I only hope that Lyrica and Vieira can be happy. He changed his mind all because I wasn't good enough. A knock came from the door. Lyrica and Jixon entered the room. Father, we're here. Duke Primrose bellowed. I called for you. Why are you only showing up now? Jixon bowed his head in apology. The family's honor has indeed been damaged. I'm sorry, Father, but please listen to me. Lyrica also feels very embarrassed by this. She did give him a handkerchief, but she said there is no relationship between them. Therefore, Yulia's engagement should continue. Yulia saw through Lyrica's pattern. She always had others say the things she found too difficult to say herself. Therefore, from now on, Duke Primrose slapped his thigh fiercely. Jixon, are you out of your mind? Jixon looked stunned. What? Duke Primrose was furious. After enduring such humiliation, you still want to maintain the engagement? It must be annulled immediately. A mere young master daring to spout such nonsense. Lyrica tried to explain, Father, what I mean is, Jixon swallowed nervously. Duke Primrose turned to Lyrica. First of all, you Lyrica, why on earth did you give your handkerchief to your sister's fiancé and cause such trouble? At least say something. Yulia watched coldly from the sidelines. Now, Lyrica, what are you going to do? Lyrica's voice trembled. Father, it was because sister isn't good at embroidery, so he asked me for it. I swear, there was absolutely no other meaning. She clasped her hands tightly, tears welling up in her eyes. I don't know why young Master Vieira misunderstood, but I'm truly sorry for the chaos I've caused. Yulia sneered inwardly. Oh, starting to make excuses now. Duke Primrose held his forehead and let out a long sigh. Even if he asked you for it, how could someone as smart as you do such a stupid thing? Lyrica sobbed softly. I'm truly sorry, Father. After all, no matter how excellent the Duke family's education is, my origins cannot be changed, right? Here she goes again. That trump card. You don't need to say that. This is Yulia's fault. Then, it's time for my counterattack. Yes, Lyrica, you don't need to say that. The Duchess spoke gently. You're already a member of the Duke's family. This matter has nothing to do with your origins. Mother. A hint of surprise flashed in Lyrica's eyes. Thank you, Mother. But the Duchess looked straight at Lyrica. But why were the two of you wearing the same color clothes? This requires a more sufficient explanation. This is exactly the part one wanted to point out. Moreover, Mother, this is the first time I've seen you speak so firmly. Yes, Lyrica responded, I don't know. Maybe it was just a coincidence. Lyrica smiled awkwardly, her hands unconsciously wringing together. But all the other guests were wearing blue. In Yulia's memory, that banquet was a sea of blue. Except for the two of you, who were both wearing pale pink. It's hard to believe this was just a coincidence. Yulia's tone softened. Lyrica, just like Mother said, you don't have to hide anymore. I understand everything. She smiled slightly. Lyrica, experience what it feels like to go through what you've always put others through. Lyrica was panicked. Sister, I really don't know anything. Tassie's suddenly clenched, his fists. Enough. That's really enough. The person suffering the most right now is probably Lyrica. Perhaps there are hidden circumstances we don't know about. Tassie's glared at her. Please don't favor Yulia, just because she is your biological daughter. The Duchess was in disbelief. What? What did you say? How could you say such a thing? Yulia's gaze was icy. When Father was reprimanding Lyrica to her face, you couldn't say a single word. Yet now you dare to mock Mother. Is this how you view the woman who raised Lyrica? The woman who treated the child Father brought back from the outside as her own? A cold sneer tugged at the corners of Yulia's mouth. Father, I think there's no point in us arguing like this. Instead of wasting our breath, how about this? Yulia calmly proposed, bring young Master Vieira. Here, how about that? Duke Primrose fell into a long silence. He furrowed his brows, seemingly weighing something. Finally, he made up his mind. We will do as Yulia suggested. Jixon cried out in panic, but Father, Lyrica's current condition. Duke Primrose slammed his fist fiercely on the table. Snap out of it. This is no time to be worrying about Lyrica's condition. How can the heir to the Duke's family be so foolish? Lyrica spoke up timidly. Brother. Duke Primrose leaned back in his chair, his eyes cold. No more words. I will have that man brought here and make him take responsibility for all this. Vieira bowed in apology. I deeply apologize for the commotion I've caused. I know I am merely the son of a count and not worthy of your attention. But Vieira turned to Lyrica, his expression earnest. My feelings for Miss Lyrica are sincere. Please allow me to receive your blessing. What on earth is this idiot saying? Lyrica turned to face Duke Primrose. Father, this is just young Master Vieira's side of the story. Lyrica's voice trembled. If I gave you the wrong idea, I'm very sorry. I only treated him nicely because young Master Vieira is my sister's fiancé. I have absolutely no feelings for Vieira. Vieira's face turned pale. This is utter nonsense. Yulia watched all this coldly. As expected, she cut ties so quickly. Lyrica was trembling all over. This is the first time I've seen her so uneasy. She always causes trouble for others, but has never fallen in her own trap. Yulia's gaze was sharp. Lyrica, what is the deal with that handkerchief? Lyrica trembled violently. Lyrica hurriedly defended herself. You know very well the meaning of that handkerchief. It's because young Master Vieira asked me for 3 handkerchiefs. He said, sister's embroidery skills are not good. Vieira interrupted her, but the words you said to me when you gave me the handkerchief, I remember them clearly. Vieira recalled Lyrica's words. You said you loved me, but because of Yulia, we couldn't be together. Even though it's heartbreaking, you said you would forever cherish these feelings. He questioned her agitatedly. You clearly said those words. Lyrica's world was collapsing. What on earth is going on? Lyrica, what is this? She completely broke down. What should I do? What should I do? Lyrica turned to Duke Primrose, crying and defending herself. He is too agitated and spouting nonsense. It's all a lie. Father, I never said those words. Please believe me. The corners of Yulia's mouth turned up slightly. I merely threw out the bait, and it caused such a huge uproar. Vieira turned to Lyrica. Lyrica, are you afraid of Yulia? Don't worry. Yulia has already given us her blessing. Lyrica covered her face with both hands, her body trembling violently. Yulia? What? She peeked through her fingers. Young Master Vieira, why did you mention Yulia? What do you mean by that? The Duchess's face turned icy cold. Her words pierced Vieira like ice picks. Regardless of what happened between you and Lyrica, shouldn't you apologize to Yulia first? Not only do you not apologize, but you also use Yulia as a shield for your lies. Truly shameless. Vieira defended himself eagerly. Duchess, this is a misunderstanding. I didn't use Miss Yulia. Duke Primrose's voice was bone-chilling. Enough. His eyes were gloomy. Try saying one more word. Not only did you slander Lyrica with lies, but now you dare to lie using Yulia's name. Lyrica, step forward. Young Master Vieira, your actions are a double insult to both me and my sister. That's impossible. Vieira muttered to himself. Vieira looked desperate. Everyone has completely misunderstood. Lyrica clearly said she loved me. Kind Lyrica wouldn't lie. Then, his gaze pierced through the crowd and locked onto a figure. Yulia Primrose, it's you, isn't it? Yulia stood in the distance, her expression indifferent, as if she had long anticipated this moment. Vieira clenched his fists. Are you threatening Lyrica? Yulia remained composed. Threatening her? Why would you say that? He is sinking deeper and deeper. Vieira roared. If that's not the case, why would Lyrica reject me, feigning to bless us while secretly playing tricks behind my back? You have always been a vicious woman. Yulia didn't say a word, letting his anger burn. There wasn't a single ripple on her face. I have always been a vicious woman. A hint of self-mockery flashed in Yulia's eyes. Duke Primrose could no longer endure it. He suddenly stretched out his arm, blocking in front of Yulia. I can't listen to this anymore. Someone like you shouldn't even dream of having Yulia or Lyrica. I will annul the engagement and formally protest to the Count's family. Tassis looked at that twisted face, leaving only one evaluation in his heart. Pathetic fool. The Duchess was furious. What are you doing? Throw this bastard out immediately. The Duchess gently stroked Yulia's back, comforting her. I really didn't expect young Master Vieira to be this kind of person. Not only making a huge scene, but also insulting you like that. The Duchess embraced Yulia, her voice full of apology. I am sorry, Yulia, betrothing you to this kind of person. Yulia gently hugged her back. I didn't expect him to be like this either, but I'm fine. After all, I was the one who insisted on the engagement in the first place. Yes, I didn't know that not only was he infatuated with Lyrica, but he was also a despicable and cruel bastard. After I escaped, he even tried to drag me back to my father. A bitter smile appeared on Yulia's face. At least I learned a life lesson. The Duchess released her. I will handle the annulment of your engagement. I will discuss it with your father. You don't need to worry. Yulia held her mother's hand. Mother. She sat on the edge of the bed, gazing at her mother's haggard face. I also have something I want to say to you. Mother, soon you will pass away. Those words swirled in her throat, but she ultimately couldn't say them out loud. She just leaned over, burying her face in her mother's lap, trembling silently. Finally, she chose to express another deep affection. Mother, from now on, leave everything to me. Please just focus on yourself. Don't worry about the family or household matters anymore. Yulia's voice carried anxiety. Your health is poor. I worry that if you continue to overwork yourself, something terrible will happen. The Duchess gently stroked Yulia's cheek. I've made you worry. Actually, I thought a lot today. I thought staying silent would be good for you, but I was wrong. For you, I will attend social events more frequently to consolidate your position. This way, no one will be able to touch my daughter. Yulia's tears burst forth like a broken dam. Mother, in my previous life, a few months before my 20th birthday, my mother passed away. A scream tore through the silence. Madam, call a doctor quickly. Her cause of death was lead poisoning. In this world, technology is backward, and lead is still used in cosmetics. Therefore, lead poisoning is a common cause of death among noble women. Mother was frail, disliked going out, and rarely wore makeup. Therefore, her risk of lead poisoning was far lower than that of other noble women. However, my mother, mist shrouded the cemetery. Mourners dressed in black wore solemn expressions. Yulia stood in the crowd, expressionless, staring at the cold tombstone. Yet she was the first among noble women her age to die of lead poisoning. Yulia caught up with her father's footsteps. Father, please listen to me. Isn't this strange? Mother usually didn't wear much makeup. For this to happen suddenly, it's too strange. The Duke turned around abruptly, his teeth clenched. Shut up, he roared. She applied lead-based powder on her face for the sake of decency, bringing about her own demise. What is the use of making a fuss about it now? The Duke wiped his hands, a cold sneer hanging on the corner of his mouth. Anyway, this mother and daughter. Yulia walked alone in the empty corridor, her footsteps echoing. Whether before or after rebirth, Mother is the only person who tried to protect me. And now, the only person who can protect Mother is me. In this life, I will absolutely not lose my mother again. I will do everything in my power for the happiness of us mother and daughter. After that commotion, Lyrica never appeared in front of me again. Brother Jixon also seemed to restrain himself, no longer provoking me for no reason like before. Thanks to them, I was able to spend peaceful time with my mother, leisurely looking around. Sunlight bathed the courtyard. Yulia and her mother sat facing each other, drinking tea. The atmosphere was tranquil and peaceful. Yulia picked up her teacup. Mother, I heard there will be a festival in a few days. Would you like to go together? Her mother's eyes held a smile. Sure. Let's go together. Yulia's eyes instantly lit up. Really? But the longer this happiness lasts, the more anxious I become, because I know that my mother's time of death is not far away. If my mother's death was a conspiracy, then Lyrica is highly likely the culprit. Yulia sighed softly, but mere suspicion is not enough. I will only be treated as a weirdo again. No matter who the murderer is, I must first find a way to stop it. But I am isolated and helpless. It's frustrating. Her mother looked at her gently. Yulia, what are you worried about? Yulia suddenly snapped back to reality and hurriedly shook her head. In nothing. Before she finished speaking, her mother suddenly started coughing violently. She covered her mouth with a handkerchief, her body trembling uncontrollably. Yulia's face turned pale. Mother, are you all right? She coughed so hard it almost looked like she was coughing up blood. Wait, in my previous life, after my mother passed away, I checked the tableware she used. There was no problem with it. But what if someone tampered with it during the cooking process? Mother, after the tea break, I must go see the butler. Yulia stood up and left the tea room, her footsteps firm. She knocked on a door. I heard you were looking for me. The butler came from a family that had served the Primrose family for generations. He had a very strong sense of pride and was deeply trusted by the other servants. He is undoubtedly a good person, but isn't his attitude toward me a bit too disrespectful? Oh well, he probably feels that I have brought shame to the Primrose family. Yulia looked straight at the butler. You, come with me to the kitchen. The butler was slightly taken aback. The kitchen? You mean the kitchen? He quickly regained his composure. Apologies, but may I ask what the matter is? Is there something not to your liking with the meals? If you need me to reprimand someone, please just give the order. Yulia shook her head. It's not that. I suddenly want to go to a place I don't usually visit. As a manager, you would certainly feel surprised and confused. But if I wanted to reprimand someone, I would have gone myself long ago. Asking you to come with me naturally has its reasons. Yulia's tone was calm. Cooperate with me first and judge later. The butler instantly understood something. I overstepped my bounds. He bowed deeply. I am very sorry. My lady. The butler turned to lead the way, and Yulia followed closely behind. The Duchess also followed. There's only one reason to bring the butler to the kitchen. Because my prestige among the servants is not enough yet. Right now, I need to borrow the butler's trust and influence. The butler reached out to block the kitchen door. My lady, before you enter, please allow me to first. Yulia pushed the door open and barged straight in. The butler exclaimed, "My lady." The busy kitchen instantly froze. The chefs and servants screamed in panic. "Lady Yulia?" The butler hurriedly followed in and announced loudly. Everyone quickly greeted. "Lady Yulia." The head chef came forward trembling. "My lady, why would you come here?" Yulia's gaze swept over the crowd. "I know you're all very busy. Sorry to interrupt, but all staff, stop what you are doing immediately and step away from the utensils." "What?" Yulia's voice echoed in the kitchen. At the same time, "Do not take your eyes off me. I need to confirm something." Her gaze was firm, sweeping over everyone present. "And all of you will be witnesses. Do you think she will just die like her mother?" Two maids whispered in the corridor. "She has locked herself in her room for 5 days and hasn't eaten anything." "Exactly. If she really dies, we'll be implicated too." Yulia was in the study, her quill scratching on the paper. What's she doing locking herself in her room all day? "After losing my mother, I wanted to find out the truth of her death and uncover the mastermind behind it at any cost." Yulia gripped her quill tightly, her knuckles turning white. "This is something I wouldn't even dare to think about in my first life." Her gaze slowly lifted, sweeping over the terrified expressions in the kitchen, finally settling on the stove. There sat a bowl of syrup, the syrup her mother had been taking. If there is a problem with the syrup, it means the murderer is among you. I absolutely will not. Yulia's memory flashed back to her mother's cold body and the engravings on the tombstone. I absolutely will not let that happen again. Yulia's gaze returned to reality. She asked, "Are all the kitchen staff present right now?" The head chef answered in confusion, "Yes, my lady. But what is this about? If you need anything, please just give us the order." Yulia interrupted coldly, "No need. I must do this myself." Yulia held a small sachet in her hand, her eyes resolute. "Helping me means witnessing me." Lady Yulia, the butler marveled at her aura. The lady has such a majestic side to her. But he wondered in his heart, what is that flower used for? Yulia stepped towards the stove, her high heels clicking against the floor, emitting a crisp echo. She leaned over, staring at the boiling syrup in the pot. If my research and deductions are correct, that reaction will definitely happen. Yulia tossed the flour into the syrup. The servants gasped. "Oh my God, in Madam's food, there really is something." The butler scolded sharply, "Everyone, keep quiet and watch in silence." The head chef responded tremblingly, "Yes, that flower is called Bex, a common wildflower seen everywhere. It has tenacious vitality. Its color is plain, rarely used in medicine, but once it combines with lead, it releases a smoke with a distinct odor. The lead will turn black, and the flour will completely dissolve." Thick smoke billowed from the pot, and a pungent smell permeated the air. "What's going on?" "That smoke and this smell." The syrup instantly turned pitch black like ink. The Beck's flour vanished without a trace, leaving only a pot of ominous black liquid. "Caught you, murderer." Yulia turned around slowly, her icy gaze sweeping over the crowd. "This looks like the syrup used for my mother's dessert." Her voice was not loud, but carried immense weight. "Who is responsible for making this?" A pink-haired maid raised her hand tremblingly. "It's me." Yulia whipped around, her gaze piercing her like a sharp sword. "How long have you been doing this?" "That girl. She is one of Lyrica's personal maids." The maid forced herself to stay calm. "I entered the mansion about 6 months ago. Since then, I have been responsible for this." "Is there a problem?" Yulia turned to the butler. "Butler, you saw everything, right?" The butler bowed deeply. "Yes, Lady Yulia." Fury ignited in Yulia's eyes, her voice as cold as frost. "Call the knights and have this maid arrested. She is the murderer attempting to assassinate the Duchess." The maid screamed in terror. "A murder? My lady, what are you talking about?" Yulia said, "This is a widely found flower. When it comes into contact with lead, it produces a distinct reaction." The maid's body stiffened. "Lead? Then that means..." Yulia confirmed coldly. "That's right. This pot is made of lead." "Lady Yulia," the maid's face turned pale. "There must be some misunderstanding." The butler was furious. He pointed fiercely at the maid. "Do you understand what the situation is right now?" The maid was frightened out of her wits. "Please wait, Lady Yulia. I swear I am innocent." "Because The truth is this pot. Lyrica's voice echoed in the maid's mind. You're the new kitchen maid, right? Are you getting used to the work? Have you encountered any difficulties? It's okay. If you need anything, just let me know. The maid recalled Lyrica's gentle smile. Ah, Miss Lyrica. She is as beautiful and kind as the rumors say. Lyrica smiled. Because we are of similar age, I have always cared about you. You're responsible for the desserts, right? Is there anything inconvenient with your work? The maid was a bit flustered. Using such a large and thick pot to make syrup is a bit troublesome. But I just arrived not long ago, so it's not appropriate for me to complain about the kitchenware. Lyrica gently interrupted her. It's okay. She turned and brought a small pot. Actually, I noticed it when I saw you working. Here, use this from now on. Isn't it much smaller? The maid shed tears of gratitude. Thank you so much, Miss Lyrica. To think she would care about a new maid like me. In this world, how could there be such a kind person? Lyrica smiled in the memory, but behind that smile hid a trace of eeriness. You're welcome. I just wanted to make your work a little easier. The maid snapped back to reality. She shook her head desperately. I absolutely had no intention of harming Madam. Miss Lyrica probably didn't know, or it was just a momentary oversight. I believe there must be some misunderstanding. An oversight? An explanation? Yulia's eyes were icy. What explanation can excuse an act that nearly killed someone? Mother loves this dessert the most and eats it every day. The menu changes, but this dessert has never changed. This makes her more susceptible to lead poisoning than just eating regular meals. Therefore, you are the one who tried to kill her. Yulia took a deep breath and issued the order. Bring Lyrica here. The butler roared at the knights. Didn't you hear Lady Yulia's words? Go quickly. The knights immediately took the order. Yes, going right away. But Lyrica has never been an easy enemy to deal with. Yes, that's right. I was the one who gave her that pot. Lyrica's voice rang out, carrying a trace of perfectly timed panic. I just saw her, always working so hard, and felt sorry for her. The butler exclaimed, Miss Lyrica, if you don't mind, could you tell me where that pot came from? Lyrica cleared her throat and turned to face the crowd. It was from a street I used to visit often when I was a child. I bought it when I went back recently. The merchant said it was beautiful and durable. I had absolutely no idea it was made of lead. Yulia pressed step by step. Which street? Do you still remember what the merchant looked like? Lyrica's eyes darted away evasively. I don't really remember. Yulia's voice exploded in the crowd. You mean you bought a pot on a street you can't remember and then gave it directly to a maid? And specifically to the maid who makes desserts for Mother? Lyrica's face turned pale. You aren't thinking of anything strange, are you? She defended herself eagerly. You also know that this dessert is eaten by Mother, sister, and me. If I knew it was dangerous, how could I possibly eat it myself? Lyrica began to sob. I'm being falsely accused. Yulia watched coldly from the sidelines. Is this slippery little snake trying to bluff her way out again? I remember very clearly. This is exactly what you said. Yulia recalled a scene from the past. At the dining table, Lyrica dabbed the corners of her mouth with a handkerchief. I'm not feeling very well. I'll hold off on desserts for now, the Duchess said, her face showing concern. Should we call a doctor? You haven't touched desserts for 6 months. You, who used to be so obsessed with sweets, you, intentionally poisoning Mother and me. Mother is older, so she suffered the most. But if I had continued eating it, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Yulia's gaze was cold and calm. I don't know where that pot came from, but using unauthorized kitchenware is a mistake. Do you admit this? Lyrica trembled all over. Yulia's eyes locked on her. Someone has to take responsibility for this, and usually, the person held responsible is the maid. She turned to Lyrica. Miss Lyrica, you obviously intended for this thing to be used. You naively believe the other party. Lyrica flew into a rage. Are you crazy? When did I ever say that I was going to use it to make dessert for Mother? She turned to the crowd, her voice shrill. I clearly said it was for decoration. Are you saying I'm lying? The pitiful, wrongly accused person. To get out of this, you would not hesitate to cut off your own limbs. In my previous life, she did everything she could for you. The maid looked at everything unfolding in horror. Miss, what was happening here? Yulia's gaze swept over the crowd. So that's how it is. Fortunately, Lyrica is even more foolish than I imagined. The flames of revenge flickered in Yulia's irises. Now, I can take my revenge on you even more thoroughly. In the end, that the blame for the incident was pushed onto that maid. She was punished for unauthorized use of kitchenware, and the matter was thus settled. As the maid was dragged away by the guards, she cried out in despair. Miss, I was wronged. The onlookers whispered amongst themselves. This time, the punishment will be severe. I was wrong. I was so wrong. Miss Lyrica. A maid backed away in terror. Oh my God, it's a lead pot. That would be fatal to the Duchess. The large doors, That burst open. The doctor and servants rushed in. Lyrica rushed toward the fainting mother. Mother, mother. The butler also followed anxiously. Madam, the spectating servants whispered. Why did that maid do such a thing? Did she think she would end up like this? This incident planted a seed of unease in the hearts of Lyrica's subordinates. As expected, it's better not to get involved with high society. Lyrica clutched her head with both hands. How did she know? That woman named Yulia. How on earth did she find out? Wait, could it be that someone among my people defected to Yulia? Once the seed of suspicion was planted, Lyrica began to doubt that all of her subordinates. In the sunlit courtyard, Yulia and the Duchess sat facing each other, enjoying a moment of peace. The Duchess looked grateful. Yulia, thank you. Thanks to you, I managed to survive. Yulia looked at her haggard face. The fright had caused her to lose a lot of weight. Mother, though we can't let our guard down just yet. We don't know how much lead has accumulated in your body. From now on, you should avoid using any products containing lead. The Duchess nodded in agreement. That is perhaps the best way. Yulia smiled faintly. Actually, I have prepared something for you. The Duchess looked at her in confusion. Prepared? Yulia brought a small, dark blue round box back to the table. This is a marigold moisturizing cream that I made myself. The Duchess looked at the box in surprise. A moisturizing cream made from flowers? Yulia explained, yes. Your skin tends to be dry, so as long as you focus on moisturizing, you won't need to apply powder anymore. The Duchess raised a question. But doesn't that kind of flower only bloom in a specific season? Yulia slightly turned her face away. I used a bit of. Thought my ability. The Duchess suddenly realized. Ability? You mean, according to the original setting, the children of the Primrose family possessed special abilities. This power, that was called a blessing. Jixin received the blessing of the sword, his blade shining with a youthful light. Lyrica had not yet fully awakened the blessing of healing, clasping her hands together in prayer for the power to descend. And Yulia, she received the blessing of growth. Life blossomed in her hands. The Duchess whispered in awe. This is simply unbelievable. Yulia's hands trembled on the table. Her ability, that had absolutely no effect on humans or animals. Is all I could do just grow plants? No, it definitely must be more than that. After some research, Yulia finally understood the truth of her ability. I can rapidly accelerate the growth of plants in any environment. The plants I cultivate contain a special power. In my previous life, I failed to utilize this ability until I died. But in this life, I want to find a use for it. Thus, she thought of cosmetics. Her hobby of making natural cosmetics came in perfectly handy. Yulia smiled and suggested, would you like to try it now? The Duchess hesitated a bit. May I? She carefully scooped up a little and spread on the back of her hand. Oh my, it's so soft and moisturizing. Yulia felt a surge of joy in her heart. Great. It seems there's no allergic reaction. Yulia offered, let me help you apply it. She held the Duchess's hand and gently smoothed the moisturizing cream with her fingertips. The Duchess watched quietly without saying a word. She lifted her eyes, gazing at Yulia with a complex expression. Yulia, you really have. That done so much behind my back. The Duchess suddenly stood up and hugged Yulia tightly. Yulia froze in place. The Duchess's hand gently stroked her back. You've worked hard, my daughter. Yulia tightly hugged the Duchess back, tears silently, not falling. Meanwhile, in front of the magnificent royal palace, an attendant bowed and reported, Your Highness, the preparations for your departure that have been completed. Enoch stood at the door, his expression cold. Thank you. Crown Prince Enoch Astor's voice held no warmth. I will leave right away. Inside the banquet hall, it was bustling with voices. A noble woman stepped forward to greet her. Long time no see. You're even more beautiful than before. Another noble woman chimed in, as expected of the Duchess of Primrose. From the crowd, gasps of admiration erupted. Your skin has become so smooth. The Duchess elegantly nodded. Thank you for the compliment. I hope everyone is doing well. A young lady curiously pressed. Could you tell us what you used? The Duchess feigned a casual reply. I didn't use anything special, just a face cream. A noble woman exclaimed, What? It can make your skin so radiant? Another lady eagerly leaned in. Madam, could you tell us what face cream you are using? The Duchess revealed a mysterious smile. The inventor of this cream asked me to keep it a secret for now. I will officially inform everyone later. Yulia watched from a distance, marveling in her heart. Mother, you are amazing. The decision to consolidate your social status in order to protect me. That was success. Yulia's gaze swept through the crowd. Everyone deliberately avoided the rumors about Yulia and Lyrica and instead focused all their attention on the Duchess. Wow, really? Have you already promised? How did you establish a relationship with such a capable person? The Duchess was surrounded by the noble women. Yulia, that watched this scene. But how long would she be trapped here? However, Mother becoming so popular also brought new troubles. Yulia walked beside the Duchess. Mother, you seem to have been very busy these past few days. Since that day, invitations from all over that have been pouring in. The Duchess walked with a brisk step. Today, I received quite a few invitations, but I decided to go out with my daughter, so I declined them all. A smile appeared in Yulia's eyes. Really? I'm so glad to hear that you've been recovering so well lately, Mother. The Duchess suddenly stopped in her tracks. Right? She turned around and smiled, suggesting, Yulia, since we are out, let's drop by the boutique. The Duchess's hand that rested on the shop's door handle. I want to have a beautiful dress made for my daughter. Yulia gave a shallow smile. Sounds good. The bell on the shop door jingled softly. The shop assistants immediately came forward to greet them. Duchess Primrose, Miss Yulia, welcome. The Duchess nodded slightly. Apologies for not notifying you in advance. I'd like to have a dress tailored for my daughter. A shop assistant that responded with a smile. Oh, the dress you ordered previously is ready now. Since you're here, let me help you try it on. The shop assistant said softly. Then, please look at the samples first. I'll bring you a cup of hot tea. Yulia replied softly. All right. The shop assistant brought a steaming cup of black tea. Yulia held the teacup with both hands. She took a sip. Such long-lost peace. I really hope these peaceful days can last forever. The bell on the door suddenly rang, the crisp jingling sound, that breaking the tranquility. A man's voice rang out. It seems tonight will be very interesting. Yulia, that turned her head sharply. This voice, Marcel Vieira. Vieira wore a frivolous smile. What a coincidence. We meet again in a place like this. Yulia looked at him coldly. What are you doing here? What a bastard. Has he been following me? And this smell of alcohol. He's not drinking at this hour? Vieira continued. Lately in high society, I hear news about you and your mother every day. I feel like I'm suffering in hell. Vieira's face twisted with anger. He squeezed the words through his teeth. It seems you and your mother are having quite the time. He lunged forward and grabbed Yulia's wrist. It's all because of your tricks. That Lyrica is avoiding me. The shop assistants whispered in terror. What should we do? How can he treat the lady like this? Yulia coldly shook off his hand. Enough. Lord Vieira, whatever happened between the two of you, why blame me? Vieira, that repeated in disbelief, blame you? Do you think I don't know that all of this is because of you? How exactly did you threaten the innocent Lyrica? Yulia let out a contemptuous sneer. How ridiculous. She looked straight at Vieira. Isn't Lyrica's change of heart towards you precisely because you have no charm? Then why take your anger out on me? Vieira's face instantly turned red. He gritted his teeth. What did you just? He asked word by word. That say? Yulia's body jerked. She let out a short cry of pain. Vieira's hand gripped her like an iron vice. What a bastard. He's going to. That crushed my wrist. Yulia endured the severe pain. How pathetic. To think I used to like this kind of person. So rough and unreasonable. I must quickly ask the knights outside for help. Yulia cried out in panic. What are you doing? Go call someone. He's drunk. Don has lost his mind. A shop assistant immediately responded. Yes, I'll go call someone. She turned and rushed toward the door, her steps stumbling. A hand suddenly grabbed Vieira's wrist, stopping him. Stop. Vieira turned his head in shock. What the? Enoch appeared. I didn't want to intervene in personal grudges, but I truly couldn't stand by and watch. Yulia and Vieira looked over at the same time. The newcomer was actually the Crown Prince. He spoke calmly. Crown Prince. Lord Vieira. Crown Prince Enoch's gaze was icy. Seeing you take your anger out on others because of your failed courtship, especially taking it out on your former fiancée, Miss Yulia Primrose. Enoch's words pierced like an ice pick. It seems that whether as a noble or a knight, that you are unqualified. Yulia stared blankly at him. Why is the Crown Prince here? He helped me once again. Fragments of memories flashed back. Before my rebirth, something similar had happened. Whispers at the banquet surged like a tide. Did you see who Lord Vieira is dancing with? He pursued her for so long, yet still couldn't capture. Not her heart. If it weren't for her Duke family background, I'm afraid they wouldn't even have secured an engagement. To be honest, if it were me, I would reject that young lady too. Her face is decent, but her personality is too eccentric, isn't it? Aside from her status as the legitimate daughter, she is completely worthless. If the one dancing with him were Miss Lyrica, how wonderful that would be. Yulia stood alone in the shadows, recalling those words. How wonderful that would be. Even though these words were unreasonable and crossed the line, I couldn't refute them, because even I felt that what they said was right. Even if I demanded an apology here, I wouldn't get any sincerity. Instead, by stubbornly insisting, I would be seen as a troublemaker ruining the banquet's atmosphere. Quietly leaving the scene seemed to be the wisest choice. Yulia turned, to leave, but she suddenly stopped in her tracks. Wait, Marcel Vieira, the man who invited his fiancée's sister to dance instead of his fiancée herself. He is the one who should be criticized, isn't he? Don't you think there's a problem with this? Yulia jolted. After that, I had no further interactions with the Crown Prince, but those words kept echoing in my mind until the end of my short life, until before my rebirth. Enoch continued, not only did you make unreasonable demands, but you also used violence against a fragile lady. His eyes were full of contempt. As a fellow man, I feel deeply ashamed of you. Vieira's face turned pale as he hurriedly defended himself. No, it's not like that. Your Highness, this is a misunderstanding. It was this woman who used me. Yulia looked at him in disbelief. Enoch coldly interrupted, so... But you mean Miss Yulia Primrose threatened you into pursuing her own sister? No, it's not that. I was deceived, I was. The one who was deceived was you, not knowing he was involved with your sister while still engaged to him. Is that right, Miss Yulia Primrose? Yulia's heart skipped a beat. That calm, firm tone clearly expressed his conviction. The way he stood by my side was exactly the same as in my previous life. Yulia, the Duchess shouted, are you all right? Oh my God, your wrist. What on earth did you do? Vieira, but suddenly woke up. Right, I have an appointment with the Count this afternoon. I completely forgot. He hurriedly turned around. Your Highness, I'll take my leave now. Yulia watched Vieira's fleeing back, running away without even an apology. What an absolute coward that man is. Enoch's voice sounded, Miss Primrose, there's no need to pay attention to such a petty person. He changed the subject. More importantly than that, could you let me see your wrist? Enoch gently held Yulia's wrist, examining it carefully. Fortunately, the bone is fine, but the skin on your wrist is already bruised. Yulia pulled her hand back. It's fine. It'll get better after a while. Enoch looked at her silently. The Duchess stood up to thank him. Your Highness, thank you for helping my daughter. Enoch smiled and waved his hand. You're welcome, Duchess Primrose. Enoch chuckled softly. I just dropped by the tailor shop on behalf of Princess Vivian. I didn't expect to encounter such a thing. The Duchess turned to him. Speaking of which, I haven't seen Her Highness the Princess in a long time. I heard she's been unwell lately. Is she all right? Enoch picked up his teacup, the same as usual. The Duchess gave a gentle smile. She is still young. She will get well soon. Enoch agreed. Yes. I hope she recovers soon, so she can go out just like you two sisters. Hearing this, Yulia tentatively asked, is Princess Vivian feeling unwell? Enoch's eyes dimmed. Although it's not a major issue, I hope you can keep a secret. Enoch lowered his voice. Today, I will only tell you a secret. According to the crown. Prince's words, Princess Vivian's skin started to severely deteriorate from around the age of 10. As a result, she developed severe social anxiety and stays locked indoors all day. Aside from the crown prince and a few maids who have accompanied her since childhood, she refuses to see anyone, but she is still full of curiosity about the fashion trends in high society. That's why I came to the tailor, that shop today. She wants to know what kind of dresses are popular lately. Enoch interlaced his fingers. I thought that if I shared stories from the outside, it might inspire her desire to go out herself. The reason I'm explaining this to you is because I recently heard that the Duchess's skin has significantly improved. It is said that without using any lead-based products, her skin has become very clear and translucent. Enoch's gaze turned to Yulia. If there is any secret to improving the skin, I hope to learn about it. Enoch leaned forward, earnestly requesting, could you share that secret with me? I will definitely repay your kindness. He didn't use the favor from just now to apply pressure, nor did he flaunt his identity as the crown prince. Yulia pondered inwardly. Should I say he doesn't seem like a member of the royal family? What an interesting person. Yulia spoke up. Your Highness, the reason my mother's skin improved is because of the cosmetics I gave her. Enoch's eyes lit up. Really? If I let her use something similar? Yulia immediately interrupted. No. Yulia looked serious. I'm very sorry, but that's impossible. The Duchess whispered in shock. Yulia explained, everyone's skin type is different. I cannot guarantee that the ingredients in the cosmetics are suitable for her. I cannot recommend the same product. There might be side effects. Enoch's expression fell. Is that so? The room fell into silence. Yulia's fingertips lightly touched her lips, lost in thought. It seems I need to meet the princess in person. Enoch turned his head in surprise. You mean face to face? Yulia's eyes were resolute. Yes, after all, the person who made the cosmetics for my mother is me. In the royal palace, at the princess's residence, a maid that pushed a dining cart full of complaints. So weird. Why do I have to deliver the food to the princess's palace all by myself? Just bringing it over is troublesome enough. After she finishes eating, when will I have time to clean it up? She stopped in front of the door and reached out a knock. Your Highness the Princess, the maid that raised her voice to announce. Your meal is ready. Inside the door, it was dead silent. The maid felt uneasy. Why? Why is there no response? Can I go in? I heard the princess is very ill. If I go in, will I also be not infected? Dahlia's voice came from behind. Is this your first time here? She turned around in terror. Ah, yes. Dahlia. That warned, in the future, just leave the princess's meal at the door and knock. She doesn't like to be disturbed. Absolutely do not go inside. Dahlia stood in front of the door and lightly tapped it. Your Highness, it's Dahlia. There's no one else here, only me. A faint voice came from inside the door. Kulmeen, a few days ago, an invitation from the Crown Prince was delivered to the Duke's mansion. The guard took the wax-sealed letter, his eyes filled with confusion. It's not for me. It's for Miss Yulia. Did you perhaps mistake the person? The guard looked serious. No, he confirmed. His Highness specifically asked to see Yulia of the Primrose family. Outside the window, the royal carriage had already been waiting quietly for a long time. Yulia rested her chin on one hand, recalling her meeting with the Crown Prince a few days ago. He had said at the time, you came in such a hurry. Yes, the person who makes the cosmetics my mother uses is me. Yulia responded calmly. Yes, I understand what you mean. Enoch was surprised upon hearing this. Really? No, I'm not doubting your abilities, but Yulia lowered her eyes. It's hard for people to believe that an ordinary noble lady like me that made it. Moreover, up until now, there hasn't been a single cosmetic product on the market with truly miraculous effects. If you go ask around the market now, people will only say to use powder ground from magical beast horns mixed with milk for skincare. That will only worsen the skin condition, trapping them in a vicious cycle of using lead-based foundation. To cover it up, Yulia recalled the days and nights she spent buried in research. My mother has always been in poor health. I just didn't want her to use inferior cosmetics. So I kept researching, personally cultivating plants, and making cosmetics. Yulia raised her head, her gaze firm. I have confessed everything. Believe it or not is up to you. I only ask that you keep it a secret from me. Enoch changed the subject. Then, Miss Primrose, I'd like to ask you for a favor. Yulia's thoughts. That came to an abrupt halt. Enoch smiled. If you could meet my sister, that would be wonderful. It might take some time to persuade her, so please wait patiently. Yulia looked out the window. If you're my brother, what would it be like? Once again, I found myself envying Her Highness the Princess. The guard bowed. Miss Yulia Primrose, as soon as you board the carriage, we will depart immediately. Just as Yulia was about to step onto the carriage, an urgent call came from behind. Sister. Lyrica ran over, panting. What's going on with the royal carriage? Yulia turned around, her expression indifferent. You are very well informed. It's just a coincidence. But that's all. I'm leaving. Lyrica was furious. Just a coincidence? What exactly did you do? She suddenly rushed in front of Yulia. Oh, I'm sorta used. Yulia cast a cold glance at her. Are you blatantly ignoring me? What did you say? Could you repeat that? Lyrica hurriedly waved her hands. Oh, please don't misunderstand. I was just worried that you haven't handled any major affairs so far. It's just that. She lowered her head, a hint of reluctance in her voice. If it's a family matter, wouldn't it be more appropriate that for me to step forward? Yulia looked at her coldly. She finally revealed her true colors. Recalling before her rebirth, Lyrica had always been very interested in the royal palace, especially the Crown Prince. She would do whatever it takes to attend banquets where the Crown Prince was present. Her intentions were glaringly obvious. Sister, Lyrica's voice became shrill. You just recently broke off your engagement. Under everyone's scrutiny, shouldn't you behave a bit more? Why don't you let me? Go in your place? The surrounding knights whispered. How could she say such unreasonable things? Yulia let out a soft chuckle. Do you want to casually replace the person summoned by the royal family? A cold smile tugged at the corner of her lips. Are you getting impatient, or have you completely crossed the line? Lyrica quickly changed her tune. I can get ready immediately. I'm sorry, but the guard looked grave. His Highness the Crown Prince summoned Miss Yulia Primrose. If we delay any further, then I'm afraid we will be late. Lyrica jolted. Is it really that simple? The guard replied affirmatively. Yes. That's right. Lyrica immediately lowered her eyes. I'm sorry. I crossed the line. I was just too worried about my sister. Yulia ignored Lyrica and broke into a bright smile. Have fun. Sister. Yulia's expression darkened. I know you're feeling heavy-hearted. Did you think I didn't know what kind of mask was hidden behind that smile? Now, I can act just like you. Yulia turned back. Lyrica, thank you. Your words are worth listening to. I didn't expect you to understand my feelings so well. Just as you feared, that I might encounter some trouble. Rumors and gossip are truly terrifying, whether in the past or present. Even if you didn't mean it, hearing the rumor that you seduced my fiancé still makes one tremble with fear. I will let you taste that the feeling of having your heart pierced like a knife. After all, the advice of someone who has been through it shouldn't be ignored, right? Sister, you haven't forgotten the question Mother asked, have you? Rather than worrying about me, you should worry about yourself first. Why did you wear the same color clothes as Vieira and pretend not to be a couple? Instead of making excuses, you'd better think carefully about how to explain it in a way that benefits you more. This is my most sincere advice as your older sister. The carriage gradually moved further away, leaving Lyrica standing alone in silence. Lyrica suddenly jolted awake. I had my suspicions from the very beginning, but it really was you, Yulia. You orchestrated all of this, right? Lyrica's gaze pierced through the darkness. Yes, she allowed a soft chuckle. That's how it should be. How interesting. Just you wait. The guard's hand gently supported hers. He let her down from the carriage, footsteps crisp. Miss Yulia. Primrose, we've arrived. Yulia stepped into the hall, her gaze firm. I will take everything from you. Walking through, at the entrance of the royal palace. She walked for a long time before arriving at the princess's palace. Even though I was the one who suggested it, I'm still a bit nervous about meeting her. A maid bows in greeting. I am Her Highness the Princess's personal maid, Dahlia. We have been waiting for you, Miss Yulia Primrose. Dahlia turns to lead the way. I will show you the way. Please follow me. Yulia responds softly. Okay. At the end of the long corridor is the princess's room. Dahlia stops in front of the door. Your Highness, it's me. I have brought Miss Primrose. A voice comes from inside the door. Come in. Yulia curtsies. It is an honor to meet you. Your Highness, I am from the Dukes. The princess interrupts her. Save the pleasantries. Yulia is taken aback upon hearing this. The princess's voice comes from behind a veil. Have a seat, Miss Yulia Primrose. Yulia picks up her teacup. The tea is delicious. What kind of tea does your Highness usually like to drink? The princess does not respond, just sitting in silence. Yulia forces a stiff smile. I'm going crazy. She has been like this for an hour. I must build some trust first before mentioning skincare. But she is too guarded against me. I can't communicate with her at all. Just as Yulia is at her wit's end, the princess lightly taps her chin with her fingertips. Why will my brother bring someone like this? Even I have heard the rumors about Yulia Primrose. She clenches her hands. Bad-tempered, rude, stupid, and a troublemaker. Not like a noble lady at all, but I still agreed to see her. The princess recalls the past. Your Highness, the condition of your face is very serious, isn't it? That's right. She used to be so beautiful, but now her skin is. Those words they wouldn't dare say to my face are nothing but boring gossip. Why should I endure this? The princess's fingers suddenly clench tight. It's not like I wanted to become like this. Lyrica covers her mouth and chuckles. Oh my, don't be so mean, everyone. Of course, if my skin turned like that, I wouldn't want to live anymore. The princess's silhouette emerges in the darkness. But even so, I admire Her Highness for facing everything with such dignity. The noble ladies whisper. To be honest, Miss Lyrica Primrose is much prettier now. That's right, look at Miss Lyrica's porcelain-like skin, flawless. If it were me, I wouldn't even dare to leave the house. What do they know? I hate this. If I have to live like this, I'd rather. In her memories of Lyrica, a young Yulia sits up in bed, startled. Sister, she questions angrily. Do you think you're so great? Why would you say such things? Back then, she was the only one who stood by my side. And the princess's thoughts returned to reality. Miss, how did you meet His Highness the Crown Prince? Because my brother, whom I trust, said she is a reliable person. Yulia smiles. Actually, I ran into some trouble last time, and His Highness happened to pass by. He helped me. I encountered my ex-fiancé at the boutique, who was threatening me at the time. His Highness stepped in and stopped him. Yulia's hand gently brushes past, as if reliving that warmth. The princess suddenly stands up. Oh my God, what is going on? If it weren't for him, my bones might have been broken. Marcel Vieira. He is truly a terrifying person. Yulia's hands are tightly held. If it were me, I would have. Seriously, why did you get engaged to that kind of person? Yulia is stunned. The princess immediately lets go. Ah, I'm sorry. I seem to have said something awful. You didn't know he was that kind of person when you got engaged. The princess lightly taps her chin with her fingertips. Looking at her like this, she's just like a normal girl my age. Anyway, the atmosphere has eased up. Yulia leans forward. Your Highness, His Highness the Crown Prince should have told you that everyone's skin type is different. So I believe it's necessary to use products tailored for you. That is also the reason I came to see you today. She raises her eyes. If possible, could you let me see your face? The princess behind the veil remains silent. Yulia shows a gentle smile. It won't take long, I'll be quick. My face. She wants to see my ugly face. But if she sees my face, can she cure it? The princess's fingers clench tight. You are not an officially certified doctor or a priest. This sharp tone is her way of protecting herself. To her, I must be an untrustworthy and uncomfortable stranger. Even so, she's still. The princess's hands, resting on her knees, tightly clench into fists. Her willingness to meet me means she wants a grasp, even the slimmest hope. Yulia's voice is calm and sincere. Just as your Highness said, I am neither a priest nor a doctor. My mother's recovery might just be luck. My products may also have no effect on you. She pauses slightly. The princess's body stiffens. But I came here for you, your Highness. Yulia grasps the princess's hands. I cannot guarantee the outcome, but I will do everything in my power to help your Highness. The princess's voice carries a hint of astonishment. To be honest, I am surprised. You cannot promise to cure me or even guarantee an improvement, yet you still came here. She remains silent for a moment, but this answer actually makes me feel she is reliable. The princess's hand rests on the back of Yulia's hand. I have heard countless promises that it will definitely get better, yet not a single one has come true. The princess's voice becomes firm. Then, Yulia Primrose. She slowly raises her hand and lifts the veil. I believe you. Yulia's fingertips lightly touch the veil. Then, please excuse my presumption. The veil is lifted. The princess's condition is worse than I imagined. Yulia's gaze becomes serious. Your Highness, what kind of treatments have you received up until now? The princess's voice is hollow. My father once invited priests from the temple to treat me, but it was only a temporary improvement. It never truly healed. Even the saintess and the mages were helpless. The princess's gaze lowers. So, Miss Primrose, I don't hold too much hope in you either. Besides, I have wasted the divine power that should have been used for the sick on my personal matters. Even if I were cured, I would have no face to see the citizens of the empire. I'm already used to this peaceful life now. So, Yulia Primrose, don't push yourself too hard. Yulia's eyes slightly waver. When I first came here, I only wanted to repay His Highness the Crown Prince's kindness. But now, she clenches her fists. I want to help this girl in front of me, regardless of any favors. Yulia withdraws her gaze. Your Highness, the examination is over. Thank you for your patience. The princess raises her hand and puts the veil back on. This doesn't count as patience. Looking at my face must have been harder for you. Yulia and the princess walk side by side down the corridor. Lavender and aloe vera should be prepared first. Lavender is common, but aloe vera might be hard to find. Yulia's fingertips lightly touch her lower lip. If I want to soothe her skin, aloe vera is essential. I need to gather the materials and find a place to plant them. The princess stops in her tracks. Miss Yulia, you may use the garden of the princess's palace. It is rarely visited, which is perfect for you to make the cosmetics undisturbed. Let me know whatever materials you need. Yulia is about to speak. There's no need. The princess continues. I heard that you make cosmetics using plants blessed by the Primrose family, right? You have done so much for us. At least let me help you with this small favor. The princess's tone brooks no argument. This is a royal command. Yulia is slightly taken aback. I understand. She speaks again. As I said before, I cannot guarantee the outcome, but I can assure you that it is better than suspicious powders made from monster bones. Even if my cosmetics fall short of expectations, please stay away from those things. The princess's voice comes from behind the veil. I already knew those were useless. She turns her head. But why keep the making of the cosmetics a secret? If it succeeds, this could clearly elevate your status. Yulia lowers her eyes. My reputation is not good. Being associated with me would bring no benefit to your Highness. The princess's thoughts drift away. It's truly shameful and regretful. Even I initially misjudged her because of those bad reviews, even though she helped me when I was young. The princess's voice brings Yulia back to reality. Miss Yulia, you should have more confidence in yourself, and you don't need to worry about my reputation. Your Highness. Enoch smiles. So you're both here. He approaches. How'd the talk go? The princess turns slightly. Brother, why are you here without letting me know in advance? Yulia curtsies. Greetings, His Highness the Crown Prince. Enoch's gaze shifts to Yulia. I apologize for inviting you here, only to leave you to face it alone. However, he looks at his sister, Vivian. It seems you have already opened your heart to Miss Primrose. This is the first time I've seen you talk with someone for so long since Dahlia. The princess's cheeks flush beneath her veil. Brother, what are you talking about? Enoch watches the two of them bicker like this. Vivian pushes Enoch away. Hurry up and get out. He laughs and sighs. You two have such a good relationship. Enoch turns to Yulia. Miss Yulia, are you heading back now? Yes. He extends his hand. I will walk you to your carriage. Let's go. The princess gazes through the window at the departing carriage. Enoch's voice sounds out. Vivian, I can't believe you spent so much time alone with someone else. What do you think of her? Vivian replies, Yulia Primrose is different from other noble ladies. Enoch asks, it's been a long time since I heard you say that. How is she different? Vivian's voice is low. She doesn't treat me with cheap sympathy, whether in the past or now. She looks up. Brother, don't you feel the same? Enoch falls into his memories. Yeah, what I remember is, in his memory, a hand reaches out to the fallen Enoch. Your Highness, Yulia leans over. Are you all right? Her smile was as warm as light. Enoch chuckles softly. It's hard to admit, isn't it? The corners of Vivian's mouth beneath the veil curve slightly. No comment. Oh, is that so? Vivian turns around. How boring. I'm leaving. Footsteps sound. Enoch looks at her back. Are today's official duties over? Vivian stops at the door. I need to prepare what I promised Yulia. Primrose. She turns to the maid beside her. Dahlia, have you received Miss Primrose's list? Contact the largest and fastest merchant guild to place the order. The maid bows to take the order. Yes, Your Highness the Princess. The princess adds also. The door gently closes. Enoch's fingertips lightly touch his lower lip. I hope I didn't make it too obvious. A few days later, at the Primrose Mansion, Yulia lets out a long sigh. Finally done, she gazes at the glowing green seeds in her hand. I barely made the deadline. Some plans were hard to adapt to the princess's palace, so I ended up overusing my blessing. The use of the blessing has its limits after all. It can't be mass-produced. Yulia suddenly coughs up a mouthful of blood and falls backward. Vivian screams in horror. Yulia Primrose. She holds a cup of black liquid in both hands. What is this? Yulia suddenly wakes up. Right, the messenger should have arrived. A fierce knocking sound comes from outside the door. She turns her head in shock. A voice echoes in her mind. Yulia Primrose. She trembles all over, finding it hard to breathe. Jixon's figure appears. His cold voice explodes in Yulia's mind. Do you still have the ability to think? Yulia's pupils shrink. Why is he here? Jixon suddenly grabs her hair. What trick are you playing again? You actually crawled into the royal palace. He roars. Don't tell me. You are delusional enough to think you can become the crown princess. Yulia is expressionless. These words sound really familiar. She doesn't even need to look to know who is gossiping behind her back. The so-called kindness, yet never towards her family. Jixon approaches closely. Did His Highness really invite you, or are you lying again? Footsteps approach, and a butler steps in with a bow. Excuse me, young Master Jixon. He turns to Yulia. Miss Yulia, Her Highness the Princess is waiting for you. Jixon looks stunned. Wait, who did you say is here? Her Highness Princess Vivian has personally come to the estate. Yulia looks at him coldly. Brother, if you have nothing to say, please step aside. We cannot keep Her Highness the Princess waiting any longer. Jixon grabs her arm. Yulia, what on earth are you? Yulia shakes off his hand. If you're curious, I will explain later. I'm very busy right now, so please excuse me. Because of Jixon, I kept Her Highness waiting. He is of no help to my life. Yulia lifts her skirt and walks quickly. I must hurry and remain proper, right? Vivian stands with her back to the window, her voice cold. I explicitly stated that I came to see Yulia. Why have you been delaying me with boring small talk since I arrived? I demanded to see Yulia, yet you turned a deaf ear. Lyrica is panicking. Your Highness, I was just... Vivian's tone becomes increasingly severe. Miss Lyrica Primrose, do you think I'm someone you can just ignore? Let me make it clearer. I have absolutely no business with you, Lyrica Primrose. Footsteps sound, and Yulia's voice comes through. I'm sorry I'm late. Lyrica shudders. This voice. She turns around in shock. Yulia, why does it have to be now? Yulia walks up to Vivian and curtsies to the princess. My younger sister is young and ignorant, and her behavior is rude. It is my fault for not teaching her well. It is my mistake. Lyrica bites her lip. Ignorant? Lacking manners? In front of the princess. What a humiliation. Vivian's voice softens. All right, for your sake, Miss Yulia, I won't pursue this matter. Yulia Primrose, what methods did you use to win? The princess's favor? If I had the blessing of healing, I could cure the princess's illness and become someone close to her. Vivian looks at the bottle on the table. Is this a new cosmetic? Yulia smiles and shakes her head. No, it is still the same. Cream from last time. This time I added natural fragrances. I thought your highness might like the floral scent. Vivian's voice carries a hint of a smile. Miss Yulia, you are so thoughtful. Yulia bows slightly. If you don't like it, I can change it. No, I appreciate your effort. However, I didn't come here today for this. Yulia looks up. Then, your highness, you are. To be honest, my illness is not completely cured yet, so I cannot go out without wearing a veil. Yulia's fingertips lightly touch her lips. She holds her breath. But I wanted to thank you personally, face to face. Vivian lifts her veil, revealing a bright smile. Moreover, from now on, I want to call you directly by your name. After all, you and your sister share the same last name, which can be easily confused. Vivian asks tentatively, can we meet again in the future? Not talking about cosmetics, and not talking about skincare. Yulia is stunned. Of course, as long as your highness wishes. I also enjoy chatting with you. Vivian's smile warms up. That's great. It feels like I've made a friend. I had forgotten what it feels like to have someone to talk to. A friend? Come to think of it, I've never had a friend either. A blush spreads across Yulia's face. It is my honor to be considered a friend by your highness. The two smile at each other. I look forward to spending time with you. The princess asks curiously, did you say a business? Yulia's gaze is firm. Yes, I want to start my own cosmetics business. Yulia picks up her teacup. I realize that besides my mother and your highness, there might be others who could benefit from these products. While making cosmetics for your highness, I discovered that they can also be used as ointments for wound healing. In the Empire, even minor injuries can only be treated by priests, which is out of reach for some people. These products might be able to help those who cannot see a priest. Vivian nods. I agree. Many people will benefit from your invention. Oh, perhaps you should talk to my brother. Yulia is a bit surprised. His Highness the Crown Prince? Vivian answers affirmatively. Yes, I'm not saying this just because we are family. He knows a lot about business. Give me some time. I will arrange a meeting for you as soon as possible. A few days later, Yulia is walking down the corridor. Would His Highness the Crown Prince really be interested in my business plan? Collaborating with the royal family is indeed advantageous. The funding issue would be easily solved, and I wouldn't have to show my face in public, which would avoid public criticism, right? She places her hand on the doorknob and pushes the door open. Light pours in. Yulia, a call, suddenly snaps her out of it. Duke Primrose is sitting behind the desk. Did Princess Vivian really come to the Duke's estate to see you, and specifically to thank you? Yes. Princess Vivian seems to highly favor Miss Yulia. Duke Primrose turns around. Is that so? Even I, a duke, haven't seen the princess in years. What exactly happened? Disgusting. Showing concern only now, just because he saw an opportunity. Yulia lowers her eyes. I apologize. I cannot disclose the details. Duke Primrose's interest deepens. Since it is a secret, it must be very important. Naturally, it must be handled with caution. However, today we almost missed seeing the princess. Yulia's eyes become sharp. In that case, why not set my own trap? She even lost her temper. Duke Primrose raises an eyebrow. The princess lost her temper? What do you mean? The butler steps forward. Your Grace, I can explain. Duke Primrose stares at him intently. What exactly happened? Now, my newly won-over butler is exposing Lyrica and Jixon's misdeeds. The Duke slams the table fiercely, furious. Bring Jixon and Lyrica here immediately. Jixon and Lyrica are summoned to their father's office. They are severely reprimanded for neglecting a royal family member and damaging the family's reputation. Jixon tries to defend himself. I was just worried that Yulia would be rude to her highness. The Duke is burning with anger. If that was your concern, you should have waited until her highness left to say it. What if she had left without seeing anyone? What would you have done then? The Duke holds his forehead. Also, apologize to Yulia. She almost bore the consequences. Because of you, Lyrica reluctantly speaks up. I'm sorry, sister. Jixon also chimes in a low voice. I apologize. They are apologizing to me with sheer displeasure on their faces. This sight is so wonderful that I almost want to keep it to myself. This is the first time they have bowed their heads to apologize to me. It must be a great humiliation for them. Yulia pushes the door open, no longer distracted. Today is an important day. Enoch comes forward to greet her. Welcome, Miss Yulia. He places his hand on his chest. Let us begin discussing the business plan. Enoch starts by asking, what do you think of my proposal? Yulia leans forward. Before I answer, I have something to say. Yulia picks up her teacup. If your highness is only interested in my business to repay me for helping the princess, then there is no need. Enoch's gaze is firm. Let me be clear. Helping Vivian is one thing. My interest in your cosmetics business is genuine. He He spreads his hands. Even just as cosmetics, it holds great value. But the fact that it can also heal wounds and scars gives it a much broader prospect. As you said, considering the current situation of the empire, this enterprise has immense potential. Enoch adds, moreover, you mentioned that cosmetics should be tailored to individuals. This point particularly appeals to me. I would like to hear a more detailed explanation. Yulia shows a confident smile. Good question. Enoch puts forward an idea. It would be best to have different people responsible for product development and company management. Yulia expresses her agreement. I agree. After all, they're two different fields. We can also clearly label the ingredients on the packaging and distribute free sample sizes for a period of time. Enoch is puzzled. Sample sizes? Yulia explains. Yes, before they make an official purchase, we provide a small amount for free so people can first test if the product suits them. Enoch nods approvingly. Good idea. Distributing them in bustling areas can attract those who don't care about beauty. He smiles. Sound good. Then, regarding your business. But before that, Yulia taps her fingers lightly on the table. Didn't you say you were interested in my business itself, and not just because of Her Highness the Princess? Enoch sits up straight. Yes, that's right. But is there a problem? Yulia's gaze is sharp. In that case, can you explain what benefits I will get from collaborating with you, instead of someone else? Enoch repeats her words. The benefits you will get. Yulia picks up her teacup. I have already explained my technology and strategy to you, a potential investor, but I am under no obligation to accept your investment. Yulia continues to question. Even if others propose collaboration, what reason do I have to necessarily choose Your Highness? This is my technology, so I certainly have the right to weigh my options. Enoch is momentarily speechless. I wasn't. I'm not uneasy because of the strategy one just shared. Of course, having the royal family's backing is crucial to deal with the potential resistance from the nobles. And there's also Lyrica, who is about to become the saintess. But when negotiating and signing a contract, confidence is key. Enoch suddenly bursts into laughter. Ha 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 ha. Yulia is startled by his sudden laughter, but he looks at her with admiration. What you said makes perfect sense. Enoch speaks up. Then, first of all, let me explain the scale of the merchant guild directly under the royal family. After a long discussion, explanation, and negotiation, we finally reached a mutually satisfactory contract. The investment will be injected directly into my business under His Highness's name. Yulia extends her hand. I look forward to working with you from now on, my investor. Enoch shakes her hand. The honor is mine, Chief Executive Officer. Yulia makes a request. As the Chief Executive Officer, I hope to temporarily keep my identity a secret from the outside world. Enoch is confused. Why? Yulia explains, letting the outside world know that I am the founder will bring no benefit to my business. If the business is successful, wouldn't your reputation be greatly enhanced? Yulia looks out the window. Perhaps, but the risk is too high. This is not just my business. It's best to minimize the variables. Enoch remains silent for a moment, his fists clenching unconsciously. He finally speaks. Temporary secrecy is fine. I believe in you, Ms. Yulia. You may not know this, but winning the trust of Vivian and me is by no means an easy feat. Yulia bows her head in acknowledgement. Thank you for holding me in such high regard. Enoch walks towards her. Haha. You're always saying thank you. Yulia's cheeks flush, being praised by the crown prince. What else can I say? The contract is signed. I should head back. Yulia is about to turn around when Enoch suddenly gets close and picks something from her hair. Where did you get so close? Enoch explains with a smile. There was dust in your hair. Yulia is stunned. What? She subconsciously takes a step back. You could have just told me. I could have removed it myself. Is the crown prince always this thoughtful? Enoch laughs again. Yulia feels confused. Why is he always laughing? Yulia reminds him, in front of other noble ladies, you should be a bit more careful. They might misunderstand. Enoch nods. You're right, I'll be careful. Yulia glances at him. Honestly, why is he always smiling? Is it really okay for the future emperor to smile so much? Enoch suggests, would you like another cup of tea? Being cheerful is a good thing. It helps you quickly get rid of gloominess. Yes, I like that very much. Enoch closes his eyes, a hint of a bitter smile on his lips. Unlike me, of course, this is a story about Enoch, a story that even Yulia doesn't know. The heavy rain pours down. The mountain road is muddy. A carriage is overturned by the roadside. Screams pierce through the curtain of rain. In the darkness, a young boy's heart pounds wildly. He reaches out his hand, trembling as he calls out, "Mother, brother." The boy's face is covered in blood. He collapses on the ground, his eyes filled with despair. No. When I was young, my parents often quarreled. Whenever that happened, my mother would return to her maiden home to seek comfort. Little Enoch grabs his mother's hem. That day, I begged her, please take us with you. So my brother, Vivian, and I all got into the carriage with her. But the carriage overturned on the forest road. Except for Vivian and me, everyone else died on the spot. I didn't even have time to grieve before bearing my father's accusations. He roared, it's all your fault. If it weren't for you, forcing your mother and siblings into that carriage. Enoch trembled. Father, Enoch, he asked, this is all because of you. But soon, a terrible truth surfaced. Father wanted to give mother's position to his mistress, so he murdered her. When the truth came to light, my maternal grandfather was furious. Pointing at my father's face, he said, you are no longer my son. The throne will pass to my grandson, Enoch Piast. He exiled this wife-murdering scoundrel to the empire's borders until the day he died. Father was dragged away, roaring in despair, Father, how could you do this to me? I am your son, Father. My grandfather placed his hand on Enoch's shoulder. Enoch, you have been smart since you were a child. I believe you will fulfill the duties of the crown prince well. That was not praise, but a cold pressure, a heavy shackle. I had to be different from my father. This pressure followed me like a shadow. Years later, my exiled father returned to the capital as a corpse. At the funeral, guests whispered, he fell ill suddenly, didn't he? He was so healthy when he was alive. It seems the rumors are true. His Majesty, in order to get rid of his son, framed him as a murderer who killed his wife and children. I had hated him like that for many years. But what if those rumors were true? Enoch's heart sank heavily. He covered his forehead. An attendant asked with concern, Your Highness, are you all right? Enoch pushed him away. I need some fresh air. The attendant tried to stop him, but the funeral is about to begin. He rushed up the stairs without looking back. Your Highness. The attendant's shouts were left behind. I was so afraid. How much longer could I play the perfect royal grandson my grandfather expected? If one day I displeased him, would I also be personally eliminated by my grandfather? Enoch turned around abruptly in a gasp. Blurted out. A girl stood there, with silver hair and red eyes. Your Highness. Enoch recognized her. Yulia, Primrose. He sighed in relief. So it's you. You scared me. I thought a monster had crawled out of the shadows. Monster. Enoch repeated the word. Yulia quickly waved her hands. I didn't mean you were a monster. Your Highness. Enoch interrupted her. But what if I am? What? He whispered. Miss Primrose, my father is a monster. As a child, doesn't that mean I am also a monster? Yulia looked at him quietly. Your Highness, Yulia asked softly, are you saying this because of the late prince? By that logic, Your Highness, would Princess Vivian also be a monster? Enoch froze. What? Yulia continued, you and she share the same father. Do you also think Princess Vivian is a monster? Enoch immediately retorted, how could Vivian be a monster? Yulia's eyes were firm. Then neither are you. Why do you view yourself differently? If your father is a monster, then I am too, and would Vivian be one as well? No, I've never thought that way. Vivian is my precious family, whom I must protect. How could I consider her a monster? Yulia's voice was crisp. Why would you say things to yourself that you wouldn't say to your sister? Can't you treat yourself as kindly as you treat her? Enoch was stunned. No one had ever said such words to me. People sympathized with me for losing 2 family members at a young age and being surrounded by those terrible rumors. Many pitied me. People praised me. You are mature for your age and will become a great monarch in the future. That's right. You are the pride of our empire. They either pitied or praised me, but no one had ever truly cared about my feelings. Yulia added, of course, I'm still young and might not understand much, but today, this girl I just met said the words I longed to hear the most. Enoch replied softly, you are right, Miss Primrose. He gazed at her as if to carve this moment into his soul. Thank you. A smile bloomed on Enoch's face. I will remember your words. He turned and left. His grandfather's voice came from behind. Enoch, what were you thinking just now, running out so suddenly? Enoch bowed his head in apology. I'm sorry. I suddenly felt a bit dizzy. I will be more careful in the future. He raised his head, his gaze firm. And, grandfather, I will become a great emperor, a monarch who surpasses you. His grandfather chuckled at first, then burst into loud laughter. This boy really has guts. He patted Enoch's shoulder. Right? That's more like my grandson. Enoch stood there with a solemn expression. I won't be afraid anymore. He secretly clenched his fists. I will become a person different from both my father and grandfather. The young Enoch swung his wooden sword time and time again. Her comforting words gave me strength. He wore a red cape and grew into the crown prince of the empire. Although we rarely contacted each other later, and those feelings became blurred, if I could see her again, I wanted to stand before her and tell her, Yulia, You are my first love. With her silver hair and red eyes, she gazed forward quietly, just like back then. Yulia stood in front of a grand mansion. Mother, you should rest for a while. Yulia sat by the bed, holding the Duchess's hand. The Duchess comforted her softly. I'm fine. It's just a minor cold. Yulia's face was full of worry. But Mother overworked herself in social circles for my sake and caught a cold. But when I shared the good news, her spirits immediately improved. The Duchess had a gentle smile on her face. Don't worry too much. The doctor said it's just from sudden exhaustion. I'll recover quickly with a little rest. The Duchess tightly held Yulia's hand. More importantly, I heard you were starting a business with His Highness the Crown Prince. I'm so proud of you. Just thinking about it lifts my spirits. I used to think this ducal mansion and your father were my whole world, but I hope you can spread your wings and soar in a broader world. Mother, Yulia called softly. The Duchess smiled and promised, I will keep your business a secret. Don't worry. Yulia's eyes sparkled as a smile bloomed on her face. Thank you for your support. I will do my best. A knock on the door sounded. The door opened softly, and Lyrica walked into the room. Mother, are you feeling well? She looked at the Duchess on the bed. I heard you were unwell, so I came specifically to visit you. Lyrica stood by the bed, her voice gentle. I hope you recover soon. Footsteps echoed in the room. Lyrica handed a bouquet to the Duchess with a bright smile. This is for you. The Duchess took the bouquet, but her gaze suddenly froze. Lyrica, no. The Duchess stared at the bouquet, her eyes turning sharp. Lyrica turned around at the sound, a hint of confusion in her eyes. Yes, Mother. The Duchess's voice turned cold. Do you know what flower this is? A white lafia flower. That is a flower used to mourn the dead. Seeing this flower reminds me of, it was the same in my past life. When Mother fell ill, Lyrica brought a white lafia flower. Yulia suddenly grabbed Lyrica's shoulders. Are you cursing Mother to die? Lyrica panicked. I'm sorry. I didn't know. I'll get rid of it right away. Jixin strictly shouted, Yulia, what are you doing to Lyrica? My emotions spiraled out of control in an instant. I slapped Lyrica, and my brother happened to walk in and see it. Yulia roared at Jixin. Brother, do you know what she did? She brought Mother a white lafia flower. Jixin was furious. Absurd. There are no such flowers in the estate. You hit her over something like this? Are you crazy? Flames engulfed the bouquet. The evidence was destroyed in an instant. I wanted to retort, but it was too late. Lyrica threw the bouquet into the fireplace. Oh, I just made a mistake. Lyrica looked pitiful in front of everyone, her cheek red and swollen. This made my bad reputation even more notorious. But this time, I wouldn't fall into your trap so easily. I've learned my lesson. Yulia's eyes were cold and firm. A white lafia flower. Do you really know its meaning? I've already figured out how to deal with people like you. Lyrica looked bewildered. A white lafia flower? What is that? Yulia interrupted her. Of course you don't know what this flower means. Who gave it to you? Was it one of your maids? The maids exchanged terrified glances. One of them hastily defended, and no, the young lady brought the flowers herself. Lyrica clenched her hands tightly. I didn't do it on purpose. Yulia pressed on step by step. Lyrica, after the cheap teapot and dress incident, your reputation has already plummeted, hasn't it? Lyrica's voice trembled. I'm sorry, sister. I'll get rid of the flowers right away. She reached for the flower box. Yulia asked coldly, get rid of it? Yulia suddenly grabbed Lyrica's wrist, stopping her. Lyrica, not even knowing such basic common sense, is not something that can be easily covered up. This concerns the family's honor. It seems necessary to discuss this with father and brother. A deep male voice sounded. Yulia, what are you arguing about? Yulia turned to Jixin. Brother, you came at the right time. Look at what gift she brought for Mother. Jixin took the bouquet, his face instantly darkening. This is a white lafia flower. Lyrica hastily defended herself. Brother, I swear I didn't know the meaning of this flower. I just thought Mother would like it. Jixin gently patted Lyrica's back and comforted her softly. Of course, you wouldn't do it on purpose. It's okay, Lyrica. Calm down. Lyrica hid in his arms and secretly cast a glance, a barely noticeable hint of smugness flashing in her eyes. But Yulia changed the subject. However, I think it's necessary to hold Lyrica's tutor accountable. Jixin frowned. Hold her tutor accountable? What do you mean? Yulia's gaze was as sharp as a knife, not even knowing the meaning of a white lafia flower. This must be the tutor's dereliction of duty. Jixin fell into thought. He sighed softly. You're right. Lyrica couldn't have done it on purpose. Lyrica hurriedly grabbed his sleeve. But I like my current tutor. Yulia leaned close to Lyrica's ear, her voice soft but ice cold. Lyrica, this decision is for your own good. If this gets out, what will happen? People will bring up your origins again and spread even more vicious rumors. Yulia showed an angelic smile. But don't worry. Trust your sister. I'll make sure no one finds out. Lyrica bit her lip, her cheeks flushing. A noble lady sat by the tea table, listening to Yulia's account. Really? Such a thing happened? Yulia nodded in confirmation. Yes. So I wanted to ask you, did you really not teach Lyrica the meaning of that flower? The tutor straightened her back. Miss Yulia, I am one of the best tutors in high society. It's absolutely impossible that I wouldn't teach her such basic etiquette. Yulia picked up her teacup. I understand what you mean. But even the Duke flew into a rage and insisted on replacing Lyrica's tutor. She pushed a letter in front of her. Please accept this. The tutor looked at the envelope. What is this? Yulia smiled gently. Just in case, I prepared a letter of recommendation for you. With this, you will soon be able to find a job elsewhere. The tutor's face showed gratitude. Oh my, Miss Yulia, you are truly too kind. Yulia responded modestly. It's nothing. I know you must feel wronged. I'm glad you're feeling better now. The tutor confessed. To be honest, I misunderstood you before. I blindly believed those bad rumors about you. Yulia wiped her tears with a handkerchief. Don't worry, madam. Yulia's eyes became meaningful. Rumors are terrifying things, aren't they? Once they spread, they cannot be controlled. The tutor's smile stiffened. You are right, Miss Yulia. Rumors are too terrifying. Yulia watched the tutor's departing figure and bid farewell softly. Take care, Madam Tiller. She smiled slightly, a calculating light flashing in her eyes. What will the well-connected Madam Tiller turn this story into? I'm truly so curious. People all say she is as beautiful as spring flowers, the girl treasured by Duke Primrose and his heir. That person is me, Lyrica Primrose. She tightly gripped the comb, her knuckles turning white. The comb was slammed onto the vanity. Damn it, I will never forgive her. Lyrica gritted her teeth. Yulia, because of her recently, not a single thing has gone smoothly. Why is everything falling apart? If this continues, everything I've worked so hard to build will collapse. I finally made it to where I am today. I thought entering the Duke's mansion would make everything smooth sailing, but reality is far from it. Another social invitation addressed only to Yulia. TCH, the label of illegitimate child, follows me closely like a shadow. Lyrica must be very sad, but for occasions like this, a legitimate daughter like me should be the one to attend. The Duke's face was gloomy. Yulia, he questioned sharply. How could you say such things instead of comforting your sister? Yulia lowered her eyes. Father, I'm sorry. I just felt that. She tightly held Lyrica's hand, her fingertips ice cold. Right then, a perfect plan formed in my mind. A highly effective plan to make. Everyone except me. A wine glass fell to the ground, shattering into pieces. Yulia angrily scolded Lyrica. What are you doing? Causing trouble again? Lyrica knelt on the ground, apologizing loudly. I'm sorry. Sister. Fortunately, the stupid Yulia always exploded at the slightest provocation. A noble lady approached Lyrica. Ah, Miss Lyrica, she said with concern, you must have been so upset just now. How could your sister say such harsh things? Another lady offered an invitation. If you'd like, would you care to join us for a cup of tea? Lyrica looked up, a hint of joy in her eyes. May I? Thank you. Just like that, people began to sympathize with me and accept me. The guests whispered. Why is Miss Yulia always so mean to Miss Lyrica? The maids also comforted her. Miss Lyrica, please don't be too sad. You're just too kind. I quickly won the trust of everyone in the Duke's mansion. The servants of the Duke's mansion gossiped. Yulia humiliated Lyrica again. That girl is truly hopeless. Even the Duke cast sympathetic glances at me. Lyrica is so pitiful. She desperately needs a proper tutor. My new tutor, Madam Tiller, spread the story of the sisters throughout the social circles. Ultimately, I became the pitiful, lovable underdog of the Primrose family. Just like that, Yulia was painted as the wicked woman who tormented me. But one day, everything started to spiral out of control. That was on the day of my 19th birthday banquet. The pale pink dress that I had never told anyone about. The cheap teapot I secretly gave the maid, and that white lafia flower. The plan was supposed to perfectly exploit Yulia's short temper, but everything backfired. It was as if she saw through all my schemes and turned them into traps to ensnare me instead. She even dared to show an all-knowing smile. As a result, even the servants, father, and brother, who once stood by my side, began to see me as a burden. Even my lifeline to high society, Madam Tiller, started distancing herself from me. What infuriated me the most was that Yulia was actually summoned to the royal palace. The very thing I dreamed of, she obtained effortlessly. Damn it, I will never forgive her. If only Yulia would just disappear. Lyrica jolted awake. Her reflection in the mirror was full of panic. Lyrica tightly gripped her collar. Calm down. I must stay composed. Yulia will definitely try some trick at today's gathering. Lyrica clasped her hands together. No matter what happens, I won't let her off this time. I just need to act like I always do. Yulia, everything yours should be mine. A ruthless glint flashed in Lyrica's eyes. Every single piece, every single bit, I will take it all away from you. But Lyrica's resolve didn't last long. Rumors swirled in the banquet hall. Hey, did you hear? Hear what? Word is that Miss Lyrica bought a cheap teapot from the market without a second thought. Not only that, she even gifted a white lafia flower as a get-well present. Good heavens! How could someone tutored by Madame Tiller not even know such basic etiquette? Did you hear that rumor? Some say Madame Tiller's reputation is just an empty shell, and she has no real skills at all. Really? That's an absolute insult to us, her students. Exactly. Do you know how much money I spend to hire her? Making a mistake is one thing, but shifting the blame onto the teacher is just absurd. We accepted her, this illegitimate child, yet she repays us with such ingratitude. It really must be an issue with her upbringing. Lyrica clenched her fists, her nails digging deep into her palms. Ignorant and ungrateful, always returning kindness with malice. She took a step, then another, walking toward the center of the rumors. Lyrica gritted her teeth. No matter what I do, you should mind your own business. She suddenly grabbed a noble lady's shoulder, her eyes fierce. The girl trembled in fear. The surrounding noble ladies gasped. Miss Lyrica. Lyrica closed in on the group. Look me in the eye and say that again. Lyrica's voice was bone-chillingly cold. Miss Delival, do you know that your family owes the Duke's estate a massive debt? Your family status is far beneath ours. The girl she questioned stammered. Lyrica's face was flushed red. So, you'd better watch your mouth. Miss Delival panicked. Miss Lyrica, what are you saying right now? A gentle voice intervened. Excuse me, ladies. Yulia strolled over gracefully and gently pulled Lyrica behind her. Miss Delival exclaimed. Miss Yulia. Yulia gave a slight bow. I apologize on her behalf. Lyrica has been under too much stress lately. She wore a smile, but her eyes held no warmth. Yulia's tone was gentle, but carried a hidden edge. I apologize to everyone for her, but I also ask that you do not bully my sister like this anymore. The noble ladies looked at each other in dismay and hurriedly bowed their heads. Yes, we are also sorry. Behind Yulia, Lyrica bit her lips so hard. Her knuckles turned white from the force. The noble ladies whispered among themselves. What just happened? Yeah, that's the first time I've seen Miss Lyrica act like that. Yulia turned and left, with Lyrica following closely behind. Yulia, are the rumors true? Lyrica seethed with anger. Are you going to humiliate me in front of those women too? I will never let you get away with this. Oh my God, a noble lady gasped. Another lady supported Delival. Miss Delival, are you alright? Miss Delival shook her head. I'm fine. But Miss Yulia, you're quite different from what I imagined. I admit, my opinion of you has changed. Another lady chimed in. Perhaps there's more to the bad rumors about her. Seeing Miss Lyrica's behavior today, Miss Delival looked thoughtful. It's obvious that we shouldn't have jumped to conclusions so quickly. The carriage stopped in the courtyard. The wheels came to a halt on the stone pavement. Lyrica was about to board when a voice stopped her. Are you leaving already? Lyrica turned back and saw Yulia catching up to her. Her expression was complex. Lyrica walked up to her. You suddenly rushing out today was not like you at all. Lyrica raised an eyebrow slightly. Not like me? Yulia's eyes were calm. Yes, normally, it's you who has changed, not me. Lyrica stood among the flowers under the moonlight, a hint of confusion flashing in her eyes. I don't know why you've changed. Her gaze then turned firm. But I won't be manipulated by you anymore. A cold smirk curled on Yulia's lips. Finally showing your true colors, Lyrica? Is that so? I'm quite eager to see what you'll do next. Miss Yulia. A knight stepped in front of Yulia. The carriage is ready. Please step aside. Yulia was taken aback. Lyrica turned around. Sister, I'll be leaving first. Lyrica got into the carriage, a smile lingering on her face. Enjoy the rest of the banquet. The knight asked with concern, Miss Lyrica, are you all right? Lyrica replied softly, I'm fine. Let's go back. Yulia watched as the knight closed the door for her. The carriage bumped along the stone-paved road. I thought Lyrica was already isolated and helpless, but that knight's eyes and attitude were clearly full of hostility toward me. It seems the rumors in the estate haven't reached the knights yet. According to the original plot, Lyrica will soon awaken as a saintess. When that happens, no one can predict what she will do. It's time to separate those knights from Lyrica. The tip of the quill scratched across the paper, making a rustling sound. Yulia sat at her desk, recalling that banquet. Lyrica had completely lost control in front of the young ladies. The knight's hostile gaze lingered in her mind, refusing to fade. The knights of the Duke's household lived in an annex slightly further from the main building. Therefore, they were likely still unaware of the recent changes regarding Lyrica. By the time the rumors reached their ears, they would probably be distorted beyond recognition. Yulia hid behind the door, eavesdropping on the knight's conversation. What? Miss Lyrica would never do such a thing. It must be slander. Another knight chimed in. It must be Miss Yulia's doing. She's never liked Miss Lyrica. The knights were filled with righteous indignation. That's right, we must protect Miss Lyrica. The clashing of their swords made a crisp sound. Yes, we must dedicate everything to her. Just like that, I became the villain in their eyes. Lyrica's power does not stem from herself. It comes from the support of those around her, from this blind devotion. I must completely sever the source of that power. High heels clicked crisply against the floor. An angry roar came from inside the door. I told you, I'm not hungry right now. Yulia's footsteps paused. From behind the door came the maid's timid voice. But Miss Lyrica, you haven't eaten anything since last night. The maid tightly clasped her hands. I'm just worried about you. Lyrica's roar came from inside the room. Get out. I want to be left alone. Leave me alone. Lyrica's voice turned sharp. Jera, weren't you just dumped recently? This is what happens when you lack tact. The maid Jera's face instantly went pale, her lips trembling. Miss Lyrica. Jera was the one among the young maids who admired Lyrica the most. Was Lyrica treating her so roughly because she felt Jera's status was low, or had she completely lost control? Yulia held Jera's shoulder and asked softly, Jera, are you all right? Jera sobbed, calling out, Miss Yulia. Yulia gently rubbed her back. Lyrica must still be very upset, but how could she say such hurtful things? Jera looked up, tears rolling down her face. I can't believe Miss Lyrica would treat me like this. Yulia looked at her tenderly. She was just emotional for a moment. Don't take it to heart. Jera's tears gradually stopped. Yulia formed a barely noticeable smile. This is truly an unexpectedly good opportunity. Jera is talkative and has many friends. She will become a valuable ally. Jera leaned on Yulia's shoulder, her tears soaking her collar. To be honest, Miss Lyrica has been too much lately. A few days ago, another maid, Yulia, interrupted her. All right. Speaking ill of others can easily turn into gossip. Yulia changed the subject. I'm going out soon. Could you do me a small favor? Jera immediately looked up. Of course. A glint flashed in Yulia's eyes. Thank you. Jera, Lyrica, I will take away everything you have left. Yulia, are you sure this outfit is appropriate for meeting the Crown Prince? Yulia tightened the strings of her cloak. It's necessary, Mother. I can't risk drawing attention. The Duchess's face was full of worry. Even so, Yulia's gaze was firm. I must keep a low profile. Today, I am supposed to accompany Crown Prince Enoch to find a suitable location for the shop. We both agreed to inspect it in person. The problem is, we are both too easily recognized. We decided to cover our faces as much as possible and keep a low profile. The Crown Prince will do the same, so don't worry. The Duchess held Yulia's hand. Then I'm relieved. Yulia stood up. I'll be going now. She pulled up her winter hood, revealing a reassuring smile. I was actually worried this outfit would draw even more attention. Yulia stood on the street, the crowd bustling around her. Perhaps this was for the best, but in this sea of people, how was she supposed to find the Crown Prince? A figure quietly approached. Am I late? Apologies. Yulia turned her head. Enoch stood there wearing a cloak, revealing a bright smile. Yulia was startled. You're here. You didn't make a sound. Enoch smiled and proposed. Shall we start now? Yulia's cheeks reddened slightly, yes. Yes. Enoch walked ahead. Fortunately, it seems no one has recognized us. Yulia followed behind him. Yes, it seems so. At least we haven't been discovered yet. But Yulia looked around. People are staring at us, especially at the Crown Prince. He stands out so much. How can we talk about keeping a low profile? Oh my God, he is so tall and handsome. Is he a royal knight or an actor? Maybe coming out was a mistake. What if we were spotted by reporters and written into an exclusive scoop? The business might be ruined. Enoch's voice came over. Miss Yulia. He leaned closer to her. Why do you look so serious? Yulia was startled. Me? Enoch winked slyly. Don't tell me you're nervous because I'm too handsome. Yulia froze. What? He chuckled lightly, just joking. Yulia's face turned even redder. Oh, but Do I really look that nervous? Enoch answered affirmatively, a little, but you'll relax once we start looking at shops. Or I can tell a few more jokes to help you. Yulia hastily waved her hands. No need. He was a bit strange, but she didn't feel uncomfortable being with him. In fact, getting along with him was quite relaxing. But so far, no shop seemed suitable. The first one had a tree blocking the entrance. The interior layout of the next one was disappointing. Enoch had a smile on his face. We haven't seen all the places yet. Let's keep walking. He changed the subject. By the way, have you thought of a name for the shop? Yulia's thoughts were pulled back. Yes, I've thought of it. Sunlight filtered through the trees and spilled onto the tranquil lake. A name surfaced in her mind. How about Unite? Yulia repeated softly, Unite. In the ancient language, it means dawn. Yes, for a cosmetics company, this name might be too grand. But I believe that providing high-quality products at reasonable prices can change people's lives. Like welcoming a new dawn, even for those whose hearts have been scarred by skin problems, like Princess Vivian. Enoch's gaze swept over her profile. She nodded gently. Profit is certainly important, but I hope the business can prioritize achieving this goal. Enoch praised. It sounds like a very fitting name. Actually, I was considering what to develop next. He turned to look at Yulia. Do you feel there are any products that are necessities? Yulia fell into deep thought. Necessities? Let me think. Since Princess Vivian's problem is solved, I don't seem to have any particular needs. Enoch was thoughtful. I see. Yulia noticed him tugging at his winter hat. By the way, Your Highness, don't you feel hot? He admitted, it is a bit stuffy under this winter hat. Summer is almost here. Soon I will join the Royal Knights for mountain training. This makes me a bit worried. Prolonged exposure to the sun can easily cause skin problems. I hope it won't be as hot this year as it was last year. A gleam flashed in Yulia's eyes. Your Highness, regarding the idea for a new product, she revealed a confident smile. What do you think about developing a cosmetic similar to sunscreen, protecting the skin from sun damage? This might be the key to killing two birds with one stone. Reward comes with encouragement. The quill glided across the parchment, leaving smooth handwriting, and finally signed a name. We finally found an ideal building. Not only is it located in the city center with an excellent geographical location, but the first floor is a shop and the second floor can be used as an office. The interior decoration is naturally suitable for a cosmetic store, requiring no large-scale renovation. Most importantly, Yulia bowed slightly. Thank you for your hard work, Your Highness the Crown Prince. Enoch spoke softly. You worked harder, Mississippi. But fortunately, we found a good place within a day. Yulia turned her face, smiling brightly yes. She gazed at the building in front of her. I'm really looking forward to seeing what this place will become in the future. The two stood side by side in front of the building. The setting sun gilded it with a golden edge, as if cheering for them. Night fell. The two strolled down the moonlit street. Yulia looked up at Enoch. Your Highness, have you received royal business training? Enoch's gaze fell into the distance. Yes, it's part of the Crown Prince's education. Because it's my favorite field, I paid extra attention in class. Yulia sincerely praised. That's truly amazing. Enoch turned to look at her, his gaze gentle. What's truly amazing is you, Miss Yulia. You have a unique intuition. I can bet you've never run a business before, right? Yulia's cheeks reddened slightly. A sudden compliment. If someone insults me, I could talk back. But words like this are too hard to handle. She lowered her eyes and responded softly. I've always been grateful for your kind words. Enoch stopped walking. By the way, it's getting quite late, Miss Yulia. Shall I escort you to the Duchess? Yulia looked up at the bright streetlights. I can go by myself. Even the back alleys are so brightly lit. Enoch insisted, but being alone without a guard is still a bit. Even though you don't have an escort knight, don't you have a magic item for self-defense? Yulia's expression faltered. Doesn't that item have a limit on the number of uses? Enoch nodded yes. Yulia clutched the magic item at her chest. Then I'd better save it, just in case. If I bring a knight out from the Duke's mansion, Jixon and Lyrica will find out, and then it will reach my father's ears. Initially, people liked my business because it was connected to the royal family. But if they knew I was the one running it, they would definitely object. So, I only took one magic item. Just like you said, I have to use it sparingly. So today, may I ask you to escort me? Enoch's smile bloomed under his winter hat. Of course, my lady. It's my honor. Yulia arrived in mansion. Mother, I'm back. Yulia went up to greet her. Have you waited long? I'm sorry. The Duchess responded, I've been waiting very comfortably at my friend's house. It's fine. The Duchess asked with concern, it's so late. You didn't come alone, did you? Yulia answered with a smile. Ah, His Highness the Crown Prince was with me. Enoch's figure gradually faded into the distance as he waved goodbye. The Duchess watched his retreating back. He is a Kind person. Yulia also gazed at that figure. Yes, he's a very good person. The two got into the carriage. The Duchess asked, did the business discussion go well today? Is the shop settled? Yulia nodded. Yes, very luckily. We found a good place in just one day. The Duchess showed a gratified smile. That's wonderful. Both of you are amazing. Excitement sparkled in Yulia's eyes. Also, while chatting with His Highness, I thought of an idea for a new product. I plan to start making it as soon as I get home. The Duchess gently stroked her daughter's arm. All right, you've been busy all day. Just get some good rest today. It's fine, because I'm really enjoying it. Yulia's smile blossomed in the night. This is the first time in my life I'm doing what I want to do. Being able to tell my mother these things makes tonight perfect. I have no regrets. The night shrouded the Grand Duke's mansion. The door creaked open. You're back. Enoch stood at the door. Vivian, were you waiting for me? You didn't wait too long, did you? Vivian sat upright. I waited for a long time, but drinking tea was quite pleasant. She set down her teacup and looked up at Enoch. Did you find a shop? How is Yulia today? He smiled slightly. How was her mood? Enoch picked up a wine glass. Miss Yulia is very cautious. I once worried that in front of my brother, she wouldn't be able to express her opinions and would be led by the nose. His eyes flickered slightly. Her cautious side sometimes does make her seem a bit timid, perhaps because she's often been ostracized and criticized. But when we stopped talking about personal matters and started discussing business, Yulia's figure surfaced in his mind. Under the winter hat, her eyes completely changed. She exuded confidence, and her negotiation skills were also excellent. Not only does she have good ideas, but her belief in the business is calm and serious. Even though it's her first time doing business, her intuition and abilities are quite outstanding. Enoch set down his wine glass. So, there's no need to worry. Vivian was slightly taken aback. What? Enoch chuckled. She is very dashing. Vivian asked in confusion. Who are you talking about? Enoch recalled Yulia's words. Let's meet at the office next time. Yes, at our shop's office. Yulia's face was brimming with happiness. That was the joy of owning her own shop. A hint of admiration flashed in Enoch's eyes. In the field she liked, she was neither shy nor hesitant. She was radiant, fragile, yet incredibly strong. Enoch held his teacup, a smile appearing on his face. Vivian slammed the table. Who's dashing? Hurry up and give me a detailed report of today's events. Enoch smiled and refused. No, it's a business secret. What I saw today is a side of her that even her family doesn't know. This is the true face of Yulia Primrose. I'm really looking forward to seeing more of her diverse facets in the future. Vivian grabbed his wrist. Tell me now. Enoch stood up, leaving only his back. On the training ground in the early morning. Well done. Dig a little deeper. We must hold the left flank. A knight suddenly shouted, look, we have a guest. Whispers arose in the crowd. A guest? Miss Lyrica hasn't been here for a long time, right? If only it were her. A figure appeared at the entrance. Yulia, carrying a basket, walked in slowly. The crowd fell silent for a moment, then erupted into an even bigger commotion. What? Why is that person here? She must be up to something. Sure enough, they were quite vigilant. An imperceptible smile curled at the corner of Yulia's mouth. Yulia placed the basket on the ground. But if you receive this, your reaction will be different. The Primrose Duke's Order of Knights was renowned. Joining them was the dream of all knights. And what made the order even more famous were the children born into the Duke's family who possessed the blessing of the sword. With a muffled grunt, the opponent fell heavily to the ground. A knight announced loudly, amazing, young Master Jixin. This is already your 5th consecutive victory. The onlookers marveled endlessly, as expected of someone with the blessing of the sword. Truly outstanding. Jixin sheathed his sword. It's just a piece of cake. His blessing of the sword manifested both fast and strong, leaving people in awe. The young knights whispered, I want to become that strong too. Knights of the same age admired Jixin and threw themselves even more into their training. However, their illusions about Jixin were soon shattered. Bang! Bang! A knight swung his sword vigorously at a straw dummy. Another knight sneered. Haha, look at him. He practices like that all day long. And the result is just at that level. Another knight chimed in. With that meager skill, he still hasn't given up. How remarkable. The knights nearby began to whisper. Anyway, he has the blessing and is the young master of the Duke's family. He doesn't need to work hard at all, right? Relying solely on talent, idling away his days, and he actually dares to mock us. The knight's dissatisfaction with Jixin grew day by day. A voice called out, brother. Jixin ran over. Oh, you're here. Lyrica approached Jixin. The weather is so hot. You've worked hard training, brother. The knights murmured, it's Miss Lyrica. still as lovely as ever. Lyrica turned to the crowd with a gentle smile. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. Keep it up. In the order, the only one who spoke heartwarming words to them was Lyrica. Her gentle smile and encouraging words melted the dissatisfaction in the knights' hearts. That year, the Southern Expedition training was exceptionally arduous for the Duke's Order of Knights due to the unusually hot weather. Ah, it's so hot. My skin feels like it's burning. I can't hold on much longer. A knight slumped on the ground. Damn it. Even if we wanted to go to the hospitals in the city have long been fully booked by the nobles. Another knight said indignantly, is it really okay to treat us knights like this? Our skin is broken out. It's agonizing. But that guy Jixen's skin is as smooth as ever. He must have run to the priest as soon as he got back. He doesn't even practice his sword properly, always taking shortcuts. A knight could no longer bear it. He rummaged frantically through his bag. I've had enough. The knight next to him exclaimed, hey, what are you doing? A knight took a bottle from a basket. Another knight asked in shock, wait, are you really going to use that? He tried to stop him. Stop it. You have no idea. What's inside? It's something given by that wicked woman. She must have put something strange in it to play a trick on us. The knight holding the bottle shook off his hand. I don't care. Now I can only rely on this. He forcefully twisted open the cap. A surge of power gushed out. His eyes widened. This is radiant. Audioha is spreading out. Lyrica had locked herself in her room for a few days and finally decided to go out. But since just now, a maid's demeanor had been somewhat strange. She was usually very talkative, but now she was unusually quiet. Lyrica cleared her throat. The weather has gotten hotter. I want to go get some new clothes tailored. Do you want to go to the city center together? The maid smiled faintly. If you're willing to take me, I would naturally be glad to go. Wait, this reaction is too cold. She used to love going to the city center with me the most. She would usually be ecstatic and praise me endlessly. Could it be really because of what happened that day? I recalled my words from that day. I heard you were recently dumped by your fiancé. Serves you right. Thinking about it now, my words might have been a bit excessive, but how could she change her attitude just because of one sentence? Lyrica's hands gripped the railing tightly. No matter what, if she tells the other maids about this, it will be very troublesome. I have to find a way to win her over again, right? Every time I take her to the training ground, she always secretly looks at those knights, and she just broke up recently. Lyrica turned to face the maid. You know what, Jera? The maid responded in confusion. What is it? Lyrica revealed a perfect smile. I'm going to see the knights now. Do you want to come with me? This time I will also introduce you to them. Introduce me? The maid's eyes instantly lit up. Lyrica continued. Yes, quite a few knights are very curious about you. Oh my god, really? The maid excitedly grabbed Lyrica's hand. Thank you so much, Miss Lyrica. Lyrica sneered inwardly. She's so easy to buy off. Ridiculously simple. A commotion came from outside the castle. Lyrica frowned. Why is it so noisy over there? Miss Yulia, can you really not tell us who gave this to you? A knight asked earnestly. Yulia just smiled mysteriously. Yes, it's a secret. A knight said gratefully. Anyway, this is all thanks to you, Miss Yulia. Yulia responded with a smile. I'm so glad I could help. Lyrica stood outside the crowd. Why is Yulia here? The knights enthusiastically gathered around. The maid Jera also rushed forward. Miss Yulia? Lyrica was stunned. What? Since when did they become so close? Yulia introduced to the knights. This is Jera. She's a friend who often helps me. A knight said to Jera, Miss Jera, I've seen you come here a few times. Lyrica was completely ignored. Even the knights too? Really? This is impossible. Now even the knights are. Lyrica's hands dropped weakly. Everything was too heavy. I cannot deny that. Public opinion has truly shifted. She staggered backwards, her body tottering. What should I do? How can I salvage this? Jixen's voice suddenly rang out. Lyrica. Lyrica looked up in panic. She grasped at a lifeline. Brother Jixen, right? If it's Brother Jixen. Jixen supported her with concern. Did you get heat stroke? Do you want me to take you back to your room? He will definitely stand by my side. Jixen's voice was gentle and firm. Just tell me. I will help you with anything. Lyrica sobbed and tightly gripped his sleeve. Brother, it's like this. Actually, Miss Yulia, Lyrica raised her tearful eyes. Yulia said softly, I'm really happy to see that everyone is satisfied with the cosmetics. Yulia continued, because the creator said this was just a sample, I was a bit worried. Are there any side effects? A knight answered with a smile, not at all. The effect seems even better than the priest's treatment. Yulia made a request. May I see your skin? The knight obediently extended his hand. Of course, take a look. Yulia examined his hand. The swelling has indeed gone down a lot. Another knight excitedly added, it's not just the swelling. As soon as you apply it, your skin feels cool. Other knights chimed in. The stinging sensation disappeared very quickly. Everyone was amazed. Now even the comrades who were initially suspicious say they can't live without it. A knight asked in confusion, "How come we received such a precious gift from you?" To be honest, we thought Miss Yulia wasn't interested in us knights at all. Yulia admitted frankly, "You're right. If I said I was very interested before, it would be a lie. I also understand why you were vigilant. After all, I rarely came to visit. But after I fell seriously ill at the beginning of the year, I realized that I needed to take better care of the people around me. Since I was negligent in the past, from now on, I will do my best to manage everything in the duchy, especially you knights, who are the pillars of the duchy. I will come to visit more often and pay more attention." The knights were deeply moved. Miss Yulia's gaze passed over them and looked into the distance. Also, perhaps, a knight earnestly requested, "If it's not too much trouble, could we have some more of these cosmetics?" Another knight added, "This product is too effective. Although it's a bit shameless, I still want to make this request." Yulia smiled. "Knights, I have prepared some extra. Jera, bring that basket over." The maid answered, "Yes." Mississippi Yulia took a tube out of the basket. "I brought the moisturizing cream from last time, but I think this sunscreen will be more useful to you." She showed the new product in her hand. "Apply it before you go out. It can protect your skin from the sun." The knights were at a loss to receive such a precious thing again. Yulia responded mildly, "It's nothing, as long as you put it to good use." A cold voice suddenly rang out. Yulia's smile instantly froze. She turned around slowly. Jixin stood there, his face gloomy. "What are you doing at the training ground?" Yulia forced herself to stay calm. "Good morning, brother." Jixin's tone was icy. "Good morning? What a good morning." He took a step closer. "Answer my question. Why are you here? You never came to the training ground before." Yulia lowered her eyes. "I just wanted to express my gratitude to the knights in my own way, brother." Jixin sneered, "You are always so eloquent. When I trained, you never showed up. Now that things are going smoothly for you, don't buzz around, making trouble like a bee." His gaze moved down and fell on the basket in Yulia's hand. What is that?" Jixin suddenly reached out and snatched the basket away. "Give it here." His action was rough and merciless. Yulia watched in shock as the basket was taken away. Jixin scrutinized the tube in his hand. "What is this? Cosmetics? What are you thinking, giving cosmetics to knights?" Yulia anxiously explained, "This is used to treat the knight's rashes. Please return it to me immediately." Jixin narrowed his eyes. "Rashes? Now that you mention it." He scanned the surrounding knights. Everyone's skin was unusually smooth. Jixin questioned, "A few days ago, their skin was still red and swollen. The effect of this cosmetic is too good. Where did you get it? Don't tell me you bought it from some illegal auction." Yulia's eyes flickered. "I received it from an acquaintance. They asked me to keep it secret, so I cannot say." Jixin burned with anger. "Such a good thing, and you dare not give it to your own brother to use?" He tightly clenched the tube. "You usually go to the priest for treatment." Jixin defended himself in a panic. "Teach, that's true, but this time is different." A knight whispered, "Why do you treat your own sister like this? You ignored us. It was Miss Yulia who took care of us, yet you act as if you've done something great." Jixin sharply turned his head, his eyes icy. He let out a scoff. "Huh, a bunch of idiots." Jixin crushed the tube in his hand. The ointment oozed from between his fingers. "Are you now standing on Yulia's side to defy your superior? For mere cosmetic, you sell out your loyalty? Do you knights actually not know where your loyalty should lie?" He finally turned to Yulia, his gaze full of warning. "Yulia, I warn you, don't get too carried away." Yulia stiffened all over. Jixin's voice rang in her ears. "What do you think you've done for the knights? You think you've helped? That is nothing but your delusion." Yulia trembled. "What are you talking about?" Jixin leaned down, his voice lowering even more. "Know your place. It's because you are so arrogant that everyone hates you. Understand?" His words pierced deeply into Yulia's heart like poisoned thorns. Jixin's voice was freezing cold. "This is my advice to you, as your brother. You better listen well." Yulia lowered her head in silence, her body rigid. Jixin turned to leave. "Anyway, I'm taking these." With his back to her, a contemptuous smile curled at the corner of his mouth. A maid walked up behind Yulia and softly comforted her. "It must be very hard for you to be spoken to like that by your family in front of so many people." A knight looked at Yulia with concern. "Miss Yulia, are you all right?" Yulia shook her head gently. "What my brother said also makes sense. Me doing this kind of thing is indeed very unusual." She raised her head, a firm light shining in her eyes. "I will get more ointment for you soon. Please wait a little longer." Yulia turned around and said to the maid behind her, "Let's go back, Jera." The knights silently watched their retreating figures. Yulia pushed the door open. "Then I'll go back to rest." The maid responded respectfully, "Yes, Mississippi. The door was gently closed. Yulia's footsteps echoed in the corridor. She walked in her own room. The door slammed shut. Yulia threw herself onto the bed and let out a long sigh. She then rolled over and let out a light laugh. Hee, things are progressing very smoothly. It's a pleasant surprise. To be honest, I was still worrying whether relying solely on cosmetics would be enough to completely win their hearts. But my brother's accusations actually ignited their knightly spirit. Now I must thoroughly consolidate this momentum. One-time gifts have their limits. I need a new method. All right, I'll do just that. If this works, not only the knights, but even the servants will welcome it. But relying on my own strength alone is not enough. The corners of Yulia's mouth turn up slightly. This time, I'll seek Mother's help. Yulia sighed softly. I'm sorry, Mother. The Duchess picked up her teacup. It's fine. More importantly than that, did you stay up late again yesterday? Yulia closed her eyes with a slightly tired smile. Yes, I've been really busy lately. The Duchess's eyes reveal concern. Please don't push yourself too hard. By the way, was that matter completed smoothly? Was there any shortage of funds? Yulia's smile radiated confidence. Yes, thanks to Mother, everything went smoothly. It should be ready to be unveiled today. I hope everyone will like it. The new cosmetics I've been looking forward to are also finished. There was a gentle knock on the door. Excuse me. The butler poked half his body through the gap in the door. Miss Yulia, we are ready. Yulia's voice came from inside the room. Thank you. I'll be right out. Is it here? Wow, that abandoned building has changed so much. It's so beautiful. Is this the staff lounge Miss Yulia mentioned? That's right. Oh, here's a letter. Read it quickly. Jera, let me see. Yes. To the servants of the Duke's castle, welcome to the staff lounge. Please use it comfortably during your break times. Respectfully, Yulia. Let's go in quickly. Jera pushed the door open. Okay. She looked around, her eyes full of shock. Oh my God, what is going on? This is actually a beautiful lounge. The sofa is so soft. The two maids sank into the soft sofa with faces full of happiness. One of them noticed the bottles on the table. What is this? New cosmetics? She picked up a bottle and examined it. It's a gel-like ointment. Yulia's voice came from the doorway. Try applying it to your tight muscles. As the ointment cools, the pain will be much less the next day. Yulia, carrying a basket, walked into the room with a smile. The maid stood up in surprise. Miss Yulia, Yulia gently asked, do you all like it? I prepared it in a bit of a hurry and was a little worried. The servants responded excitedly. We love it very much. I'm going to show it off to my friends working elsewhere right away. Yulia took hand cream out of the basket. All right, this is hand cream. It works great when the back of your hands are rough. Jera sniffed it. Wow, it smells like peaches. Yulia's gaze swept over everyone. From now on, whenever there are new cosmetics, I will leave them here. You can use them anytime. If you need anything else, please feel free to let me know. The Duchess has also promised to strongly support the shelter. Tears of gratitude sparkled in the maid's eyes. Thank you so much. The shelter's effect is even better than I imagined, bringing positive impacts. Is this gel ointment really that good? Miss Yulia is amazing. She always comes up with such good things. This not only got my abilities highly praised, but also, my goodness, it smells so good. Is this the ointment you gave me? Yes, the scent was changed this time. I like this one better. This served as an excellent new product survey for the upcoming shop. Besides that, there was an unexpected extra income. How was your training today? Don't even mention it. The young Duke was also very irritable today. Really? Is he often like that? Not often. It's every day. My sister are completely different, Jera said. Speaking of sisters, the knights would surely be shocked to see Miss Lyrica's irritable state. Oh, right. Have you heard about the lead pot? No, what is that? Oh my God, I can't believe this happened. A kitchen maid was found using a lead pot. She was making dessert for the Duchess at the time, which caused a huge commotion. But that maid actually said it was Miss Lyrica who gave her that pot. Lyrica's pupils suddenly contracted. The originally idle and anxious knights and maids began to share the stories they had just learned about the Duke's children. Lyrica sat up abruptly. Damn it, what on earth is going on? The situation has gotten even worse. She sat on the bed, her nails digging deep into her skin. Jixon, you useless bastard. I knew this was stupid, but I still insisted on leaving it to you. I thought there was still a way, but it only ended up letting Yulia steal the spotlight again. By making such a public scene, she won sympathy again. Public opinion can no longer be salvaged. A maid's voice came from outside the door. Miss Lyrica, the Duke has returned from his business trip. Lyrica was startled. She roughly pushed the maid aside. Get out of my way. You must have bought me a gift, right? Father always brings me gifts when he comes back from business trips. To be exact, he only brings gifts for me and Jixon. But why Yulia? Why did you have that expression when you received a gift? Although the flowers are nice, it's a pity that Father's gift cannot be kept for a long time. Are you still acting like a child? I clearly gave you a gift, yet you're still complaining. For an ungrateful child like you, there is no better gift than this." From that day on, Yulia never went to see her father again. Father is the true ruler of the Duke's household. As long as father loves me the most, no matter what the employees think, they will naturally be on my side. But what if father no longer cares about me? Recently, father has often expressed dissatisfaction with me. Of course, it's crucial insight. I always assume it's others, but could it be that I am hated too? So there must be a gift. I know father loves me more than Yulia, sometimes even more than Jixin. The gift is the proof. Lyrica hid behind the door and peeked. The Duke, holding a wine glass, said to the butler, "Oh, it's fine to drink a little. Go and call Lyrica." The butler bowed and took the order. "Yes, your grace." Lyrica pressed her hand tightly against her chest. "That must be my gift. That's right, father still loves me the most." She walked briskly into the room. "Father, did you have a pleasant trip?" The Duke turned to look at her. "Oh, Lyrica, I was just about to call you." He handed over an exquisite box. "This is a gift I brought back from the Azebi territory. Open it and take a look." Lyrica took it with both hands. "You must have been very busy, yet you still remember my gift." She carefully opened the box. A necklace inlaid with a huge gemstone lay quietly inside. Lyrica put the necklace on, her eyes sparkling with joy. "It's so beautiful." "Thank you. It's even better than I expected." Lyrica turned around with brisk steps. "Oh my God, the necklace is so beautiful. I can't wait to go to the social circles to show it off." She stepped out to leave, but bumped into a figure at the door. Yulia stood there, a subtle, elusive smile on her face. Lyrica looked at her in shock. "Wait a minute. Why is Yulia, who always avoids father, here? Why is Yulia here?" "I called her here," the Duke explained. "While on my business trip, I received a telegram from a butler. Yulia, I heard you recently built a dormitory for the employees. Is that true? Are you angry because I acted on my own? I also heard you went to the Knights training ground." The Duke held Yulia's wrist. "To be honest, I'm a bit surprised, Yulia. You're taking such good care of your subordinates. You have finally come to your senses and started fulfilling the duties of a Duke's child. As a reward, I have prepared a gift for you this time." "Father prepared a gift for me? I hope you like it." "Ah, thank you." The Duke handed over a small dark box. Yulia took it and gently opened it. "Oh, I really didn't expect you to give me this. This is indeed a rare treasure, a radiant ruby." Yulia sighed softly. She stared at the ruby necklace in her hand. "It feels really strange for this thing to end up in my hands." In the original story, the one who got this gem was Lyrica, but father's capricious favor doesn't matter at all. Yulia put the necklace back into the box. The sound of the lid closing was crisp. In the original novel, the most important thing for Lyrica wasn't her father's attention, but the awakening of her healing blessing. Lyrica opened her eyes in the holy light, surrounded by absolutely loyal male leads. And among these male leads, there is one person who can now become my powerful ally. The one who went through fire and water countless times to protect Lyrica, the second male lead beloved by readers, Syrian. Syrian is not just a brave knight. He can also control spirit magic. Yulia's finger traced the armrest of the wheelchair. With his help, I can cultivate herbs in large quantities, with efficiency far exceeding what I could achieve by using my blessing alone. If I remember correctly, Syrian appeared at this point in the novel. I should go pick him up right away. In the night, a carriage drove over the cobblestone road, its wheels rolling forward. Yulia stood in front of a building. At first glance, it was just an ordinary shop. Who would have thought that this was actually a slave auction house? In the novel, Syrian was sold to a despicable noble and went through many twists and turns before meeting Lyrica. I must take him away before that happens. Yulia, wearing a wig, a mask, and a cloak, blended into the crowd. She walked to the entrance, where a bald guard reached out to stop her. Only those with an admission permit can enter. Yulia handed over a piece of paper. The guard took it, examined it for a moment, and then stepped aside. "Please come in." The heavy doors slowly opened. Yulia walked in, finding it completely empty inside. "Where should I go?" Faint voices came from downstairs. Yulia followed the sound and walked down the stairs, her footsteps echoing in the empty hallway. "Is it over there?" She arrived at a door and pushed it open. The sight before her took her by surprise. I didn't expect such a large space underground. An attendant walked up. "The auction will start shortly. Please find an empty seat and sit down." Yulia took the number paddle handed by the attendant and softly thanked him. Yulia found a seat and listened to the conversations of the nobles around her. "I hope there's good merchandise at today's auction," a man said. Another agreed. "Yeah, last week's merchandise was too poor." A woman chimed in. "However, that blue-eyed slave from before was indeed very enticing." Yulia listened quietly. "So slave trading is this common among the nobility? I wonder if His Highness the Crown Prince knows about this. I should tell him another day. I hope Syrian will be auctioned today. I couldn't have remembered the plot in the book incorrectly. The auctioneer walked onto the stage, and the spotlight focused on him. Thank you all for your patience. The auction will now officially begin. He raised his arm high. Applause erupted from the audience. The auctioneer pointed to a boy who was led onto the stage. This slave, a guest, raised his paddle. 1,000,000 gallon. The auctioneer excitedly slammed the gavel. Sold. Congratulations on your winning bid. Yulia watched all this, her stomach churning. Disgusting. I hope Syrian comes out soon. As soon as I get him, I'll leave immediately and never come back. The auctioneer's voice rang out again. The first part of the auction is coming to an end. For the finale, we have prepared something truly special. A rare treasure. You absolutely won't see this in your villas. He opened his palms as if displaying an invisible treasure. The sound of iron chains dragging on the floor sounded. A foot wearing shackles stepped onto the stage. A robust physique, enough to become an outstanding mercenary. He can even use spirit magic. A dual advantage combined into one. Yulia's pupils suddenly contracted. Spirit magic. The auctioneer's voice carried a hint of fanaticism. But that's not all. This commodity is an elf with heterochromia. Oh my God, look at those eyes. Gasps of amazement erupted from the crowd. This is my first time seeing a live one. A noble muttered to himself. The auctioneer's voice echoed throughout the hall. As the finale of tonight's auction, we present to you a non-human slave. The auctioneer announced loudly, "The bidding starts now." Yulia tightly gripped her paddle. I absolutely cannot let him fall into someone else's hands. The atmosphere in the auction house instantly boiled over. 5,000,000 gallon, 7,000,000 gallon, 8,000,000. No, 8.5 million. Syrian's gaze was cold and resolute. The auctioneer's voice echoed in the hall. The atmosphere heated. 8.5 million gallon. Do we have a higher bid? 8.5 million. Yulia raised her bidding paddle. 10 million gallon. The auctioneer's voice trembled with shock. Yes, 10 million gallon. Do we have a higher bid? A masked noble suddenly raised his paddle. Cass, 11 million gallon. Yulia raised her paddle again. 12 million. The noble was not to be outdone. 13 million. Yulia followed. 14 million. The noble gritted his teeth. 15 million. Any higher would be impossible. Yulia's voice was calm and powerful. 16 million gallon. The auctioneer's voice echoed. 16 million gallon. Any more bids? If not, congratulations on your successful bid. Yulia lowered her bidding paddle and let out a long sigh of relief. Thank goodness. She placed her hand under the table, her fingertips still trembling slightly. I tried hard to act calm, but my hand still shook. Yulia's eyes were sharp, but winning the bid doesn't mean it's over. If he acts according to the original plot, he will definitely try to escape. His hands were locked in shackles, veins bulging, showing his unyielding will. Of course, I've already thought of a way to stop him. In the auction house's office, the manager sat behind the desk. Thank you for your patronage, esteemed guest. I need to count the amount. Is that all right? Yulia stood in front of the desk, her cloak concealing her figure. Go ahead. Paying such a huge sum in one go. He must come from a prominent family. But he is all alone in a place like this, without even a single guard. The manager was busy counting the money, with no time to pay attention to anything else. Now is the best time to get rid of them and escape. Yulia suddenly spoke. Hey, you over there. She pulled down her hood, her red eyes looking straight at Syrian. If you're thinking of escaping right now, it's best you don't. Syrian stiffened all over. What? Yulia's voice was ice cold. You're planning to forcefully break free from the magic restraints and run away, right? I advise you not to. Syrian took a step back, his foot making a sound on the wooden floor. His eyes were guarded. I don't know what you're trying to do, but you're right. Since you know, you should get out of the way. Yulia's tone was calm and certain. For you, subduing me or that manager would be easy. But the auction house guards are waiting outside the door. I know you're powerful, but the current situation is not in your favor. Moreover, I know why you must escape. Syrian's pupils shrank. A bead of sweat slid down his temple. Yulia proposed a deal. If you cooperate with me, I will bring your younger brother here too. Syrian suddenly grabbed her shoulders. What did you just say? Yulia looked straight at him. Your brother, Florence, will be auctioned in the second auction. I will bring him back to my home with you. Syrian was speechless with shock. What? Yulia held up 3 fingers. As long as you cooperate with me for 3 years, and if you perform well, I will also pay you a salary. Yulia's voice carried a hint of a smile. After 3 years, you will regain your freedom. How about it? This is an offer hard to refuse. Syrian's eyes were filled with suspicion. But why should I believe you? I'm also very curious about your true intention in persuading me like this. Aren't you already my master now? Yulia responded frankly, I don't want to flaunt myself as some incredibly kind person, but I don't want to treat you as a slave, but as an employee. I believe this is the only way you will truly cooperate with me in the long run. Yulia spread her hands. All right, let's skip the complicated talk. Just accept my proposal first. If the work is too hard, you can always run away later. How about it? Syrian remained silent, his clenched fists trembling slightly. Finally, he loosened his hands. I have no other choice. The manager's voice came from outside the door. The funds have all been confirmed. The merchandise will be right. The door was violently pushed open. A boy with tearful eyes cried out, Brother! Syrian rushed forward. Florence! He hugged his younger brother tightly. Thank goodness. We don't have to be separated. Me too, Florence. Florence looked around. Where's the person who bought us? Yulia urged. You too? There's no time. Hurry and follow me. Florence whispered. He must be a good person, right? I'm a little scared, brother. Syrian remained silent, not saying a word. The carriage bumped along the cobblestone road. Yulia reached out her hand. You too. Give me your arms. Her fingertips touched their wrists. A flash of blue light instantly lit up, breaking the magic that bound them. Florence leaned into Syrian's arms. Brother, he even undid our bindings. I don't think he's a bad person. But, brother, what is that person's name? Yulia gently stroked Florence's hair. Speaking of which, we haven't introduced ourselves yet. I am Yulia Primrose. My name is Yulia Primrose. As long as you follow my orders well for 3 years, I promise to give you back your freedom. I look forward to working with you, Syrian Florence. Syrian lowered his voice. That woman, we absolutely cannot trust her completely. Nobles are simply not worth relying on. A decent person wouldn't even come to a slave auction, would they? She talks a good game, but who knows if she will treat us even more cruelly than our previous masters. Yulia's voice came. Over. You're not wrong. Don't think of me as some philanthropist. From now on, you will face unimaginable hardships. You'd better be prepared. Florence, frightened, gripped his brother's sleeve tightly. Brother, Shiedion met Yuliaush Geish. Suit yourself, Primrose. The carriage drove away from the noisy auction house, heading towards the unknown distance. Yulia pushed open a door. This is your brother's room. Florence's eyes widened. Wow, are we really going to live in a place like this? He looked at the luxurious bedroom. I've never seen such a spacious room. Yulia pointed. If you're hungry, you can eat the snacks on the table. There are new clothes in the wardrobe. Change into them tomorrow. She leaned against the door frame. Well then, get a good rest. See you tomorrow morning. Florence ran into the bathroom. Brother, even the bathroom is so clean. He stared at the sandwiches on the table. The snacks look so delicious. Do nobles eat this kind of thing every day? Florence threw himself onto the bed. Brother, this is so much softer than a hay pile. Syrian helped him pull up the blanket. Florence, you need to be covered when you sleep. Florence snuggled into the blanket. It's so great that the kind person took us in. Syrian looked at his sleeping brother. At least Florence can feel a moment of happiness. But the vigilance in his eyes did not dissipate. She might just be pretending to be kind right now. After all, she is still a noble. Sooner or later, she will reveal her cruel nature. I don't know when that moment will come. But a loud shout shattered the peace of the early morning. Wake up. It's already 7 o'clock. I said wake up. Are you two still not up? A scream. Yulia yanked open the curtains, and sunlight pierced into the room. Get up immediately and change your clothes. She announced, training starts today. Florence rubbed his sleepy eyes. Training so early in the morning? Yulia's tone left no room for question. That's right. I'll let you off easy today. Starting tomorrow, I will wake you up at exactly 5 o'clock. Syrian glared at her. What exactly do you want us to do? Yulia put her hands on her hips and announced today's schedule. Spirit magic training. These brothers were born with the bloodline of spirit masters, but their past as slaves prevented them from controlling this power. In the original story, their power suddenly awakened when Lyrica was in danger. But I can't just sit and wait for that moment to happen. The only choice is intensive training. Yulia looked at the two panting boys. It's only been an hour since we started. Don't tell me you're already tired? Yulia looked at the brothers, sitting cross-legged. Florence, don't move. Concentrate. Florence complained softly, but I've never done this before. Yulia explained, the more you overthink it, the harder it gets. You just need to use the power within you to make the seed in the flower pot sprout. Syrian said to Yulia, hey, even if you don't care about me, don't be too harsh on my brother. Yulia shook off his hand. You talk a good game, but have you realized that your progress is already far behind your brothers? Syrian instantly froze. Florence beside him also looked awkward. Yulia sighed. I don't insist on being a strict mentor, but I'm short-handed right now. This is the only way to make you improve quickly. From today on, we train 3 hours a day. Hurry up and concentrate. Syrian clicked his tongue impatiently. Yulia clapped her hands. Good job. Let's eat first. Syrian looked at the salad in front of him in disbelief. Don't tell me this is our lunch. Yulia asked what's wrong. Is there a problem? Syrian exploded. It's all grass. Even my previous masters would give us meat to eat. Yulia put her hands on her hips. How old are you complaining about food? I read in a book that elves just need to keep their bodies pure. And besides, you didn't have the chance to eat high-quality vegetables before. This is good for your health. Syrian's gaze darted sideways. Then why does Florence get to eat meat? Florence was secretly moving the meat onto his own plate. Yulia said righteously, don't you know? Children need to consume protein to develop properly. She narrowed her eyes. You're trying to steal your brother's food, are you? Syrian was momentarily at a loss for words. I didn't mean that. Wait, what? Florence, meanwhile, quickly stuffed the meat into his mouth, mumbling indistinctly, Sister is completely on my side now. Syrian had a look of betrayal on his face. Over a mere plate of meat, Florence chewed heartily. So delicious. Yulia clapped her hands. Next is endurance training. The brothers gasped simultaneously. Huh? Syrian yelled in disbelief. Are you kidding me? You want us to run 3 laps around this damn place? Yulia said casually, I'm full and the weather is nice. Let's just treat it as a walk. Syrian howled, walk my foot. I'll die of exhaustion after just 1 lap. Yulia explained, this is a training route I specifically asked the commander of the Duke's Knights to design. Oh well, then let's go back and rest for today. Yulia led them into a room. All right, rest here. Syrian looked around. Isn't this a library? Why are we resting here? Yulia smiled slyly. Since you're resting anyway, you might as well gain some knowledge while you're at it. She pointed to the mountain of books on the table. Read all the books in front of you carefully. Syrian looked at the mountain of books and completely broke down. How could anyone possibly finish reading this in a lifetime? Yulia held up a finger. In 3 days, there will be a content test. She smiled and offered a choice. So study first, or physical training first. Syrian answered immediately, I would rather go running. But Florence said, I choose to read books. Yulia helplessly spread her hands. Can you two agree on something? I can't be in 2 places at once. As the training accumulated, the brothers' respective strengths began to show. Florence quickly mastered the application of spirit magic, while Syrian. Yulia held 2 test papers. These are the results of yesterday's test. Florence got everything right. She excitedly showed Florence's perfect score paper. He even got the difficult questions right. So amazing. Yulia turned to Syrian and waved another test paper covered in red crosses. Syrian, you got 10 questions wrong. Syrian turned his head away in annoyance and clicked his tongue. Yulia snapped her fingers. As agreed, for every wrong answer, you run 1 lap around the lake. Start. Syrian cursed under his breath. You're a real demon. Yulia stood with her hands on her hips. Just get them all right next time. Now go. Syrian dashed out. Florence shaded his eyes from the sun with his hand. Wow, he's even faster than last time. Brother's really amazing. When will I be able to be as strong as him? Yulia looked at Syrian's back, a satisfied smile on her face. As expected of the strongest knight, the one who protected Lyrica to the very end in the original work, Syrian sprinted across the grass. I must start night training as soon as possible. Yulia watched his back with a firm gaze. This time, I will definitely make him my knight. A few weeks later, Florence clasped his hands together, using the power of the light and water spirits to awaken dormant life. He suddenly opened his eyes, and light radiated out. The magic successfully activated. Yulia and Syrian walked into the greenhouse together. Florence was standing in the middle of the flowers, surrounded by a radiant emerald magic glow. The light surged, and the flowers in the greenhouse bloomed instantly. Yulia exclaimed in awe, wow, all the flowers have bloomed. The 3 of them stood amidst the sea of blooming flowers. Yulia looked at the brothers with gratification. This is amazing. You both did very well. The training was tough, but thank you for persevering. She silently said to herself, everything is now ready. Yulia thought to herself, ordinary people would usually lose consciousness instantly when facing the powerful energy of a spirit master. She looked at the brothers, smiling brightly. I had guessed they had special abilities, but I didn't expect it to be this. Beyond imagination. Yulia turned and pushed open a door. Please come with me for a moment. I have prepared a gift for today. Syrian immediately became alert. A gift? It's not another new training, is it? Yulia shook her head mysteriously. It's not that kind of thing. Follow me. You will definitely be shocked when you see it. The brothers followed behind her. The sight before them left them completely stunned. This is indeed a surprise. Yulia watched their reactions and softly confirmed, right? Yulia explained, this is an extremely high-level barrier magic. Ordinary people can't even get close to it. She smiled and gestured. There are even more amazing things inside. Go on in. She took a step. The moment her toe touched the barrier, blue magic power surged like an electric current. Syrian wondered in his heart. Even more amazing things? Syrian was stunned by the sight before him. At this moment, Florence looked up at him, his face full of excitement. Wow. He pointed into the distance. Brother, look. A large farm impressively appeared in the center of the magic array. Florence exclaimed, there's actually a farm inside the magic array. Syrian looked over this vast space. It seems this place is quite spacious. Syrian was shocked in his heart, enclosing an entire greenhouse with a barrier. Florence's eyes were full of wonder. So amazing. That harmed them. How on earth did you do it? Yulia smiled lightly and explained, to be honest, I don't know if this is not possible, but someone helped me a lot. A few weeks ago, in the second-floor meeting room of Unit, Enoch sat by the window holding a list. He looked up, his expression somewhat troubled, but, Miss Yulia, after checking the list of required materials, I found that some of them are very difficult to obtain within the Piast Empire. Enoch continued to explain, to get these materials, we would have to travel far to another continent. That would take a lot of time. Yulia asked, are there any alternative? The plans? Jixon shook his head. These are core materials. It's hard to compromise. He changed his tone. However, I do have a plan. A fusion of technology and magic. Want to hear it? Yulia revealed a confident smile. The best way to grow crops without being affected by the weather is, of course, a glass greenhouse. But with the technological level of this world, it's hard to build the scale I want. This shelter is burning more money than I imagined. He tapped his fingers lightly on the desk. The key is to use glass as the main material and then use them to form a magic barrier. The specific details are all written on this piece of paper. Enoch looked down at the plan. A greenhouse driven by a magic barrier. He had never thought of this possibility. Enoch's eyes sparkled. Since the materials are simple, let's try it right away. Enoch reached out his palm, and a complex blue magic circle appeared above it. First, we need to set up a magic circle here to hide its appearance. A hint of worry crossed Yulia's face. Are you sure you can do it alone? Enoch turned his face to the side, showing a confident smile. No problem. He turned back, his tone becoming serious. There might be some dust. Please step back a little. Yulia looked up at the sky, having never seen such a massive barrier. Of course, to maintain this scale, I must continuously inject magic power. But just creating it is enough to prove the Crown Prince's magic level is truly extraordinary. Yulia's copper-colored eyes reflected admiration. Mastering magic and swordsmanship at a young age is one thing, but his calm and composed personality and his humble attitude of never showing off his abilities are equally eye-catching. Yulia sincerely praised, you're truly amazing. Enoch waved his hand humbly. It's Miss Yulia's plan that is excellent enough. I just helped a little. A magic of this level. Any mage could... Yulia interrupted him. No. To me, it's not like that. She gently stroked the loose hair by her ear. No matter how grand a plan is, if it cannot be executed perfectly, it's meaningless. Yulia's gaze was sincere. Besides, what your highness just did is far beyond the reach of ordinary people. I genuinely think that was incredible. Even if it really were something anyone could do, the fact that you used your abilities for my business, that will not change. Enoch's cheeks flushed red, and he didn't say a word. Yulia felt a burst of panic inside. Was I too presumptuous? She cleared her throat. Then, let's continue with the work from just now. Enoch, his face completely red, replied, yes, leave the rest to me. Florence stood outside the greenhouse, looking at the building in front of him. So your business partner created this with magic? To possess such powerful magic, he must be one of the top talents in the Empire. Yes, I was equally surprised at the time. Wow, it's truly amazing. Syrian followed behind him. It feels like a completely different space from outside the barrier. Here, we can grow. That all kinds of things. Yulia chuckled. You speak with great confidence. That's a good attitude. She turned around, her expression becoming serious. Also, there's one more thing to say. Listen carefully. This is an important announcement. Yulia gently clapped her hands, drawing the attention of the two boys. Syrian will become my escort knight. Starting tomorrow, you will also undergo swordsmanship training, so be prepared. Syrian's face instantly stiffened. What? Escort knight? I haven't even. Touched his sword. Yulia turned to the other boy. Florence, you will serve as the manager here, responsible for cultivating crops. Florence was equally dumbfounded. What? How could I possibly manage such a large place alone? Yulia raised a finger. Calm down. Listen to me. This is a decision I made after observing you for a few weeks. After careful consideration, Syrian's excellent physique and athletic ability make him very suitable to become a knight. He also has astonishing perseverance. With training, he can become an excellent knight. Florence, your ability to learn and apply spirit magic is amazing. As long as you accumulate more experience, you can become one of the top spirit mages in the Empire. Yulia announced, from now on, your tasks will be considered work. I will pay you reasonable compensation for it. Florence lowered his head. But can I really do it well? Syrian pressed his younger brother's shoulder. Florence, you can. Yulia added, don't worry. After your brother completes his knight training, he will come here to help you. Syrian looked displeased. I was planning to do that anyway. But hearing you say it's so matter-of-factly makes me annoyed. Yulia raised an eyebrow. Oh, are you talking back to your superior? A knock came from the door. Knock, knock. A voice came from outside. Miss Yulia, can we come out now? Yulia replied, yes. You can come out now. The door slowly opened with a creak. Syrian and Florence saw the person clearly and instantly froze in place. That person was His Highness the Crown Prince. Yulia introduced him to the two boys. This is my business partner. Although it's currently a secret, since we are in the same boat, I thought I should introduce him. Yulia turned to His Highness the Crown Prince. This is Florence. From today onwards, he will manage the greenhouse. Enoch stepped forward. So you are the young spirit mage Miss Yulia has been praising endlessly. I look forward to working with you. He reached his hand out to Florence. Flattered, Florence shook his hand, trembling slightly. Why, yes, I will do my best. Yulia turned to Syrian. And this is Syrian. He will become my escort knight. Of course, before becoming a true knight, he still has a lot of training to do. Syrian glanced sideways at her, his eyes cold. You haven't even asked for my opinion. When you brought me here, you never mentioned this. Yulia responded coldly. I don't recall ever saying that I needed your permission. Enoch murmured softly to himself on the side. This is my first time seeing such a forceful side of Miss Yulia. Enoch looked at Yulia and Syrian. She can actually talk so casually with someone like a close friend. Enoch observed Syrian, and he's quite handsome. So this person is going to be Miss Yulia's knight. Syrian's gaze collided with Enoch's. The two exchanged a sharp look. Yulia clapped her hands. All right, since it's your first time meeting, why don't you introduce yourselves? Then let me explain in detail. Follow me. In the lush green courtyard, a gentle breeze blew past. How unexpected. You have a hair stuck on your clothes. Look, right here. Thank you. Syrian reached out and gently picked the leaf off Yulia. I have never seen Miss Yulia treat someone so casually. A noble lady shouldn't be this clumsy. Moreover, the other party seems very comfortable around her too. Yulia smiled faintly. Your Highness, since you built such a wonderful greenhouse, why don't you personally introduce the interior? The corner of Enoch's mouth curled up. Of course, it's my honor, Mississippi. The group walked into the greenhouse. Enoch began his introduction. As you can see, we have prepared everything needed for crop cultivation. Florence looked around. So many plants I've never seen before. Do we have to plant all of these ourselves? Syrian looked troubled. Just thinking about it makes me tired. Yulia spoke confidently. Your Highness, let me show you the skills of a spirit mage. We don't just accelerate growth, but can make a flower bloom instantly from a seed. Enoch raised an eyebrow. Oh, is that so? Syrian raised both hands, and a dazzling blue light gathered in his palms. Feels like a monkey show. The light instantly erupted, sweeping across the entire greenhouse. Enoch's pupils that shrank. As the light dissipated, clusters of pink flowers bloomed, with lush green leaves full of vitality. This level is enough to rival the spirit mages in the royal palace. Yulia asked with a hint of pride, how is it? Pretty impressive, right? Enoch closed his eyes, a smile of approval appearing on his lips. Indeed, but he immediately opened his eyes, his gaze turning sharp. But you two have only just begun to control your powers, haven't you? If I come often to help fill in the gaps, it will be perfect. Syrian's eyes instantly turned cold. What is this? You speak as if. Yulia's eyes were hesitant. But you must be very busy. You don't need to come over often. Enoch leaned in closer. I am your official business partner, am I not? My wish is to provide help to the best of my ability. His gentle gaze made Yulia's heart skip a beat. Her hand subconsciously gripped him tightly. Yulia's cheeks flushed. Hearing you say that is already a huge support. She flusteredly looked away. Regarding transportation, you mentioned earlier about that the Royal Trade Guild's carriages. Enoch's gaze fell on the tips of her hair. Her bangs were getting in her eyes. He reached out and gently brushed the loose hair from Yulia's forehead. Miss Yulia. Enoch gently stroked Yulia's cheek. Oh, did I startle you? I'm sorry. Your hair was poking your eyes. He thoughtfully withdrew his hand. Speaking of which, last time too, you panicked as soon as I got close. Yulia hurriedly waved her hands. No, I was just too surprised. Enoch's gaze became probing. Unlike that spirit mage, do I still make you feel uncomfortable? Yulia remained silent. At this moment, Florence looked at the two of them in the distance. Brother, what's suddenly going on with those two? Syrian rested his hand on his head. You don't need to know yet. They pretend to be mature, but looking at it now, they're still far from it. After His Highness the Crown Prince returned to the royal palace, I introduced Florence and Syrian to Mother. The Duchess carried a basket of snacks. You must be exhausted. I brought some snacks. Please have some. Florence was flattered. Thank you. Mother encouraged the young Florence and also helped me conceptualize a new cosmetics line. As for Syrian, I immediately arranged a swordsmanship tutor for him. Swords clashed as Syrian engaged in fierce sparring with his tutor, relying on his innate talent and hard training. His swordsmanship advanced by leaps and bounds. Time passed. Florence proudly showed off his achievements. Brother, look, I did all of this by myself. Syrian looked at the scene inside the greenhouse, his eyes full of amazement. While I was training, you completed so. Not much. That's amazing. Yulia sat by the table, resting her chin on her hand, watching the two boys busy in the greenhouse, a smile on her lips. The day I open to shop with my companions is getting closer and closer. On the street, a person wearing a dark blue cloak hurried past. It's almost time for the shop to open. Hurry. Two ladies stopped in their tracks, looking at the scene before them. My goodness, the line, that is already so long. It seems the rumor about the shop recommended by the Duchess of Primrose has already spread. The crowd gathered on Unit's opening day far exceeded my expectations. A noble woman eagerly asked, "Where's the face cream that the Duchess of Primrose used?" Another customer chimed in, "I heard there are cosmetics exclusive to the Duke of Primrose's family here. This is a reward for our hard work in promotion." The door was knocked gently. "Yulia, I'm coming in." Yulia pushed her glasses up and looked toward the door. The Duchess walked in. The crowd at the storefront is truly spectacular. Thanks to your help in promoting it in high society, Mother. I just help a little. Oh, and the employees have all been very dedicated and hardworking. Yulia took off her glasses, a satisfied smile on her face. They all passed the training and tests, and their salaries that are also higher than other shops. The Duchess asked with concern, "With the business growing so fast, aren't you worried about a tight budget? If you need support, let me know anytime." Yulia pulled open a drawer. "No need, Mother. However, I do have a matter I'd like to ask for your help with." She handed over a letter. "Could you help me look at this letter I received a few days ago?" The content of the letter is about the upcoming Foundation Day celebration. The Duchess took the letter, her expression surprised. "Oh my, Yulia." Her eyes were earnest. "Can you handle the matter in the letter? I think it couldn't be more appropriate for you to serve as Princess Vivian's chaperone." The envelope read, "To Yulia. Primrose, to prepare for the upcoming Foundation Day celebration, Princess Vivian wishes to return to high society and therefore urgently needs a chaperone. A chaperone is someone responsible for looking after a young woman when she attends social events. The day of the Foundation Day celebration is the most important anniversary of the Empire. As night fell, almost all the nobles flocked to the royal palace's banquet. At this banquet, the nobles discussed business. That noble spoke up. "Long time no see, Baron Lubist. Regarding the trade we discussed last time." Another noble whispered, "By the way, the dress Madame Monksy is wearing today." They were once again chasing social trends, closely following the latest fashion directions. Two noble women converse softly. Right, His Highness Crown Prince Enoch is still as radiant as ever today. The Crown Prince stood before the throne, towards the continuous development of the Piast Empire. The crowd looked up at him. Despite being so young, he had already displayed an outstanding presence. A noble praised in a low voice. That's right. He and his father, the former Crown Prince, are completely different. His companion nervously stopped him. "My goodness. Keep your voice down, someone will hear." A noble woman gently fanned herself, but Princess Vivian is absent again. Another noblewoman chimed in. "Yes, I'm really curious what illness keeps her from showing her face." That noblewoman frowned. No matter how serious the illness, how can she keep missing the Foundation Day celebration? Another noblewoman agreed in a low voice. That's right. As a member of the royal family, she has her duties. This pair of siblings is truly worlds apart. His Highness the Crown Prince must be working so hard handling everything alone. The banquet hall suddenly became somewhat noisy. A noblewoman looked around in confusion. Ah, it's the Duchess of Primrose who has arrived. The Duchess that walked slowly into the hall, greeting everyone. Long time no see, everyone. I hope you've all been well. A noblewoman gently touched her neck. Right, there's someone I would like to introduce to you all. Another noblewoman, holding a fan, but asked curiously, who could it be? The Duchess revealed a mysterious smile. I think everyone will be very surprised. She stepped aside and gestured. Ah, she's coming over now. Vivian walked over slowly. Her dress trailed on the floor. A collective gasp echoed through the crowd. Fans slipped from hands. My goodness, that person is Princess Vivian. She was dressed in a light purple gown, smiling amidst the golden halo, looking like a classical oil painting. Her high heels lightly tapped the floor, making a crisp sound. She gave a slight nod to the crowd. Hello, everyone. Due to some special circumstances, I have only been able to make an appearance now. Her gaze swept across the room. I trust everyone has been well. A noble bowed respectfully. Your Highness, I hope you are in good health. She nodded slightly. Count Galen, it's been a long time. I hope all is well with you too. I've also heard about the new business your family recently started. The royal family has high hopes for it. The Count was flattered. I am deeply grateful, Your Highness. A noblewoman stepped forward. Princess, it truly has been a long time. Do you still remember me? She responded with a smile. It's Madame Laurent, isn't it? Indeed, it's been a long time. Madame Laurent was extremely pleasantly surprised. You still remember me. I can still clearly recall how you look in your childhood. It left such a deep impression. Not only is she beautiful, but her bearing is also extraordinary, and refined, truly worthy of being siblings. But at the end of the day, she's just a princess. A greenhouse flower raised in the palace, unlike Crown Prince Enoch. With a little flattery, she can be easily won over. This is an excellent opportunity to propose. Business to the royal family. Ah, the Duchess has temporarily. Left. I can't miss this chance. A hand raised a wine glass, reflecting the flickering lights. Princess Vivian. She turned to look at the two nobles who had just approached. You are the ones who greeted me earlier. The two nobles bowed excitedly. You still remember us. It is our utmost honor. One of them spoke eagerly. Your Highness, we have something very important that we must tell you. We recently discovered something of immense value. He leaned in a step and lowered his voice. Have you ever heard of Generales or Olenipin? Vivian looked thoughtful. Aren't they the ancient botanists who wrote famous works? As expected of the intelligent princess. Young nobles nowadays don't know these great figures. Then, you must also know about Isny Island, which they were interested in during their later years, right? The tropical island in the southwest of the empire? Very good, just push a little harder. A hint of calculation flashed in his eyes. Exactly. So, what we want to say is, would you be interested in investing? In the development of herbs on that island? If you are unsure, you can also mention this matter to His Highness the Crown Prince. Vivian's smile turned icy, asking me to invest without even a decent business proposal. Is this your usual way of making a pitch? The two nobles instantly froze. Well, you must have thought she was a naive princess who knew nothing of the world. That as long as you sweet-talked her, she would easily fall for it. I'm certainly not as well-versed in business as the Crown Prince, but if those herbs truly held such great value, it's impossible that they would have gone unnoticed until now. Vivian's eyes turned sharp. If you want the support of the royal family, at least. She cast a glance. Yes, at least show something real, like Yulia, who has recently become famous in the capital. Yulia's eyes were dim, and she remained silent. A few days ago, Yulia stood alone by the window. About the Foundation Day banquet, I think I won't go. Why? If you make a good impression this time, your reputation in high society can be completely turned around. Yulia lowered her eyes. Perhaps so, but this is your Highness's first appearance in a long time. Miss Yulia. She gently placed the teacup back on the table, making a crisp sound. You changed more than just my skin. When I thought the suffering was endless, you gave me hope and strength. Vivian's eyes shone with sincere light. This time, I hope you can give me the chance to become someone like you. So, don't worry, you must come. Just as I trust you, you should also try to trust me. The crystal chandelier in the banquet hall was dazzlingly bright. The attendant loudly announced, "Welcome, Miss Yulia Primrose." Princess Vivian was in the crowd. Yulia walked towards her. "Your Highness, I brought you a drink. Please enjoy." Damn it, to be rejected so directly. The noble cursed in a low voice from a distance. His companion asked in confusion, "But Your Highness, do you know Yulia Primrose?" Princess Vivian looked coldly at the two men. "Before you two approached her, did you really know that what kind of person she is?" She took a sip of her drink. "Baron Beaniat and Viscount Terran, your behavior just now was truly rude and shameful. I will definitely remember your names and faces." Vivian, Dot took Yulia's hand. "Let's go over there, Miss Yulia." Yulia responded obediently, "Yes, Your Highness." A smile appeared on Yulia's face. "It feels like I've really become friends with Her Highness. Besides Mother, now there's not another person who supports me." However, as she and Princess Vivian walked away side by side, the two nobles whispered in the distance, "How did those two become so close?" Who knows? Lyrica held Jixon's arm. "Are we late?" The attendant bowed respectfully. "Not all. Please come in." Jixon looked down and said, "You've worked hard." Then he led her into the dazzling light of the banquet hall. Mathis whispered to Lyrica, "I'm gonna meet a few people. I'll be right back." Yulia nodded. "Okay, brother." Lyrica walked towards them. "Oh my, long time no see, you two." She stood at the top of the stairs. "I heard you went to Nemanat Island last time. Was the trip pleasant?" The two nobles walked towards her. "Ah, Lyrica." "Miss Primrose." Lyrica smiled awkwardly. "Yes, the trip was very pleasant." Wait, she noticed something strange. Why are they reacting like this? It feels like they are. Got very uncomfortable talking to me. Before, as soon as our eyes met, they would desperately try to leave a good impression on me. They're here. Let's go quickly." The two people conversed in low voices. "I can't believe that person actually came here." They turned and left without even greeting me. Lyrica looked at their retreating backs in disbelief. "They left me behind to go see who? Who on earth is more important than me?" Her foot, Dot's steps abruptly stopped. Her gaze passed over the crowd, and she saw Yulia and Vivian chatting happily, their smiles radiant. "Right, it was the same last time too." Really? I didn't know that." The guests whispered to each other. "It seems two rising stars have appeared in the social circle." "That's right. Her Highness the Princess goes without saying. But Miss Yulia is also dazzling. Not only is she beautiful, but also elegant and noble." Lyrica listened to those praises. Enoch spoke with a smile. "Everyone is here. I've been looking for you all for a long time." That walked towards Yulia. "Miss Yulia, is the banquet food to your taste?" Yulia replied politely, "Yes, it's very delicious." Lyrica watched this scene from a distance. She can actually converse so naturally with His Highness the Crown Prince. The guests started gossiping again. "Don't the two of them look like a great match?" "I think so too." Lyrica watched them standing together. "It feels like looking at a painting." Yulia is the main character of tonight's banquet. Yulia took a deep breath. "The fresh air makes me feel alive again." She and Vivian stood on the balcony. "I don't even remember the last time I saw so many people." Vivian, Dot responded, "Me neither." Vivian sighed. "I really admire my brother. He has to deal with those nobles almost every day." Yulia reported to her, "Your Highness, I truly thank you for your help earlier. Not only did you stop the rumors about me, but you also mentioned Unit." Vivian replied calmly, "That's nothing to thank me for." Vivian continued, "I hope Unit can be known to the world, and it's not entirely for you. My brother has deep feelings for Unit. When I kept running away, he never stopped believing in me. So, I also want to help him. He hasn't been sleeping well lately and looks very tired." Yulia's eyes widened in surprise. "Is something wrong? You said he can't sleep?" Vivian hesitated for a moment. "Yes, he's always been busy with state affairs and various matters." But her words awakened Vivian's memories. Heavy rain pouring down, a carriage overturned. "My brother, and I don't really like summer." Vivian forced a relaxed tone. "I don't mind it. It will be fine once summer passes." Her expression was complex. Yulia looked down at her. "It seems you still care a lot. Worrying about me as if it were your own business without asking for the reason. You truly are a considerate person." Vivian, that smiled. "I've said it before. She's a very good person." A voice came from behind the door. "What are you talking about?" Enoch walked out. Vivian was startled. "Oh my, you scared me." Enoch chuckled lightly. "Haha. Sorry." He turned to Yulia. "Miss Yulia, thank you for accompanying Vivian tonight." Yulia responded with a smile. "I wouldn't call it accompanying. Thanks to Her Highness the Princess, I had a wonderful time." Enoch leaned in closer. "Being the princess's companion is an honor not just anyone can have." "Miss Yulia, you don't even dare to look me in the eyes now." "I saw you through the window earlier. When you were alone with Vivian, you looked very at ease." "No, I have to stop these useless thoughts." A voice that interrupted her thoughts. Excuse me, so everyone is here? The Duchess walked in. Welcome, Duchess of Primrose. Your Highness, I heard from Yulia. Thank you for your help with her business. Enoch smiled faintly. We're business partners. It's not a one-sided favor. In fact, I've learned a lot from her. Not only is she full of passion for her business and never slacks in her research, but she also possesses keen judgment, no less than that of a seasoned merchant. The Duchess laughed. Oh my, you must be saying this just because I'm here, but it's still very nice to hear. Enoch looked serious. No, Miss Yulia is truly worthy of respect. Yulia, struck by this sudden praise, she stood in place, her whole body seeming as if flowers were blooming. Respect. She snapped out of it. You flatter me. Yulia lowered her head in thought, but still, thank you for saying so. I have also learned a lot from your highness. In the night, the people on the balcony continued to converse. Yulia looked at Enoch. He indeed looked more tired than before. He said he hadn't slept. Well, she fell in a deep thought. Maybe I should look for useful flowers in the herbal book. If possible, to create something that surpasses mere beauty products. With my own strength alone, that it is impossible. Her thoughts drifted far away. A blurry figure surfaced in her memory. Is there anyone who can help me? The guests whispered. Haven't seen her in a social circle for a long time. Didn't even realize. Was Miss Yulia always this dazzling? Yeah, and who knew she was so close to His Highness the Crown Prince? This makes it even harder to approach her. Yeah, if I had known, I should have talked to her earlier. Lyrica hid behind the door, her nails digging deeply into her palms. Even my long-held dream of becoming the Crown Princess has been shattered so easily. Yulia, I hate you. I hate you enough to want you dead. She turned and rushed out of the banquet hall. Jixon's voice rang out behind her. Lyrica, where are you going? I won't just sit and wait for death anymore. A sapphire necklace fell. I will make you taste the same despair I felt. On the day of the Foundation Day celebration, Princess Vivian's appearance caused an uproar in high society. Especially when she mentioned Unit, the news spread like wildfire. Thanks to this incident from the crowd, an angry shout erupted. Hey, don't cut in line. Another person immediately retorted. Nonsense. I was here first and have been waiting. A clerk frantically reached out both hands, try to pacify the arguing customers. Dear customers, please line up. Every day, when the store opened, customers flocked in. A noblewoman shouted loudly, are there any moisturizing creams left? I want 3 bottles of sunscreen. Another customer raised a hand. Excuse me, look here. Her tone was urgent. I took a 10-hour boat ride just to get to Unit, and I have to share them with others when I go back. Pack 50 sets for me. The clerk was dumbfounded. That many? There were even customers from outside the empire who traveled from afar just to buy Unit's products. Meanwhile, at the knight's training ground, a flash of sword light swept past, and a wooden dummy snapped in two. Syrian sheathed his sword, letting out a long breath. A knight instructor approached, clapping his hands in admiration. Amazing. Your skills are growing day by day. Yulia calmly responded. Indeed, you've improved even more since the last time I saw you. Syrian's thoughts drifted. Yulia walked over with a smile. Sir Knight, that's enough training for today. The knight replied, Yes, miss. Yulia handed him a drink. Here, I brought something to drink. Syrian took the cup. Oh, thank you. Yulia sat beside him, her tone carrying a hint of teasing. You complain constantly, but you train quite diligently. He really is an unexpectedly diligent person. Syrian cleared his throat. Ahem. Anyway, aren't you two free? You've made so much money. You probably have time to rest now, even though you were already. Not the Duke's daughter and rich enough. Yulia's expression was indifferent. The Duke's money is not mine. It has nothing to do with me. Syrian didn't hold back. Is that so? The nobles I've seen that all spoil their children with money. Yulia's eyes were firm, bearing the name of the Primrose family. I cannot spend recklessly. Besides, my father doesn't even know about the business. In the Duke's estate, only my mother knows. I haven't told anyone else. She turned her face, looking sharply at Syrian. You have to keep a secret too, understand? Syrian was slightly startled. All right, I understand. Yulia picked up her drink. Even if I made a lot, I shouldn't be satisfied with just this. She gently swirled the cup. I plan to use the money I've earned to make a new investment. Syrian snapped his head around. What? You're expanding your business again? What if it fails and you lose all the money you just made? What then? Yulia raised her cup, her gaze looking into the distance. I won't give up my current business. I will keep doing it. I want to develop and launch more types of cosmetics, but I also want to try some different directions. To be honest, I've been considering that direction for a long time because a name that always lingers in my mind. Danite Benarton. Before I was given a second life, that was a lonely time of imprisonment, bearing the infamy of a villainess. A maid walked in. Miss Yulia, a guest has come to visit and is waiting for you in the parlor. Let's go together. Someone. I came to see me. Who could it be? The maid continued. They requested a private meeting with you. I will take my leave now. Yulia walked into the parlor, a hint of doubt rising in her heart. A stranger, wearing a cloak, stood there with her back to her. The woman slowly took off her hood, revealing a face she had never seen before. She turned around and softly asked, "Excuse me, are you Miss Yulia Primrose?" Yulia nodded in confirmation. "Yes, I am. May I ask who you are?" Before she could finish her sentence, Yulia's pupils suddenly contracted. The strange woman abruptly fell to her knees, tightly grabbing Yulia's hands. "Miss, I beg you, please help me." Yulia was startled by this sudden action. What? What is going on? The strange woman's tone was urgent. "I apologize, Miss Primrose. It is an emergency." She raised her head and introduced herself. "My name is Danite Bernardin. I'm an alchemist. To be frank, I came here wanting to borrow the power of your blessing, to save many lives." Yulia was shocked. "Wait, how do you know I have the power of blessing?" "But if you're an alchemist," flames burned in Yulia's mind. "I roughly understand why you came late at night. How did you know about my blessing?" Danite's eyes dodged. "I'm sorry. I can't explain right now. I promise I will explain next time." She stood up. "More importantly, I urgently need a few herbs." Danite handed over a piece of paper. "I wonder if your blessing can help cultivate these herbs?" Yulia gripped the paper tightly, her heart skipping a beat. She stared at Danite. "You know that cultivating these herbs is strictly forbidden, right? How dare you make such a request? What if I report you?" Danite lowered her head. "I know. That's why I came risking my life. But I can't just watch people suffer anymore. You're my last hope, miss." Yulia fell silent. She took a deep breath. "All right, I understand. We will officially meet and talk in detail next time. I need time to consider, and it's too late now. Unfortunately, I died before our next meeting. Even after my rebirth, the memories of that moment lingered. I was curious about what she was researching, so I kept recalling the list of herbs she gave me, and finally found the answer." The pen tip scratched across the paper, writing down a word: "Elixir of life. It can turn stone into gold, heal all wounds, and even grant eternal life. The pinnacle of alchemy." It sounds absurd, but if it were true, a world that no longer needs to rely on priests or saints, that might be possible. Danite seemed convinced that she could complete it. I was curious where her confidence came from. "All right, I think it's time to set off. Get ready to Syrian." Syrian looked at her in confusion. "Where are we going so suddenly?" Yulia lifted her skirt and turned to walk. "Since I've made a fortune, it's time to splurge like a madman. This time, I want to find her first." In the bustling imperial capital, that crowded street, deep within a seemingly ordinary alley, a tavern was hidden. The tavern was filled with a cacophony of voices and the patrons were raising their glasses and drinking heartily. A secret unknown to the public was hidden here. "Boss, another glass of beer." Behind that door was, "Damn it, it's noisier than usual today." "Forget it, we finally managed to gather together. At least everyone is safe. That's a comfort." An underground space. The secret stronghold of the Alchemist Guild. "How is the patient you're treating?" "Not so good. Herbs are really hard to come by lately." A bald man passed over a small pouch. "Try this." Although it was shabby here, the alchemists gathered had high enthusiasm. This was the only place where they could speak freely, a hidden sanctuary for their identities. The guild master clapped his hands. "All right, everyone, please be quiet. I called you all here today to announce something important." "Is it good news?" "Yes, guild master." The guild master looked serious. "To be honest, my health is deteriorating day by day. I have been looking for a successor." He pushed up his glasses. Just then, a very suitable candidate appeared. Footsteps sounded. "However, the successor is very busy, so a representative came today. Please come in, Lady Yulia Primrose." Yulia looked composed, her hands folded in front of her. Doubts erupted from the crowd. How can a noble be the guild master? She must have ulterior motives. "I will never accept this." Syrian whispered to Yulia, "The opposition is too strong. Let's go back for now." Yulia raised her hand to stop him. "Wait, Syrian. It's natural for them to resist an outsider suddenly becoming the guildmaster." A man in the crowd roared, "Are you trying to use us and then sell us out?" "Exactly. How can we trust a noble? Coupled with my status as a noble, their resistance would only be stronger, especially when they remembered the incident that forced them into hiding. In the past, alchemists were highly respected, and many nobles actively supported their research. The initial goal was to create gold, but they eventually became researchers and experimenters in various fields needed by society. Until one day, a gasp, a beaker shattered, splashing green liquid. "What happened? Are you okay?" An alchemist fell to the ground, and the others rushed toward. "Got him. Are you hurt anywhere? I'm not hurt. It's just that I smelled a strange odor in the reagent. When I leaned in to smell it, smoke suddenly billowed out. I was startled and fell. He pointed to the shattered pieces on the ground, but strangely, I don't feel any pain at all. What? This mysterious reagent immediately became a hot topic in the Alchemist Guild. An alchemist spoke at a meeting. I believe this is a revolutionary discovery. Now surgeries won't require priests to alleviate pain. Commoners can't afford priests and often have to rely on medicine to endure it. The alchemists hoped to distribute this anesthetic to the public. An alchemist announced loudly to the crowd, "Everyone, I introduce to you the anesthetic." Confused voices came from the crowd. Anesthetic? What is that? The alchemist turned to a woman. "Now I will prick you lightly with a needle. Because you have been anesthetized, you won't feel any pain." The woman agreed nervously. "Okay." The woman's face showed pleasant surprise. "Oh my God. It really doesn't hurt at all." Gasps of amazement erupted from the crowd. "What? Really?" Many people rejoiced. A new era had arrived. The crowd cheered. From now on, treating injuries won't require enduring pain anymore. That's right. We won't have to beg those priests anymore. But some were dissatisfied with this. Several cloaked priests watched coldly from the shadows. One of them whispered, "Go report to the high priest." The dissatisfied ones were precisely the priests. The high priest stood before the crowd and solemnly declared, "Children of the merciful God of Athens, alchemists are heretics who worship demons. They deny the existence of God. Their so-called anesthetic. That is nothing but a drug to deceive us." Fear began to spread through the crowd. "Oh my God, that's terrible." "Yeah, that strange thing must be bad for the body." People whispered, "In that case, we can't. Don't let those alchemists run unchecked." "That's right. Let's take this opportunity to punish those suspicious alchemists and show our faith to the God of Athens." Eventually, the alchemist who developed the anesthetic disappeared. The others were branded with the mark of heresy, reduced to fugitives. Nobles also withdrew their support one after another. Many alchemists abandoned their profession. A man whispered disdainfully, "What does a young lady know about alchemy?" Another man chimed in, "If we don't produce gold according to her wishes, she'll probably turn against us." The guild master tried to pacify the crowd. "Everyone, she is here to help the guild after all," saying that is a bit too much. Yulia gently held his hand, her gaze calm. "It's all right, guild master. The reason these people stay in the guild is because they have pride and a sense of responsibility for their skills and profession. They have a strong desire to help others. As long as I can convey the same thought, I can." That convinced them. Yulia's eyes dimmed. "Actually, a few months ago, I almost lost my mother. Someone maliciously fed her lead, bit by bit. Fortunately, I stopped it before the situation worsened. To save her, I studied a vast amount of herbs. I thought if I can use this knowledge properly, I can be like how I saved my mother. And help more people." A bald man crossed his arms, his tone carrying doubt. "So, you became interested in alchemy. I understand." But he changed his subject. "As the guild master, what can you bring us?" Yulia's voice was calm and confident. "I will explain it to everyone right now." She extended her finger, green magical light gathering at her fingertip. "Please look at where I'm pointing." The crowd looked in the direction she was pointing, their faces full of confusion. "What?" The bald man's face was full of shock. What? In an abandoned flower pot, a red flower suddenly bloomed. "What on earth is going on?" Yulia's hands were surrounded by a green glow. She explained with a smile, "I used the blessing of growth to make it bloom. With this ability, there is no plant I cannot accelerate the growth of." Hey! That man suddenly realized the blessing of growth. "I remember now. I heard that children with special abilities are born in the Primrose family." "Yes, I remember the young master has the blessing of discernment. So the mist also possesses power." Yulia's voice echoed in the room. "With this blessing, I can cultivate the herbs needed for research. You no longer need to risk your lives to obtain those forbidden plants. Moreover," she turned behind her. "Syrian, can you take out what I asked of you?" Syrian placed the suitcase on the table. With a click, the suitcase was opened. The crowd gasped, "Oh my God." Golden light radiated from the suitcase, spilling out. That were all gold coins. "These are all gold coins. I've never seen so many gold coins in my life." Yulia's voice that became gentle. "I heard that due to various difficulties, you had to postpone many research projects. Whether it's research materials or funding, I will spare no effort to support you. The only condition is that you devote yourselves entirely to your research." She reached out her hand, her eyes shining with confident light. "What does everyone think of this proposal?" A man abruptly raised his hand. "I have no objections." "Me neither." A young member nudged the bald man with his elbow. Hey, weren't you strongly opposed just now? The bald man cleared his throat. Ahem, what are you talking about? The guildmaster stepped forward and announced, then from now on, our new guildmaster and vice guildmaster will lead us. Applause. Dot thundered. Everyone shouted in unison. We'll be in your care from now on. Yulia's gaze swept across the room. But who was that person in the corner? From earlier, she has been silently looking around. Does she have something to say to me? I was planning to visit Miss Yulia. I didn't expect her to come here first. Regardless, this is a godsend opportunity. I can finally complete that elixir. In the office on the second floor of Unit, as soon as summer ends, the autumn products must hit the market. I've organized some ideas. This time, I want to focus on developing moisturizing and exfoliating products to prepare for the cold, dry weather. Thank you for your hard work. It seems we'll be busy with research and development again. Indeed, but thanks to the greenhouse built by your highness, things are much easier. Zulia Zonda, saw thee. Enoch smiled and waved his hand. It's all right. Have you been? Too tired lately? Well, recently I've been researching new cosmetics and having regular meetings with the alchemists. I'm so busy I can barely catch my breath. I think it's just because business is too busy and I haven't been able to sleep well. Enoch looked at her silently. She says it lightly, but she must be very tired. If only she could find someone to confide in when she's having a hard time. He subconsciously pressed his temples. However, I don't seem to have the right to talk about others. Yulia looked at him quietly. She softly proposed, let's end today's meeting here. Enoch nodded in agreement. All right. Yulia stopped him. By the way, before you go, she took out a ribbon-tied box from behind her and handed it over. Could you test this out for me? Enoch took the box. Is it a newly developed cosmetic? Yes. I named it a room spray. It contains a fragrance that helps relax the body and mind. I want to test its effects before officially launching it. I have already confirmed it is harmless to the human body, so don't worry. I just want you to see if it really has a calming effect. Enoch looked down at the box. A moment later, a warm smile spread across his face. Leave it to me. Mississippi outside the palace doors. Several servants were pressing against the crack of the door, eavesdropping. One of them whispered a complaint. Seriously, he's like this again this summer. Another chimed in. Not only does he not sleep well, but he also works nonstop. It's really worrisome. Sometimes looking at him like that, I even doubt if he's human. If he ruins his health like this, should I go invite Princess Vivian? Inside the study, Enoch was still immersed in work, the quill pen rustling on the paper. I'm afraid not today. She went to a social gathering and said she would be back very late tonight. I'll leave brother to you all today. Oh dear. He suddenly stopped his pen and looked up at the door. Oh dear. He sighed tiredly and leaned back in his chair. It's all because of me that they worry so much. To keep them from worrying, I should at least pretend to get a good night's sleep. But that's not easy. The chandelier on the ceiling flickered. Damn summer. Enoch closed his eyes. As soon as he closed his eyes, he could hear the sound of rain. A once familiar place now felt strange. When I turned around, a gentle voice echoed in the dark. You must have had a hard time. Enoch, don't be afraid. Come to me. Enoch suddenly woke up with a start, cold sweat soaking his clothes. He gasped for air, his heart pounding wildly. That dream again. Enoch trembled violently. It was raining outside the window, just like that day. He suddenly couldn't breathe. The smell of the accident scene seemed to well up once again. That smell. Wait, he suddenly remembered. Miss Yulia's room spray. Enoch picked up the purple perfume bottle and gently pressed the nozzle. A soothing fragrance that relaxed the body and mind diffused into the air. Is it lavender? My favorite scent. He took a deep breath, his tense nerves gradually relaxing. I really calmed down. This fragrance seemed to gently envelop me. Enoch closed his eyes, immersed in this momentary peace. Vivian's urgent call came. Brother. Enoch lifted his head from the desk. Vivian? Vivian breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. I was worried you had fainted. Enoch was a bit surprised. You're back earlier than I expected. Vivian walked to the window. It suddenly started raining heavily outside. I was worried, so I came back early. But when I got here, you were sleeping soundly like a child. It really surprised me. After all, no matter how tired you are, you never used to sleep on rainy days. Enoch picked up the perfume bottle. This is all thanks to the room spray Miss Yulia gave me. She said spraying it in the room can relieve physical and mental fatigue. But I think the effect is better than expected. Vivian sniffed the air. Now that you mention it, there is indeed a pleasant scent here. She recognized the smell, and it's your favorite lavender, right? Vivian's eyes carried a hint of scrutiny. Did she give this to you as a gift? Enoch smiled slightly. No, she just asked me to test it before its release. Vivian's gaze fell on the exquisite box. And she packed it in this box for you? Yes. Vivian crossed her arms. Just for a test, she used such beautiful packaging and so accurately picked out your favorite scent. She suddenly widened her eyes, as if figuring something out. Vivian chuckled. Miss Yulia has an unexpectedly cute side, too. Enoch, that looked confused. Vivian's smile was meaningful. This spray wasn't made just for testing. I'm sure of it. She definitely made it for you, brother. Enoch's cheeks flushed slightly. He looked at the perfume bottle in his hand, a ripple stirring in his heart. For me? Yulia's shop had been open for a full month. Today, business was suspended because they had to report to the Imperial Commerce Guild on their performance. Yulia reported to the guild members pre-orders for the upcoming mosquito repellent cream for pregnant women that are pouring in. We want to donate a portion of the sales to pregnant women in need. She proposed her idea. We are considering launching a donation campaign. I'd like to hear everyone's opinions. Enoch smiled in approval. This is truly a brilliant idea. He gazed at Yulia. Sometimes I feel you care more about the people than I do. Yulia's cheeks flushed with a red hue. She pulled down her hood. You flatter me. Such sudden praise. Yulia continued to promote the campaign widely. We need some help. Are there any good foundations that could support us? A guild member suggested, I know a perfect candidate. We can contact Baron Polis's foundation. He has always been dedicated to women's welfare. I believe he will gladly accept. The bell chimed. It's getting late. Let's wrap it up here for today. Thank you for your hard work, everyone. The meeting ended. As everyone was leaving one after another, a member suddenly spoke up. Speaking of donations, I'm reminded of a recent report. Lately, the temple has been secretly embezzling donations meant for other welfare foundations. This is truly a problem, but we can't just rashly search the temple either. Yulia listened silently, her face under the hood. Thoughtful. Enoch approached her. Guild Master, do you have any plans for tonight? Yulia bowed slightly. Your Highness the Crown Prince, I have no other plans. Enoch extended an invitation. Then let's have dinner together nearby. Yulia hesitated a bit. Is this a guild dinner? Then during the meal, I must take off my hood. I'm afraid that might be inconvenient. Enoch leaned in close, his voice gentle. You don't need to worry about that. With a smile in his eyes, let's go. Just the two of us. Yulia's heart skipped a beat. Just the two of us eating together? The carriage bumped along the cobblestone road. Yulia sat in the carriage, frustratedly pulling her hood tighter. I should have refused if I knew. How'd I end up agreeing in a daze? But she peeked, got at Enoch opposite her. Seeing that face, how could I possibly say no? Enoch noticed her gaze and slightly turned his head. Miss Yulia, is there something on my face? Yulia shook her head vigorously. And no. The carriage stopped in front of a magnificent building. An attendant's voice came from outside. Your Highness, we have arrived. Enoch responded. Thank you for your hard work. He turned to Yulia. Let's go in. Mississippi Yulia's heart tightened as he held her hand. And Machem. She looked around. The restaurant was filled with couples. Is it my imagination? It seems like there are only couples here. Enoch seemed to see through her thoughts and smiled reassuringly. I booked a private room. Don't worry. Yulia finally breathed a sigh of relief. Okay. Enoch instructed outside the door. Please knock before serving the food. The attendant complied. The two took their seats in the private booth. Yulia took off her hood and looked around at the elegant decor. This restaurant is really nice. Enoch smiled. It's all right. The food here is also delicious. Please look forward to it. He continued, you must be surprised by the sudden invitation. I wanted to treat you to a meal to express my gratitude. Yulia picked up her wine glass. Somewhat confused, gratitude. Yulia suddenly realized, the room spray. He seemed to be in a good mood today. I'm so glad it helped. Do you like that scent? Enoch explained, yes. Thanks to it, I had a good night's sleep for the first time in months. Yes, it surprisingly suited my taste. At this level of perfume, I think that it can be directly put on the market. Yulia was a little embarrassed. This? I plan to do more research first. I need a scent that's suitable for the general public than the one I gave you. Enoch chuckled lightly. Haha. Vivian said something similar, saying it's a scent only I would like. He gazed at her. I found myself thinking about it all night. Enoch's gaze was gentle. The room spray. I even wondered that if she really made it just for me. Yulia's cheeks flushed. I originally wanted to make something to relieve fatigue, but unconsciously mixed in the scent His Highness usually. Uses. Was I unconsciously chasing him? Yulia shook her head vigorously. No, pull yourself together, Yulia. He is the first person to treat me so well. He invited me to dinner, so naturally, he probably does the same with other young ladies. Yulia's fingers twisted together uneasily. We're just business partners, however. A knock came from the door. The attendant pushed the dining cart in. Your meal has arrived. The table was filled with exquisite food. Yulia gathered her courage. Your Highness, if it isn't impolite, may I ask you a question? Yulia cut a piece of food and looked up. May I ask why you haven't been sleeping well lately? Perhaps I can help. Enoch's fingertips lightly touched his cheek. Lost in thought, he lowered his hand. Do you remember what those staff members were talking about before we left, Yulia? Yulia recalled the moments before leaving. Recently, there are rumors that the temple is secretly embezzling donations from other charities. Yulia confirmed. Do you mean the conversation about the priests and the donations? Enoch forked a piece of meat. Yes, not long ago. Some priests came to the palace to discuss temple matters. It's very dangerous. I usually avoid this topic. He put down his fork, his gaze turning serious. But since I trust you, Miss Yulia, I will tell you. It's about what has been happening at the temple recently. Enoch picked up his teacup. Miss Yulia, are you familiar with the Waffen Temple? Yulia stirred her tea. I haven't been there personally, but my mother used to go there often for treatment. Enoch's expression was serious. In a sense, they are deeply intertwined with the peace and order of this country. Too deeply. White doves flutter their wings. Waffen Temple, the Piast Empires, that largest religious force, its power can rival the royal family. Their prayer meetings always attract countless believers, especially the rich. And nobles, who are almost never absent. Even commoners suffering from illnesses gather there, but are only allowed to enter on special occasions. A priest's voice echoed in the hall. Today, may the god of Waffen guide us and forever protect the Piast Empire. On the surface, they seem to be just an ordinary religion, but the priest opened his arms. Today's special sacrifice begins now. Those in need of grace, please step forward. A noblewoman, tremblingly stepped forward and placed a bag of gold coins on the altar. The priest smiled and asked, "Thank you for your dedication. What do you need, Grace?" The noblewoman bowed her head and prayed, "I feel like I've gotten more wrinkles lately." The priest's fingers lightly touched her cheek. "Great Waffen, please bestow your blessing upon Lady Brunella." A golden light enveloped the noblewoman, and her skin instantly regained its radiance. The noblewoman was ecstatic. "Oh my God, I feel 5 years younger. Thank you, God of Waffen." Another noble bent over in pain. "Oh, my back. I want to receive grace quickly too." They are also a group of merchants, using the priest's divine power for profit. One of their important businesses is dispatching priests to the battlefield. A priest in a tent injected divine power into a wounded soldier's body. The wounded soldier groaned in pain. Another priest comforted him, "Please endure it a little longer. You'll get better soon." As the divine power surged in, the wounded soldier groaned in pain again. A temple staff member recorded on a document, "This soldier's treatment fee is recorded as 500,000 saran. They charge the royal family exorbitant fees for treating soldiers. In this world, true healing is controlled by the priests, so the royal family dares not underestimate them." However, just a few weeks ago, an official greeted someone in front of the palace. "You have arrived, High Priest Severino. I am the imperial administrator for this quarter, Count Conrad." A priest bowed to him. "May the grace of Waffen be with you." The high priest of the Waffen Temple, Severino. He appears pure and gentle, but Count Conrad looked at the mountain of documents. "What is it this time?" Severino smiled faintly. "I apologize for the sudden visit during your busy schedule. But isn't the priest dispatch period we negotiated last time supposed to last until this winter?" Count Conrad folded his hands. "Yes, that's correct. The royal family has always been grateful for the temple's efforts." Severinos. That smile hid a hint of calculation. "Gratitude. I'm not entirely sure if this gratitude is sincere." Count Conrad narrowed his eyes. "What do you mean by that?" Severino changed the subject. "This summer is exceptionally hot, isn't it? Moreover, our priests face bloodied and mangled soldiers all day long, suffering great mental torment." He rubbed his fingers together. "So, it would be nice if you could show a little more gratitude." Count Conrad looked troubled. "Don't we pay the treatment fees and extra compensation every month? Furthermore, the amount has already increased compared to the last contract." Severino's tone became sharp. "Is divine power an ordinary thing? In ordinary families, people have to wait in line for months to receive grace. Every time priests are dispatched, the temple suffers huge losses. In a sense, we are sacrificing for the Piast Empire." Count Conrad leaned forward. "Recently we received reports that the treatments have been perfunctory. Is this your intention? So what exactly do you want?" Severino gave a light chuckle. "It's nothing major. We just want to slightly change the billing method. Instead of charging by the number of soldiers, we will calculate based on the dispatch period." His words carried hypocritical concern. "Haven't we always done our best to treat the soldiers? Sincerely caring. for their exhausted bodies and minds. He pushed a document across the desk. This is the newly drafted dispatch contract. Please take a look. Severino's tone turned icy cold. If these terms are hard to accept, future dispatches, that might be very difficult. His words had a hidden meaning, knowing full well that if our army's front lines were pushed back, the local civilians would suffer immensely. Count Conrad clenched his fists, veins popping out. To think that those who serve the gods would trade with people's lives. It's truly appalling. Fortunately, His Highness the Crown Prince is not here. Severino turned to leave. When the temple prospers, the god of Wafn will naturally be pleased, which will ultimately make the empire prosper. This trade is not a loss. He stopped at the door. I will give you some time. I hope you make a wise decision. After hearing the story, Yulia said, so that's how it is. Enoch's voice echoed in the teacup. We must protect the hard-working soldiers and citizens, but the temple's increasingly insolent demands keep me up at night. If we accept their conditions, they will only become worse in the future. Enoch rested his hand on his forehead, exhausted. But if we cut ties with them, the country will fall into danger. I really can't think of a good countermeasure. It's deeply worrying. Yulia lowered her eyes. Pondering for a moment, she picked up her teaspoon and stirred gently. Actually, I also have a secret. I've been funding the Alchemist Guild recently. A glimmer of light flashed in Yulia's eyes. While researching, I thought how wonderful it would be if we had medicines to cure diseases, and not just cosmetics. Enoch looked surprised. I remember the anesthetic they invented a long time ago. At that time, due to the temple's opposition, the invention was completely buried. I think, if given support, they could soar. Yulia continued. Although it has just begun, we are already seeing initial results. For example, daily medicines for treating headaches or aiding digestion. The materials are easy to get and the cost is low. Enoch's eyes turned solemn. Miss Yulia, do you know that just associating with them is very dangerous? After that incident, many people went missing. Yulia responded calmly. I know. Yulia's gaze was firm. But sometimes I believe we must take bold risks and invest, especially at crucial moments when the world needs to change. I intended to keep this a secret until it succeeded, but I thought this might ease your worries. I have only told this to you, Your Highness the Crown Prince. If the results go well, I will explain in more detail later. Enoch interrupted her. Miss, that Alchemist Guild, I want to see it. Would you be willing to take me there? Nightfall shrouded the magnificent palace. Snowflakes fell silently. Knock, knock. A knock sounded, and the door opened. Count Conrad leaned in and respectfully asked, Your Highness the Crown Prince, did you call for me? I heard you have something to say regarding the temple negotiations. Regarding that negotiation, Enoch turned to look out the window. He ordered, delay the negotiation for a few months at all costs. Count Conrad's eyes widened slightly. Have you thought of a good solution? Enoch didn't turn around, just silently gazed at the night sky. Today, I found the light of the Empire's destiny that was once lost in the darkness. A ray of hope that will guide it. Towards the light, in the darkness, a heavy wooden door was firmly locked with a bolt. This is it, a cafe named Tion Tion. Yulia and Enoch stood at the door, followed by several cloak-wearing guards. Yulia explained softly. At first glance, it looks like an ordinary tea house. I bought the entire building and disguised it as a tea house. Yulia winked playfully, but this is not just an ordinary tea house. Let's go in and take a look. The doorbell chimed softly. A woman wearing glasses came forward enthusiastically holding a teapot. Welcome. Ah, you're here. She turned to Yulia. How is the response to this tea today? Very good. The woman pointed to a customer not far away. That customer just ordered a cup. Do you want to check it out? That's today's special tea. It can relieve headaches. In the teacup, the amber tea broth. Steamed. A lady picked up the teacup and took a gentle sip. Wow, how refreshing. I feel like my mind is cleared up. Yulia explained in a low voice to Enoch. We are testing a headache medicine made from mulberry leaves and ginger, disguised as a drink to reduce people's wariness. She turned to lead the way. Now, I will officially show you around the laboratory. This way, please. Yulia lifted the curtain behind a hidden door. A hint of surprise flashed in Enoch's eyes. This is the laboratory of the Alchemist Guild. The room was filled with books and scrolls. Various alchemical materials were scattered on the tables. We provide all the necessary support for alchemy. Yulia continued to introduce. Many researches used to be stuck in the theoretical stage. Now, with a safe place and laboratory, the progress is very significant. An alchemist poured powder into a cup. Let me see the cough medicine you are developing. Another alchemist handed over a cup of water and medicinal powder. This is a refined mixture of magnolia buds and flower stalks. Swallow it in one gulp with water. He opened his mouth and took the powder, gently touching his throat to feel the effect. This is amazing. My respiratory tract feels stable, but the phlegm hasn't subsided. The alchemist picked up a pen and quickly recorded on the parchment. Understood. I will look for more ingredients to add. Yulia praised. It seems your research on cough medicine has made great progress. An alchemist looked up. Miss Primrose, you're here. This is all thanks to the raw materials you collected for us. He looked curiously at Enoch. Who is this person beside you? Yulia smiled and introduced. That's right, a friend who is looking for new investment opportunities. Oh, a guest. The alchemists immediately got excited, their footsteps chaotic. An alchemist eagerly stepped forward. Do you want to see the data I've been researching? You definitely won't regret investing in us. Another alchemist added, thanks to Miss Primrose's support, we were able to complete so many medicines. Although they are still simple at the moment, we plan to quickly develop amazing results. Yulia raised her hand to calm everyone. All right, everyone, please calm down. I will persuade him properly. Please return to your seats and continue your research. The alchemist responded in unison. We trust you. Mississippi Yulia handed Enoch a roll of parchment. This is a rough research plan. If the royal family has any specially needed medicines, please let us know at any time. I plan to use a portion of Unit Cosmetics profits for drug research. Enoch unrolled the parchment, his gaze sweeping over the text. This is indeed amazing. He looked up. But how do you plan to commercialize this? This is different from cosmetics. The method will be much more difficult. Ever since the anesthetic incident, the public has been very wary of medicines. Not to mention, the temple will obviously intervene. Yulia's eyes were firm. We already have a plan. Don't we have Unit? Since we have already introduced the concept of applying something to sunburned skin through after-sun repair cream. The first step is to introduce medicines that can be applied directly to wounds. Unit has already established a firm foothold in the empire, so even the priests of the temple cannot easily interfere. A confident smile tugged at the corners of Yulia's mouth. Even under pressure, I will absolutely not stop. Enoch's gaze peered out from under his hood. He looked at Yulia's determined profile. If it can help many people, then we must do it, right? Enoch's expression was somewhat helpless, yet carried a hint of relief. I really can't win against you, Mississippi. You always exceed my expectations. I'll say it again. This is a massive gamble that could cost you your life. He looked at the documents on the table. But if it succeeds, the world will be completely changed. Enoch reached out his hand to help us achieve that goal. No, not representing the royal family, but Enoch Piast, will bet everything to support the Alchemist Guild. Yulia's eyes widened slightly. She gazed at him. She reached out and gently grasped Enoch's hand. I will not let you down. Once again, I humbly request your guidance. Yulia's voice was full of determination. I will do my utmost. When his warmth touched me, countless memories flooded my mind. From the day we first met at the funeral, to Vivian becoming cheerful because of Yulia, to today, where she illuminated the painful and dark corners of my heart. Enoch's thoughts were interrupted by the butler's voice. I will explain the details later, but for now, no matter what, please stop them. Understood. The butler bowed and took the order. Enoch made a vow in his heart. No matter what, I must protect her radiant smile. Protect this person who guides me. Meanwhile, at the Avafni temple, the priest stood in a row in terror. A voice roared, "You call this a financial report? The income has been cut right in half." High Priest Severino slammed his fist hard on the table. "You bastards! Give me a full and detailed report." A priest answered tremblingly, "Yes. Recently, a cosmetic shop called Unit opened. Many nobles have stopped coming. Even the young heirs who usually come for skincare after their summer training in the south have. Damn that bastard Count Conrad. He hasn't contacted us for weeks." Severino was furious. "Thoroughly investigate that shop Unit. As soon as you find anything suspicious, destroy it immediately." The door was suddenly pushed open violently. A priest rushed in. "High Priest Severino." Severino roared impatiently. "What is it now?" The priest stammered, that. "A young lady has come looking for you." She collapsed on the empty steps of the temple, saying that these past few days, that she has had a splitting headache. Lyrica held her head with both hands, her body trembling from severe pain. She suddenly looked up, her eyes filled with terror and agony. "Something sticky is clinging to my head and won't let go. The weather is so nice. Summer is almost over. Thanks to the sunscreen, I felt very at ease this summer. At Count Miranda's outdoor social ball. By the way, did you hear? The Avafni Temple has launched a limited edition massage oil to support activities for pregnant women. The magic artist Radburn participated, and some of the bottles were even glass crafted by his own hands. But they say it's harder to buy than plucking stars from the sky. If they're selling it, they should set a sky-high price and only sell to nobles. However, no one can give up Avafni's products. Lyrica sat quietly, listening to their conversation. Now, everyone treats me as if I'm invisible. I never thought I would come to such a remote bathroom. In the past, I was always the center of the social circle. How'd I fall to this point? Lyrica irritably pressed her temples. So annoying. Why do I have to be treated like this? A voice interrupted her thoughts. Miss Primrose, Miss Lyrica, Lady Pachira, do you have that limited edition massage oil? Lyrica forced a smile on no. They don't even bother to greet me properly now. A noble lady whispered, my fiancé said that young Master Jixin always gets new products in advance. Isn't that arranged by Miss Yulia? Miss Lyrica? Lyrica barely maintained her smile. Ah, my skin has never had any problems. Damn these idiots. They never dared to speak to me like this before. Without commissions, they couldn't even save their own skin. Lyrica's fingers gripped the armrest of the chair tightly. A noble lady continued to press. Since you are naturally beautiful, could you help us get some limited edition massage oil? I heard the Duchess has a good relationship with Unit, so it should be possible, right? How is that possible? I heard that after the Duchess was kicked out, she hasn't spoken a word to her. That woman originally pretended to have nothing and went head-to-head with me, but now she is making a fortune from Unit, while I have nothing. Another noble lady asked hypocritically, could it be because of that flower incident? So it's hard to ask. Lyrica's pupils shrank. Please, even so, she should listen to her sister's request, right? Or is it that she doesn't treat her as a sister at all? The surrounding noble ladies chuckled and exchanged malicious glances. Lyrica stood up abruptly. She looked down at their astonished faces, her voice turning icy. You're talking about the limited edition massage oil, right? A twisted smile appeared on her face. I will bring it to you at the next gathering. Lyrica turned and left, leaving behind a dead silence. Yulia walked alone in the empty corridor, the sunlight dazzling. Is everyone doing well? Yulia stood on the balcony, the breeze ruffling her silver hair. She softly spoke, I'm doing very well. Yulia carried a basket of gifts. This is something I put a lot of thought into preparing. The children gathered around. Miss Yulia, long time no see. Wow, thank you. A male servant stepped forward and asked, there's nothing special going on today, right? Ah, by the way, young Master Jixin took Miss Lyrica to a social gathering today. I heard the young ladies there all asked her to get some limited edition products. Yulia's smile froze. Oh, something unexpected has happened. The situation has become interesting. Sister, the pathetic look really suits you best. Without a single person by your side, do you really think you can secretly get anything? After all, she is the one who tried every possible way to torment me. Now the people around her are all claiming to help me. This is really... Thank you for telling me. I will bring more supplements next time. Please don't hesitate to take them. A hint of mockery flashed in Yulia's eyes. Thank you so much, but it's truly unfortunate for you. You can never get this thing on your own. Since things have come to this, how about I ask for you? Damn it, what should I do? The gathering is only 3 days away. Lyrica collapsed on the bed, burying her head in her arms. Why did I make such a promise? But I absolutely cannot let those idiots look down on me. Normally, I would have the servants do it, but those fools have all been hanging around Yulia lately. I can't trust them at all. And of all times, Father is away on a business trip again. Lyrica paced around the room. Jixin won't do. He'll only make my situation worse. And that woman's personal maid. Lyrica stopped in her tracks. A thought flashed by. Every time I go to him for help, he says he needs to think about it, and then I never hear from him again. He's definitely doing it on purpose. Lyrica gripped the bedsheets tightly. Damn it, why do I have to live looking at others' faces? Damn everything. Lyrica frustratedly smashed her pillow onto the floor. She suddenly looked up. Wait, even if it's a limited edition, aren't the contents just ordinary massage oil, right? That's it. A sly gleam flashed in Lyrica's eyes. She grabbed an empty bottle from the table. As long as I fill it with ordinary massage oil, no one will be able to tell. Lyrica took out several empty bottles from her jewelry box. These should be enough. A maid walked over carrying a tea tray. Miss Lyrica, are you going out? Lyrica hastily hid the bottles behind her back. I left something at the tailor shop. The maid asked with concern, "Are you going alone? Let me call an escort night for you." Lyrica forced a smile. "No need. I'll be right back. Don't worry." She lowered her voice, "And don't tell anyone." I went out. The maid watched her hurriedly leaving figure, deep in thought. Yulia sat at her desk, her quill pen dipped in ink. Finally found this week's records. She unrolled the long parchment. I didn't expect the response to the limited edition massage oil to be so huge. As expected of Enoch, I'm really glad I partnered with him. Yulia rested her chin on one hand, a smile tugging at the corner of her mouth. I wonder how Lyrica is doing now. Without servants, that girl can't do anything. How could she possibly get her hands on it? I really want to see her panicked face when she falls. Suddenly, a sharp scream pierced the silence. "Hey, call your boss out right now." Yulia jerked her head up, looking toward the door in astonishment. "Your cosmetics almost made me go blind." Yulia stood up. "What's going on? Is that person Lady Pachira?" Yulia looked at the chaotic scene before her. A woman pointed at her and roared, "And you said customer safety is your top priority? It's all bullshit. I just need to call my father here, and I can shut this place down immediately." Yulia's gaze swept over the woman, but her eyes. The woman continued to roar, "Selling this kind of garbage as a limited edition. How are you going to take responsibility? I said call the boss out." Yulia's sight fell on the woman's red and swollen eye area. What exactly happened here? Yulia stood at the front of the conference room. "Thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedules to come." She looked around at everyone seated. "What exactly happened? What is this incident you're talking about?" A man spoke up to explain. "Yesterday, Lady Akrov visited us. She said that before going to bed, she applied the limited edition massage oil on her face. Suddenly, she let out a miserable scream. My eyes. She felt a sharp pain in her eyes, and then they swelled up as if they were infected." Enoch frowned deeply. "This is troublesome. Our products have just started to become popular, and this is no ordinary incident. This has something to do with Lyrica." Yulia lowered her head, her hands clenched tightly. "My goodness, we've never encountered a situation like this. I don't even know how to deal with it, especially with a commotion happening in front of other customers." Yulia pressed further. "That lady. What is the situation now?" An employee asked, flipping through the documents. "Lady Pachira has contracted mild conjunctivitis. Her personal doctor said she has never had any eye diseases before, which means the massage oil might indeed be the cause. Could something have gone wrong during the production process, causing the cosmetics to spoil?" A female employee raised her hand and said, "Excuse me, as the head quality inspector, I personally inspect the products every day. So far, our massage oil has never spoiled. Could someone else have bought it for her? After all, we've always delivered through consulting services," another employee asserted. "To be honest, how could a product that has been distributed for less than a month already go bad?" An employee chimed in, "I agree. We take safety issues extremely seriously." Yulia suddenly realized, right, this is why we created the consultation records. The massage oil doesn't contain IV, but it might contain specific ingredients that Lady Pachira is allergic to. If that's not the reason, Yulia's fingers suddenly tightened. If it was during the distribution process, thought that the product had a problem. She closed her eyes, and Lyrica's figure appeared in her mind. If such rumors spread, all the credibility we've built will come to nothing. This won't just hurt. Not me, my mother, the people promoting Unit in social circles, and even Princess Vivian herself could be dragged into this scandal. She has only just returned to high society. The royal family, who invested in this business, will also suffer losses. Yulia's face lost its color. Maybe I shouldn't have done this from the beginning. I just wanted to help those who suffered from inferior cosmetics. If I had known it would implicate everyone. Enoch's hand suddenly grasped hers with a firm grip. "Yulia." She raised her eyes, met by his warm gaze. Enoch smiled. "Aren't we in the same boat? We will get through this. Together." I was too extreme just now, blinded by anger. The crisis is not over yet. It's too early to give up now. I must stay focused. Yulia took a deep breath. "Thank you all for your opinions. As the representative, I will visit the Pachira estate with our staff. We will discuss solutions later." Yulia stood up and bowed solemnly to everyone. "Thank you very much. Lady Pachira, could you let us inspect the problematic product?" Lady Pachira crossed her arms, her tone sharp. "What do you want to do? Secretly swap it and then cover up the truth? Do you think I'll let it go just because you have ties to the royal family? Do you know how much I've suffered because of this?" An employee that looked straight at her, their voice calm and firm. "I completely understand your anger. I assure you in the name of the Empire, if the cosmetics were contaminated during the distribution process, or if the staff gave you the wrong product, we will inspect it right in front of you. If it's our fault, we will cover your medical expenses. and provide full compensation. Lady Pachira snorted coldly. Fine, butler, bring that here. The butler bowed and took the order. Yes, madam. He handed over a bottle of dark massage oil. This is the one. The employee took the bottle and poured the oil into the palm of their hand. A strange smell hit their nose. They leaned in and sniffed it. This has definitely gone bad. The color and smell are both wrong. Lady Pachira mocked. See? A brand that flaunts safety first, that sells this kind of garbage. The employee ignored her mockery and just carefully examined the bottle. A bead of sweat slid down from their forehead. This bottle looks very familiar, but the unit seal on the cap, and the serial number initials are missing. A female employee turned to Lady Pachira. Madam, are you sure this product was purchased directly from Unit? Lady Pachira glared at her. Of course. Where do you think I bought it? The female employee explained. Every bottle of Unit limited edition massage oil we sell has a hidden authentication mark to distinguish its authenticity. Because the appearance can easily be forged, we specifically carved the mark inside the bottom of the bottle so it wouldn't attract attention. But this bottle you claim to have purchased does not have any marks. Lady Pachira's face turned pale. How can I believe you? You might just be making up a magic mark right now to trick me. Another employee whispered in her ear, asking when she bought it. The female employee understood and nodded. Then, please tell us that the exact date of purchase. I will check the records for that day. If you doubt even that, I will bring my lawyer to investigate right now. Lady Pachira wrung her hands together. Her eyes panicked. The female employee looked at her coldly. The cracks in her lies had already appeared. The female employee's voice was calm and powerful. Madam, if you tell the truth, we will not hold you accountable. But if that you continue to lie, we will file a lawsuit through the imperial court, distributing counterfeit goods and spreading false rumors. This is not just a simple trial. Once convicted, you will face huge compensation and might even be stripped of your family title. Lady Pachira trembled all over. The butler pleaded anxiously behind her. Madam, I beg you, please tell them the truth. Lady Pachira finally broke down. She bowed deeply. I'm sorry. I'll tell you everything. I didn't want to deceive anyone. I was just too jealous. She raised her head, tears falling. To be honest, Miss Lyrica Primrose gave it to me at a social gathering just a few days ago. She said her mother got it directly from the unit representative. A male employee's eyes sharpened. Lyrica Primrose, the second daughter of the Primrose family. He muttered to himself, why would someone like her distribute fakes? This matter must be reported to His Highness the Crown Prince immediately. Another employee's fingers tightened suddenly. Impossible. Lyrica is actually the culprit. How is this possible? His profile tightened in the shadows, his gaze like ice. I will uncover the truth behind all this. Snowflakes fell on the magnificent Duke's mansion. Silence shrouded everything. Lyrica sat in front of the vanity, gently combing her long blue hair with a comb, a smug smile on her lips. I'm so smart. Everyone was fooled. As long as I climb up step by step like this, I can return to a normal life. Although having to deal with those low-class people now is a bit annoying, it won't last long. Soon, I will enter a larger social circle. An urgent call from a maid came from outside the door. Miss Lyrica, you need to hurry to the Duke's study. Lyrica put down the comb impatiently. What's wrong? The maid stammered outside the door. It's a summons. The royal family has sent guards to look for you. The comb slipped from her hand and fell to the ground with a clatter. Lyrica turned her head abruptly, her pupils dilating in panic. A summons? She clutched the clothes on her chest tightly with both hands, her heart beating like a drum. A few days ago, in Duke Primrose's office, several bottles of forged massage oil were placed on the desk. On the surface, they looked almost identical to the genuine ones, but the sediment at the bottom of the bottles exposed their inferior nature. Yulia folded her hands, looking grave. The contents of the other products were also swapped. Fortunately, the young ladies who received the fakes, but haven't had the time to use them yet. The alchemists are analyzing the ingredients to confirm their toxic reaction with the oil in my hand. It seems they were contaminated when being repacked into ordinary products. Enoch sat on the sofa, playing with a bottle of fake Unit in his hand. Unit is known for counterfeits. The suggestion to hide the mark with magic. That was truly a stroke of genius. It's hard to imagine that a noble family would sell substandard goods. But the real shock is that the culprit is actually a young lady I know. Enoch's cheek twitched slightly. If this were a simple request, I could have handled it myself. Why would she do this? Yulia met his gaze. Well, actually, the reason I requested a private meeting with His Highness the Crown Prince was also because of this. A blush spread across Yulia's cheeks, and she gently stroked her neck. This involves some family circumstances. You know, That the incident where Miss Lyrica sent white Livia flowers to my mother, right? Enoch nodded slightly. Yes, even the royal family knows about it. Yulia recalled the scene. Mother needed to forgive that incident, and I was waiting for Lyrica to apologize. But not only did she not apologize, she even tried to avoid me. I felt very frustrated. So I sent my mother's servant to see her, asking her not to see my mother for the time being, because my mother was in poor health. I never thought she would do such a thing. Yulia's fingertips lightly touched her lips. The thought that it might harm my mother or Princess Vivian makes me shudder. I even doubt whether I should have gotten involved in the first place. I'm disappointed in myself. Enoch unplugged the bottle. Miss Yulia, this is absolutely not your fault, so don't blame yourself. The most important thing now is to secure the evidence and uncover the truth. Only then can we make Miss Lyrica. They'll take responsibility for this illegal incident. Have you found out how Lyrica counterfeited the products? Yulia's eyes flickered. Yes. That night, I visited Miss Primrose. I gathered the staff and asked about Miss Lyrica's recent whereabouts. One of them said she had gone to Lily's shop alone. Miss Lyrica didn't bring any attendants, which seemed very suspicious to me. I immediately went to the shop she entered, wanting to know about what she had been doing recently. The shop owner said she bought a lot of empty bottles and asked some questions about counterfeit goods. The shop owner said she bought an expensive dress and also asked to be connected with a highly skilled craftsman. The shop owner gave me the craftsman's address, so I went to visit that craftsman. At first, the craftsman flatly denied it. Why would noble lady come here? Nonsense. Nothing happened here. Syrian drew his sword, the blade slightly unsheathed. By the way, my sword is a bit dull. Do you repair swords here too? The craftsman's expression immediately changed. I remember now. A lady did indeed come. Under my persuasion, he admitted that a lady had given him a lot of money to make counterfeit glass bottles. I had anticipated that Unit Cosmetics would have counterfeits, but I never thought it would be done by someone close to me, even a family member. Yulia lowered her eyes. But she is, after all, not my sister. I didn't know what to do. Enoch's expression turned serious. Miss, this is not something you can cover up just because she is family. This has caused harm not only to you and your mother, but also to many others. Enoch's tone left no room for doubt. Moreover, it has damaged Unit's own reputation. If this incident leads Miss Lyrica to reflect deeply, it will also be not a good thing for her. Therefore, as a representative of the royal family, we will take legal action against Miss Lyrica of the Primrose family. Enoch's gaze was as sharp as a knife. Miss Yulia, do you understand what I mean? Yulia lowered her head, her hands tightly clasped. I understand. Time returned to the present. Lyrica was brought to a magnificent room. Lyrica, is all of this true? Lyrica trembled all over. And no, father, the Duke. Thou turned around abruptly, furious. You are being sued for making counterfeit goods. You disgrace to this family. Lyrica, what are you holding in your right hand? Explain yourself. Why would you do something so unlike you? Lyrica kept her head down until the Duchess said, I didn't know you needed that kind of thing for your recent outings. If you had told me in advance, I could have prepared it for you. The Duchess sat on the sofa, her expression cold. Tell us, Lyrica, what exactly were you lacking that made you do such a thing? The Duke's hand slammed heavily on the table. That cosmetic, you only needed a little bit, didn't you? Lyrica raised her tearful eyes. Used. I want to get close to the other young ladies. Her hands twisted tightly together, tears falling. Mother didn't want to see me. The Duke's family and social circles. That all rejected me. I was so lonely. I just wanted to use the same things as Sister Yulia to become closer, but she didn't like me. She even forced me to get the massage oil. I had no choice. During the process, the cosmetics spoiled. I thought Sister Yulia had stored it improperly and wanted to blame it on me. To be honest, I thought as long as I was careful, nothing would go wrong. Her father's anger dissipated. He sighed. I see. I understand your situation. You must have had a hard time. I've also been busy with business trips recently and haven't been able to take good care of you, my child. You must have had a hard time. Tomorrow, I will arrange for you to talk to the royal family. As long as you explain the situation properly, they will forgive you. But you must show genuine remorse, understand? Lyrica responded in a low voice, yes. Father. The Duke and Jixon embraced Lyrica. I will do my best to convince them, so don't worry. Lyrica. Lyrica buried her face in her father's chest, a strange smile curling the corners of her mouth, carrying the meaning of victory. Thank you so much, Father. My childhood was extremely unfortunate. I had never seen my father, whom I had never met, and my mother also suddenly passed away one day. Lyrica clutched a book tightly, her knuckles turning white from the force. She stood all alone, her thin and small figure looking exceptionally fragile. And that mother left me, this poor child, so-called great. Inheritance. Lyrica looked up, her red eyes empty, filled only with a cold blankness. A fairy tale-like. Inheritance. A magnificent estate. When I suddenly appeared, my father and brother welcomed me with open arms. But my stepmother and sister were full of hostility towards me, especially my sister, Yulia. She's a thorn in my side. If I made even the slightest mistake, she would humiliate me in public. Whenever I was bullied, I would take out the fairy tale book my mother left behind and read it over and over again. In the book, the heroine of humble origins endured the oppression around her and ultimately won everyone's approval with her kindness. As a reward, she also won a handsome prince. Deeply inspired, I decided to use my sister's fiery temper to make her reap what she sowed. Fortunately, she fell into every trap I set. Thanks to her, I successfully played the role of a tragic heroine. I am realizing the story in the fairy tale that I have always longed for. A cold glint flashed in Lyrica's eyes. There's only one last page left until the end of the story. The perfect man who can help me achieve my life goal. The crown prince of the empire, Enoch. P.S. Lyrica raised her head, her eyes full of confusion. Why has he never even looked at me? The Duke's face was full of smiles as he greeted Enoch opposite him. Thank you for gracing us with your presence, Your Highness the Crown Prince. I'm deeply honored that you took the time out of your busy schedule to come. We invited you because Lyrica wants to apologize to you in person. Lyrica lowered her head slightly, her long blue hair falling. A hint of nervousness flashed in her red eyes. Enoch was expressionless. No, since you said there is a misunderstanding, I will listen. This is my first time facing the Crown Prince at such a close distance. Today, I must capture his heart. Lyrica's hands clenched her skirt tightly. She took a deep breath and looked up. Your Highness, I'm truly very sorry. I never intended to hurt anyone, but those ladies forced me to get the massage oil. Out of fear, I had no choice but to make counterfeits. My mother was busy with social events and had no time to see me. Every time I went to the unit store, the products were always sold out. But the things I sent were intact, so I thought it must be Lady Pachira who stored them improperly. Anyway, I am very sorry. I just wanted to become friends with the ladies. Enoch interrupted her. Miss Lyrica. Lyrica was startled and looked up. Enoch's voice was icy cold. I am truly disappointed. Lyrica trembled all over. Enoch's voice. Querido no worms. I am not here to listen to your excuses. You broke the law after all, didn't you? This matter almost harmed the people of Unit and implicated the royal family's business. I came here to give you a chance to clear up the misunderstanding. Lyrica raised her tearful eyes. What a cold and aggressive look. Why could someone be so cold when I'm shedding tears? Enoch's eyes were filled with disgust. I didn't expect to come here only to hear such ridiculous excuses. It's truly unpleasant. It seems I have no choice but to file a lawsuit. The Crown Prince despises me. He really despises me. My head hurts so much. My chest feels like it's burning. Lyrica gasped in pain, her body swaying precariously. Enoch turned to leave. If you have nothing more to say, then I will take my leave. Lyrica let out a cry of pain. Her body swayed violently, and she fell straight backward. Lyrica, the Duke, rushed forward in a panic and caught her as she fainted. He held Lyrica and shouted frantically, Lyrica, are you okay? Butler, hurry and call the butler. Enoch turned around, his brows furrowed tightly. Sir Claudio, hurry and fetch a priest. This is too much. The Duke glared angrily at Enoch. This child is suffering like this, and you still insist on a lawsuit? She didn't mean it. She had no malicious intent. Enoch's eyes narrowed. Does the Duke teach his daughter that she can commit crimes when necessary? Because of her so-called unintentional act, someone almost went blind, and the reputation of the entire royal family was almost ruined. The Duke clenched his teeth, a fierce glint in his eyes. Enoch's voice turned icy. If you are truly sorry, you should have gone straight to the royal court the moment you received the lawsuit. Your daughter is very important to you. For me, there is someone equally important involved in this. I cannot let this go. I've already said this much. If you still refuse to yield, then the royal family and the Duke of Primrose's family. The Duchess's sharp voice interrupted him. Stop it. Husband, please stop. His Highness the Crown Prince is right. As Lyrica's parents, we cannot act like this. Lyrica has made a grave mistake. The Duchess suddenly fell to her knees, bowing her body deeply. I apologize to you. As a mother, I have failed to educate my daughter properly. I will take responsibility and have Lyrica confess and apologize. For my sake, please, Your Highness, withdraw the lawsuit this time. The Duke's face was livid, his teeth grinding audibly. This woman, the family is about to collapse, and she still cares so much about her own reputation. Enoch was silent for a moment, then raised his head. The Duchess slowly looked up, her eyes carrying a trace of hope. Enoch's voice calmed down. For the sake of the Duchess, we will end it here today. I will hold a large gathering soon. Please bring Miss Lyrica. As long as she admits the truth and apologizes in front of everyone, I will withdraw the lawsuit. Enoch walked down the stairs. Has the priest been summoned? Yes, Your Highness, the knight, but has already been dispatched. Enoch's voice was cold. Duke Primrose, remember, this leniency today is entirely for the sake of the Duchess. If there is a next time, I will absolutely not tolerate it. The Duke, holding the unconscious Lyrica, stared at his back with a gloomy face, his jaw tightly clenched. That arrogant brat. He tightened his arms, holding his daughter closer. That insolent fellow. He only luckily became the crown prince because his older brother died. How dare he be so presumptuous? My damn wife and that little brat. Lyrica kept her eyes tightly closed in her coma. Beads of sweat slid down her forehead. Murderous intent. What exactly does murderous intent mean? At that moment, Lyrica felt something. A surge of murderous intent flowed from her father's hands into her body. Even in her unconscious state, she sensed some dark thing awakening within her. A few days ago, an alchemist stood up and raised his glass. Everyone, raise your glasses. Cheers to alchemy. The tavern was filled with jubilation. Wooden mugs clinked and foam splashed. An alchemist wiped the corner of his clothes, filled with emotion. I never thought this day would come again. Our long research has finally borne fruit. The newly developed painkillers and digestive medicines. That will help countless people. Thanks to the materials and equipment provided by the new president, the speed, efficiency, and success rate of our research have all greatly improved. That's right. Another alchemist chimed in repeatedly. A young alchemist covered his mouth. How long has it been since we reached this stage? The last time was when the anesthetic was announced. He suddenly gasped. The surrounding noise instantly fell silent, and the atmosphere grew heavy. That's right, there was such a thing. A hand slammed heavily on the table. Why is everyone reacting like this? Did I say something wrong? An older alchemist turned around, his gaze sharp. Remember Chris? Chris picked up his glass, his expression serious. Maybe this is for the best. We should make things clear right now. Developing medicines is one thing, but what comes after? Can we easily release them to the public? We will only become the targets of the priest again, just like that person, disappearing without a trace. Eugene stood up abruptly. Wait a minute. The teaching of the Waffen Temple is love. They would never. Chris's eyes were icy. Oh, right. Eugene, you are a believer of the Waffen Temple, aren't you? Ever since that person disappeared, didn't the temple start suppressing us? Denying the facts is just escaping reality. Besides, those bastards refused treatment under the pretext of a lack of blood, which killed your daughter. Hearing this, Eugene's face flushed red. Chris, aren't you going too far? Chris kicked away his chair. I lost my family and friend a long time ago. Even if I died right now, I would have no regrets. So, those who are afraid should take their families and get lost. I will steal your research and publish it myself. Why is he suddenly saying these things? Eugene, you should understand. Eugene looked confused. What? You are new here, so you don't know? But that person is the inventor of the anesthetic. An alchemist crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and remained silent. His legs were broken like that during the anesthetic incident. He just doesn't want us to repeat the same mistakes. But he's right. Even if the president is from the Primrose family, the priests won't just sit back and do nothing. The Duke's family cannot stop a temple that can control the royal family. Do they have a countermeasure? Who knows? The former president took off his hat and fell into silence. Now, Primrose sat at the head of the conference table. Thank you all for being here. I have read all the progress reports. She picked up a document, smiling brightly. The painkillers and digestive medicines you've been testing for days are very successful. Also, this research paper on the hair growth medicine is quite interesting. Primrose's gaze turned to an alchemist. It says here that you discovered a new positive reaction. Could you explain it? The alchemist nervously cleared his throat. Well, It hasn't shown any reaction to hair loss yet, but among the failed reagents, there was one that caused a change in hair color. Although I'm not sure what practical use this has. I apologize for the slow progress. I will finish it soon. Primrose interrupted him. No, this is an amazing discovery. It might not cure wounds or diseases, but changing hair color can bring spiritual vitality. Can it? If we can develop various colors, it will become a very attractive product. Failure is the mother of success. Primrose smiled. Don't be discouraged just because you didn't get the expected results. I'm actually very impressed. You've done better than I expected. I thought it would take that much longer. So, to reward everyone's hard work, I have prepared a piece of news that will make you all happy. Actually, not long ago, I received a report regarding the matter you have all been deeply worried about. Footsteps sounded and a figure approached. Primrose pointed to the person beside her. So, I brought someone who can resolve your worries. Isn't this the investor you introduced before? But why is he? Enoch pulled off his hood, revealing short blonde hair, and brown eyes. His Highness Prince Enoch. Enoch. Dot smiled. Hello, everyone. Long time no see. Am I seeing things? I never thought I'd see His Highness in my lifetime. I can hardly believe it. Primrose cleared her throat. All right, everyone, please be quiet. His Highness has an important announcement to make. Your Highness, please speak. Enoch bowed slightly. Yes, my lady. Enoch raised his head, his gaze firm. I'm well aware of your concerns. You are afraid that once the medicines are made public, they will once again be labeled as heresy. Yulia has also been troubled by this for a long time. The power of the Waffen Temple is something even the royal family cannot easily touch. Therefore, the lady hurriedly came to me, and together we formulated a plan. The reason people were afraid of anesthetics was not only because of the temple's slander, but also because they were not psychologically prepared to accept the change. So, through the Unit Chamber of Commerce, which our Royal Chamber of Commerce is currently cooperating with, we have signed a contract to bring your medicines. Tying medicines with cosmetics. First, we will distribute ointments similar to cosmetics. This will lower people's resistance to medicines. Enoch's face bore a confident smile. I guarantee that you will never again be slandered as heretics. Your achievements will be proudly displayed before the public. Primrose gazed at him, a hint of approval in her eyes. I, too, truly value the health of the Empire's citizens. The alchemists cheered. They raised their arms high. Long live His Highness the Crown Prince. Long live President Primrose. Long live the President. The former president watched the scene unfold before him. Lady Yulia is truly an extraordinary person. I am reminded of the first time I met her that day. It wasn't just the money she brought. I will never forget her eyes. I could clearly see that burning will to change the world through alchemy. So young, yet so confident. The moment I saw those eyes, I knew she was the true mastermind behind the scenes. Now, she has even persuaded the Crown Prince to prepare for future crises. Foresight, wisdom, charm, and humility all gathered in one person. Truly an extraordinary woman. Eugene turned to Primrose. By the way, madam, how is Miss Lyrica doing lately? Yulia's smile faltered slightly. Thanks to the priest you called, she has indeed regained consciousness, but she keeps crying out in pain and is still receiving treatment. I haven't been able to visit her properly in person yet. Danitel's expression darkened. I see. A knock came at the door. Yulia's voice rang out, come in. The door opened and a figure walked in. Primrose, sitting at the desk, looked up at the newcomer. The visitor held a scroll. I sincerely apologize for visiting so late. I'm alchemist Danitel. I have an urgent matter to ask of you. You said that you could make even rare herbs bloom, right? The time has come. Well then, what do you want me to cultivate? These past few days, I've been complacent and even gave up on my research. But since you came to the guild, I finally realized. Danitel untied the red string on his wrist. Today, I have made up my mind. He pushed the scroll toward Primrose. This is the recipe for the legendary panacea, the elixir of life. Yulia adjusted her glasses and whispered in disbelief. The one that is said to instantly regenerate severed limbs? Danitel answered affirmatively. Exactly. All the other ingredients have been gathered. Danitel's eyes became earnest. We're only missing one that cannot obtain. Lady Yulia, Danitel bowed deeply. I implore you to make the flower of miracles, Arednia, bloom. Hurry. One hand let go of the other, dropping limply. In the banquet hall, the guests' whispers blended together. I heard that Miss Lyrica has caused trouble again. The poor Duchess. All right, Lyrica, go apologize quickly. Lyrica was pushed in front of a noblewoman. Her body was stiff, her eyes full of terror. She was forced to bow her head, her voice trembling. I'm truly very sorry. Lyrica clenched her fists tightly, her nails digging deep into her palms. The guest discussions rose again. It seems Miss Lyrica takes after her biological mother. Just look at the Duchess's biological daughter, Miss Yulia, and you'll know. She has recently been very close to the royal family. Yet Miss Lyrica dared to send funeral flowers to the lady who adopted her. Now, she has even started committing crimes. One's origins that really do determine everything. Lyrica felt the ground beneath her vanish. What is this? I'm being sucked into a black hole. Lyrica reached out in panic. No, someone save me. Please, someone save me. Retribution will come in the end, won't it, brother? Miss Yulia. Damn it, Enoch. Crown Prince. Yulia, if only the two of you would disappear from this world. Lyrica suddenly opened her eyes. The illusion of chains shattered before her. She panted heavily. So, is that it? Lyrica violently coughed up a mouthful of black blood. She widened her eyes in horror. A sticky black liquid coated her palms. What is this? Why is it flowing out of my body? No, someone must know something. Those guys. Hours later, at dawn, Lyrica, wearing a cloak, stood before a dark alley. This is it. The note said it was this alley. A voice came from the shadows. My, isn't this Miss Lyrica? Lyrica turned around sharply. The last time I saw you, you were just a little girl. Time really flies. Lyrica tossed a coin engraved with a crest into a bowl, making a crisp sound. So what brings you here? The strange man picked up the coin. Understood. I'll call a carriage for you right away. The carriage bumped along the cobblestone road. The driver's voice called out, Miss, we're almost there. Lyrica looked out the window, her gaze heavy. I never thought I would return here. Back to my family hidden in the shadows. My birthplace, the Red River clan. They are an ethnic minority in the slums on the border of the Piast Empire. A clan with a beautiful alias, the Crimson Setting Sunday. But behind this beautiful name lies a cruel law of the jungle, doing whatever it takes to survive. Tottering, dilapidated buildings. The streets are filled with filth, and the air is permeated with a stagnant foul. That stench. And the people here are even more filthy and vulgar than the environment. Drunkards, swindlers, women of the red light district. Most of the women in the Red River clan work in brothels, and my mother was no exception. Young Lyrica squatted in the corner, watching her mother deal with the visiting nobles. The clan members mocked my mother and me because of it, but to me, my mother was my entire world. That was enough. But those days didn't last long. My mother was bedridden for days. She called me to her bedside. Lyrica, you're actually the Duke's daughter. After saying those words, she quietly passed away. Tucked inside the fairy tale book my mother left behind was a note detailing where she had hidden her gold coins, as well as a promissory note from Duke Primrose. I took the gold coins to the clan leader and begged him to take me to see Duke Primrose. He readily agreed and began gathering all the information he could about the Duke. A few weeks later, the clan leader dressed me up carefully and put me on a carriage. If things don't go well at the Duke's house, come back to us. He handed me a map and a token that could bring me back here. I watched their retreating figures and secretly swore that I would definitely get my revenge. Revenge on those bastards who tormented my mother and me. Once I seize the Duke's title, I will return and trample them all under my feet. The driver's voice interrupted her memories. We're here. The carriage came to a halt. Lyrica stepped out. Her heels clicked lightly against the ground, step by step, walking toward that familiar, filthy place. The surrounding clan members whispered, their gazes converging on. Not her. Lyrica lifted her head, her face beneath the hood as cold as ice. She stared straight ahead at the largest building, the clan leader's residence. A man with a scar on his face grinned. Isn't this the young lady from the Duke's house? You haven't sent a single letter since you left. Why have you suddenly returned? She even sent knights to drive away the people we sent to greet her. What thick skin? An elderly voice stopped him. Enough. She came back on her own accord, after all. The clan leader sat on an ornate chair. A woman snuggled in his arms. He revealed a mouth full of gold teeth. Miss Lyrica, you've had a long journey. What brings you to us today? Lyrica stood in the center of the hall, looking straight at the clan leader. Recently, a strange power has awakened inside my body. Do you know what it is? The person next to the clan leader scolded sharply. Hey, how dare you be so disrespectful to the clan leader? The clan leader raised, got his hand to signal for silence. He narrowed his eyes. Why are you asking us this? Before you left, we told you about the blessing power of the Primrose family. Perhaps your blessing has awakened. You can go ask your family. Lyrica did not back down. If it were that kind of power, I would have asked long ago. It's not something like that. The clan leader waved his hand impatiently. Then why don't you go find a mage or a priest? What are you coming to us for? Lyrica untied the strings of her cloak. I'm not here to ask for free. She tossed the cloak aside. I brought sufficient payment. Now speak. She took a small pouch from her pocket and poured out several huge diamonds, sparkling brightly. The clan leader's subordinates gasped. Boss, these are real diamonds. Good heavens, how can they be so big? The clan leader reigned in his contempt. So, what exactly are your symptoms? Lyrica clutched the fabric at her chest tightly. It feels like something dark and heavy is accumulating in my head and chest. And then last night, I vomited black liquid. A glint of gold flashed in the clan leader's eyes. Oh, how interesting. Then, Miss, have you harbored intense murderous intent toward anyone recently? The figure of a man flashed in Lyrica's mind. Yulia, Enoch. Her eyes instantly turned cold, murderous intent winding around like chains. It seems I hit the mark. The clan leader revealed an understanding smile. Hee, I completely understand. Miss, it appears you have awakened a very special kind of power. A power that only a very few in our Red River clan can attain. The clan leader spread his hands, his voice carrying a greedy frenzy. The power of witchcraft. Lyrica's pupils shrank. Black thorns spread out from beneath her feet. The power of witchcraft. Witchcraft. This world contains various supernatural abilities, but among them, witchcraft is considered quite unique. It is different from magic that consumes one's own mana or divine power. It is also different from spirit arts that rely on contracts with spirits or blessings. Witchcraft. That is a power of cursing, feeding on the energy of others. In a sense, witchcraft is the very foundation upon which our Red River clan survives. The clan leader turned his back to Lyrica. Miss Lyrica, it seems you have acquired an incredibly powerful gift. Do you know why those noble bastards travel all the way to a slum like ours? Of course, some come for pleasure, but that's just a minority. Most of them come seeking witchcraft, to eliminate political enemies or to curse others. Their intentions are always evil. They pretend to be refined on the surface, but you cannot imagine how dark their hearts are. Lyrica listened quietly. Then she reached out her hand, a faint glow appearing in her palm. Then can you tell me what kind of witchcraft I can use? I can't be certain, but I have a hunch. Did you not know that your mother also awakened witchcraft? Lyrica's pupils shrank. My mother? The young lady's mother wasn't exactly a beauty. Anyone could see that she was plain looking. Even if she occasionally got lucky and found a client, the women around her would always steal them away. They tormented her until one day, a scream that pierced the night sky. The skin of those who bullied her became hideously ugly. At the same time, a powerful energy erupted from your mother. She instantly mesmerized several men passing by. Ordinary people didn't notice, but the clan members knew it was the power of witchcraft. Lyrica looked thoughtful. I think I understand. The people who mocked my mother were mostly her romantic rivals. But every time men saw her, they acted like fools. She smirked. Even boys my age would blush and run away when they saw me. Most people who spoke to me would suddenly become friendly. Could that be the residual power of my mother's witchcraft? The clan leader chuckled. Even as the clan leader, I cannot fully explain witchcraft. It remains a mystery in many ways. But since you were born so beautiful, it's entirely possible. We used to call your mother's witchcraft, not the art of charm. She only used it to seduce people. But who knows? With Miss Lyrica's talent, you might even be able to enslave others. Enslave? You mean I can control others as I please? Lyrica's. That hand suddenly clenched. To think such a powerful force would descend upon me. Fate is indeed on my side. I want to test this power right now. Who should I find? That's right. But Miss, to properly wield witchcraft, you need our help. Lyrica revealed a sly smile. Clan leader. Now what is that boy doing lately? That boy. Who? Oh, the clan leader looked alarmed. Miss, you couldn't possibly be looking for him, could you? Lyrica's eyes were cold. That's right, him. The cursed child in our clan, the son of plague, Yakov. He was always alone. His parents, died of the plague, leaving him a complete orphan. A stone hit the back of his head, making him stumble. Hey, Bullseye, run, or you'll catch the plague. The village children mocked him, bullied him, and called him the disease-spreading boy. But curses sometimes come true. A severe plague began to spread among those who bullied him. One by one, everyone who had interacted with him fell ill. The plague only stopped when the clan leader finally banished him from the slum. I didn't realize at the time, but Yakov must have also awakened witchcraft. The clan leader looked troubled. But miss, why would you? Lyrica interrupted him. I want to test my newly awakened witchcraft. The clan leader immediately suggested. In that case, please let us help. You will master it very quickly. Moreover, that boy is very dangerous. You really shouldn't go near him. Lyrica slammed a ruby-inlaid brooch onto the table, making a crisp sound. The clan leader looked at the brooch and sighed. All right, I suppose I can't stop you. It's too late today. I'll take you to him tomorrow. Lyrica offered a sweet smile. Thank you. The next day, sunlight pierced through the trees. The clan leader led the way. Miss, this way. He shouted into the distance. Yakov, you have a guest. Get out here right now. Lyrica followed behind. That clan leader probably want me to work for him in exchange for information. And the subordinates he sent are definitely here to spy on me. As soon as I get the chance, I'll shake them off. Why hasn't this kid that come out yet? The clan leader bent down to pick up a stone. Maybe a few stones. That will force him out. He suddenly startled. A burning sensation flared in his palm. My hand hurts so much. Lyrica was shocked by this. That sudden turn of events. A burn had appeared out of thin air. The clan leader wailed in agony. Help! Someone save me! Footsteps sounded, and a barefoot man walked out. Who dares to make such a racket? I was sleeping soundly. He stretched, his long blue hair shimmering in the sunlight. Yakov, the clan leader, backed away in terror. Lyrica looked at the man. Oh, now look who it is. Yakov stared at her coldly. Isn't this Miss Lyrica who abandoned us and left? You saw what just happened. If you don't want to get hurt, go back immediately. The corners of Lyrica's mouth curled up slightly. He actually still remembers me. This is a good sign. Lyrica stopped in her tracks. I'm glad you still remember me, Yakov, but telling me to leave the moment we meet is a bit too cold, isn't it? Carrying a basket, she stepped closer to him. Yakov whipped around, his eyes fierce. Didn't you hear me tell you to get lost? Get out. She placed the basket, got on a flat stone, and opened the lid, revealing the sandwiches inside. I even brought you delicious sandwiches especially for you. Let's share them. Lyrica patted the spot next to her. Come, sit beside me. Yakov's Adam's apple bobbed. He hesitated for a moment, not before finally sitting down next to her. He picked up a sandwich and devoured it ravenously, just like when we were little. You are still completely infatuated with me. Lyrica poured him a cup of tea, laughing inwardly. Rejoice, Yakov. From now on, you are my first slave. Lyrica returned to Yakov's dwelling. I'm here again, Yakov. She brought a steaming meat pie. I brought you a meat pie today. I hope it suits your taste. Lyrica cut a piece of the meat pie and handed it to Yakov. These past few days, I have persisted in visiting him, bringing him delicacies rarely seen here. His guard that doesn't seem entirely let down yet, but at least he no longer talks back. Yakov took the meat pie and swallowed it in large bites. Yakov finally spoke up. Can I ask you something? Lyrica tapped her finger beside her. Of course. Why did you come back? If it were me, I would never return to this filthy slum. He continued to press. Did you not experience something bad? The corners of Lyrica's lips curled up. A filthy slum? The world of nobles isn't all that wonderful either. A hint of complexity flickered in Yakov's eyes. He looked at her quietly. No, but it might even be uglier. They only want to keep obedient, pretty puppets around. The moment you become even slightly useless, they will stab you in the back. Especially me. If I make the slightest mistake, their attitude completely changes. I guess that I will never be able to shake off the label of a slum bastard. That's why I came here. I wanted to leave everything behind for a while, but being with you feels really good. He suddenly started coughing violently. Yakov immediately handed her a cup of water. Thank you. Lyrica's fingers lightly brushed against his. She held the teacup with both hands and took a sip. So sweet. Yakov's cheeks flushed slightly as he murmured, I like it. Lyrica held the teacup, her cheeks blushing slightly. This is one of my favorite teas. She set the teacup down. It's getting late. I should get going for today. Yakov was startled. He reached out as if to ask her to stay. Lyrica turned. And left, her footsteps echoing in the cave. His reaction has indeed changed. Yakov watched her retreating back, his expression complicated, seeming to want to say something. But just in case, perhaps I should make him wait a little longer. So, Lyrica decided not to visit him for the next few days. In the darkness, only Yakov remained sitting alone. Lyrica linked her arm through Yakov's as the two walked side by side. Long time no see. Yakov, did you go fishing? Yakov jumped in surprise. How did you suddenly pop up? As long as I occasionally appear like this and give him a little taste of sweetness, he will gradually become obedient. You know, Yakov, I actually recently awakened. Magic. Everyone thinks that since I went to the city, I must be living very happily. But the truth is that I've been having a really hard time. No matter how hard I try, someone always hinders me and sets traps for me. It's my older sister, my only family, who pushed me to this point. I try hard not to resent her, but the human heart that doesn't always listen to reason. As darkness gradually filled my heart, I returned to my hometown. I wanted to rest for a while, But even here, no one accepts me. Lyrica's voice was gentle. But as long as I'm alone here with you, my heart feels peaceful and tranquil. Yakov's face grew redder. He leaned closer to Lyrica. What kind of magic did you awaken? Lyrica slightly turned her face. I'm not sure yet. After all, it just awakened not long ago. Speaking of which, you also awakened yours when you were little, right, Yakov? That's why you were banished here. Yakov's memories were triggered. He saw himself being ostracized by the villagers, standing there all alone. What kind of power is it? Is it magic that spreads the plague? Yakov whispered, it's not a curse that simply spreads the plague. My ability is. Lyrica's pupils suddenly contracted. She had never thought. It would be like this. She clenched her fists tightly. I originally only planned to use him to infect and kill the people I hate. But it seems I found something far more valuable than expected. Lyrica lifted her head, looking at him with burning eyes. Yakov, are you willing to go with me to the Piast Empire? Yakov looked at her in shock. What, someone like me? How is that possible? Lyrica smiled faintly. We're both the same. No matter where we go, we're never truly welcomed. Yakov's cheeks flushed, and he was at a loss for words. Lyrica's hand gently rested on his. But if we are together, we can become each other's strength. So please, Yakov. She rested her head, got on his shoulder, hugging him tightly. A red glint flashed in Lyrica's eyes, and a smug smile curled her lips. Become the stepping stone for my comeback. Yakov's body trembled violently. Looking at her in awe, Yakov hugged her back tightly. Miss Lyrica, I'm willing to do anything for you. Lyrica revealed a bright smile in his arms. Thank you so much, Yakov. So this is the power of magic, she thought to herself. I need to hurry back and plan how to use our powers together. A commotion arose outside the Grand Manor. Good heavens, what is going on? Yulia looked at the empty banquet hall. I was suddenly called back to help, wondering what it was about. I never expected the Autumn Hunting Festival to be hosted at Duke Primrose's estate. The head maid sighed. Don't even mention it, Mississippi. There are too many things to prepare. The knights are all busy preparing the hunting grounds. Yulia furrowed her brows slightly. Why would the Duke, who has always hated the hunting festival, suddenly change his mind? He must be doing this to restore Lyrica's reputation, forcing himself to do it. What a headache. I really don't want to get involved. A voice suddenly rang out. Hey, you can't block the way like this. A maid angrily scolded. You've been blocking the way since earlier. Yulia asked curiously, who is that? I don't know him. The headmaid explained, that is the person Miss Lyrica brought back recently. He is said to be her personal knight, but he's always wandering around the Duke's estate, making everyone annoyed and distracted. Yulia's gaze froze. Wait, I think I've seen that face before. I remember now. That person is Yakov. Yulia's memories were awakened. He is one of the supporting characters in the original story, loyal to Lyrica. But because his words, actions, and personality were all so terrible, his popularity was very low. He had almost no presence in the story, to the point that I almost forgot about him. Yulia watched Yakov's figure, her mind racing. Yulia looked at Yakov's back. But why did she bring him here? Lyrica's smug, smiling face floated. Got into Yulia's mind. Was she plotting this time? Yulia furrowed her brows tightly. A surge of unease welled got up in her heart. The Autumn Hunting Festival, an annual grand event. Hunters from various territories compete here. A portion of the prey is used for the post-competition banquet, while the rest is offered as sacrifices to pray for a bountiful harvest in the coming year. It is a tradition celebrating youth and the empire's prosperity. But at the same time, it is accompanied by another long-standing custom. A young knight requested earnestly, Miss Freya, please give me your... That. A lady lightly covered her lips. Oh, it has already begun. Another lady confirmed, that's right, the hunting. Point festivales un riten tradition. The handkerchief of blessing. A lady wearing a wide-brimmed hat whispered, those two definitely have something going on recently. I'm so jealous. Yulia watched silently, without saying a word. Young people gather here to participate in the festival, and also use the opportunity to confirm their feelings for each other. Hunters accept a lady's handkerchief as a token of blessing. Is a tradition. Yulia's fingers fiddled with a handkerchief. I brought a handkerchief too. She looked to the side. Will the crown prince really accept my handkerchief? Yulia wondered to herself. Wouldn't that be too greedy? The crown prince isn't even participating in the competition. Strictly speaking, no one has even seen him hunt in person. Perhaps he doesn't even like hunting at all. Even if he did participate, I have no reason to give him my handkerchief. I should leave for now and come back tomorrow when the competition starts. A lady exclaimed, oh my goodness, that person is. A sharp voice pierced the air. Yulia Primrose. Yulia. Dot turned around sharply. Footsteps approached. Vieira blocked her path, his tone flirtatious. Where are you off to in such a hurry, Yulia? He softly called out her old name. A playful smile hung on Vieira's lips. The opening ceremony hasn't even started yet. Do you have some urgent matter? Yulia replied coldly. Where I go is my business. Rather, it's strange for someone who has been hiding in his territory for so long to suddenly show up. Vieira smugly raised his chin. Of course I had to come. As the favorite to win the championship, how could I be absent? Yulia asked expressionlessly. So, what do you want from me? Vieira reached out his hand, his tone matter of fact. What else could it be? Your handkerchief. Please give it to me. Yulia's eyes turned instantly cold. If I heard correctly, I need to apologize to you. Were you just asking for my handkerchief? Vieira's smile grew increasingly twisted. That's right. Give your handkerchief to me. You must be nervous seeing your old lover after such a long time. Vieira gently stroked the jewel on his chest. As the favorite to win the championship, it is an honor for the host family to receive my request. Besides, you have no one else to give it to, do you? To some extent, I'm giving you a chance. Yulia's eyes suddenly tightened, anger burning in her chest. Vivian spat out her words one by one. Vieira, you are absolutely shameless. To be so rude to Miss Yulia and still dare to ask for her handkerchief. You are simply insane. Shouldn't you go ask the Miss Lyrica you admire so much? Vieira flatly denied it. You misunderstand. I have absolutely no interest in Miss Lyrica. She kept pestering me, so I was slightly swayed, but the person I truly love has always been you, Yulia. Anyway, I hope this time that we can reconcile. Yulia's hands clenched tightly. He truly is the scum of the earth. How can he be so shameless and so full of confidence after doing that to his former fiancée? Your arrogance. That is truly unbelievable. I'll tell you clearly. I will not give you my handkerchief. Footsteps sounded, and Enoch's figure appeared. Vieira's face leaned closer. Is that so? Then who do you plan to give your handkerchief to? Gifting a handkerchief as a blessing is an ancient tradition of the Empire. As the eldest daughter of the host family, you should set an example. But you can't just give it to any hunter. Yulia's cheeks flushed, her eyes darting away. Vieira continued to apply pressure. No one's hunting skills here are better than mine. The handkerchief should be given to someone who can win, to be worthy of the dukes. That daughter's status. You can't possibly give it to your brother, Lord Jixon Primrose, right? The surrounding crowd began to whisper. Moreover, Crown Prince Enoch definitely won't accept it either. If you make a hasty choice, that the consequences will be disastrous. A contemptuous smirk appeared on Vieira's lips. So, giving it to me will save you some face. Yulia fell into a dilemma. Damn it, I can't back down in front of everyone. But I also can't just give it to. Anyone. I've already explicitly rejected him. I can't give it to a hunter worse than him. This is exactly why I didn't want to come at all. Vieira's urging sounded in her ear. Hurry up and give it to me. Yulia clutched the handkerchief tightly, at a loss for what to do. What should I do? Enoch watched coldly from his sidelines. Hunter Vieira. Enoch grabbed Vieira's wrist and forcefully pushed him away. You always choose the rudest method. Vieira stumbled back and roared. Who dares to interfere? He saw clearly who had come and instantly panicked. Your Highness the Crown Prince. Enoch's voice was icy. Last time at the boutique, you hurt Miss Yulia's wrist. Now, you're threatening her again because she refused to give you her handkerchief. Yulia. That was startled. So he had been listening to our conversation all along. Enoch took a step forward, his gaze burning like a torch. On what grounds did you conclude that I wouldn't accept Miss Yulia's? That handkerchief? Vieira's face was full of shock. What? The whole crowd was in an uproar. Enoch knelt on one knee, looking up at Yulia. He spoke solemnly. Miss Yulia Primrose, I will hunt prey for you. Would you be willing to gift me your handkerchief as a blessing? Gasps erupted from the crowd. Oh my God, His Highness the Crown Prince is actually asking her for her handkerchief. And in front of everyone, Yulia's heart raced. For some reason, I feel like I've become. Yulia felt like she had become the protagonist of a novel. She smiled shyly. Of course, it's my honor. She handed the handkerchief to Enoch. Enoch took the handkerchief and thanked her solemnly. Thank you. Mississippi Vieira clenched his fists. Damn it, just you wait. He turned and left indignantly. Lyrica stood in the distance, her eyes, not watching all this coldly. In the tent under the night sky, rhythmic snoring could be heard. Jixon lay on the bed, dead to the world, a wine bottle rolling on his chest. What a fool. He drank all the wine I brought without a second thought. Vieira was rummaging through the tent, looking for something. Let me see. It should be around here. Found it. He unfolded a map, which marked the locations of rare animals. The hunting. That ground was suddenly changed to the Primrose territory. I didn't even have time to confirm it in advance. He probably thought he could prepare alone in his own backyard. Oh, there's There's that rare cliff bird here. Good, very good. I need to mark my arm in advance. Damn Crown Prince. I will definitely crush your arrogance completely. The horn sounded long and loud. The hunting competition is about to begin. All participants, please get ready. Yulia looked at Enoch's arm, where he had solemnly tied the handkerchief. She asked softly, "Are you pushing yourself too hard because of me?" Enoch's gaze was firm. "Not at all. On the contrary, it is my honor." Enoch smiled. "With Miss Primrose's blessing, I will definitely do my best. So, please wait for my return." Vivian leaned close to Yulia's ear. "Don't worry, Mississippi. I can guarantee my brother's skills." Yulia lowered her head and replied, "Thank you. I will cheer for you with all my heart, Your Highness the Crown Prince." Vieira sat on his horse, watching coldly, acting like he's something special. He spurred, his horse, turned around, and brushed past Enoch. He only knows how to show off on the battlefield. A novice who hasn't even tried hunting. Even that guy Jixon is suffering from a hangover. With a dizzy head, no one here is my match. I will defeat him completely and make him never able to hold his head up again. Get ready to start. The flag was raised high, and suddenly swung down. Set off. Horse's hooves galloped. Vieira took the lead. Excellent. Even my horse is in top condition today. That's a black rock deer. Such a rare creature that actually appeared in the hunting ground. The perfect first prey. I will. Shoot it precisely in the head. Vieira drew his bowstring to the fullest, aimed, and the arrow tore through the air. Another arrow was faster. It instantly pinned into the tree trunk, knocking Vieira's arrow away. Vieira turned pale with shock. Impossible. The black rock deer fell hard to the ground, its throat pierced by a single arrow. The herd of deer was startled and fled in all directions. I've never heard. That's such a swift bowstring sound. Vieira's pupils contracted, cold sweat dripping down. Who on earth is it? Is that person the Crown Prince? Enoch rode a white horse, slowly approaching from a distance. He could actually shoot from such a distance. And hit the target? Enoch's cold voice carried over. It seems you don't understand the basics of hunting at all. The essence of hunting lies in approaching quietly and killing with a single blow. In a sense, the hunting ground is no different from the battlefield. You must quickly and precisely attack the enemy's vital points. Enoch looked down at Vieira, his tone full of contempt. I had expectations for last year's champion. What a disappointment. With your meager skills, you delude yourself into thinking you can win that lady's handkerchief? Enoch revealed a confident smile, his eyes as sharp as knives. If you want to defeat me, you have to risk your life and go all out. Another wild boar fell. Another flying bird was shot down. Cheers erupted from the crowd. Amazing. Your Highness the Crown Prince. If you had participated in previous year's competitions, the championship would have been yours. Vieira's face turned the color of pig liver, his teeth grinding loudly. Enoch smiled and waved his hand. Everyone calm down. I'm just lucky. Damn Crown Prince. I didn't know he had such skills. It feels like he's been following me from the very beginning. If this continues, I will definitely suffer a crushing defeat, unless I can hunt truly astonishing prey. That's right, the cliff bird. If I can catch that, as long as I catch that one, I can turn defeat into victory. Even if the Crown Prince catches more ordinary prey, as long as I present this cliff bird, the judges, I will have no choice but to declare my victory. Vieira made up his mind. I have to slip away quietly. He spurred his horse, turned around, and galloped towards the cliff. Enoch's eyes flashed with a desperate, cold light. Vieira reined in his horse and stopped. This should be the place. A wooden sign lay on the grass, with restricted area scribbled on it. Now I just need to find its nest. I must catch it before the Crown Prince catches up. Vieira suddenly turned his head to confirm no one was following him, his expression tense and resolute. Great. I finally found it. This size, these feathers. It must be the cliff bird. What great luck. It's actually guarding its eggs. If it continuously releases lightning, the eggs will shatter. So, it can't attack recklessly. This is simply a victory bestowed upon me by heaven. Vieira quietly dismounted and approached step by step. The cliff bird let out a shrill screech. Vieira drew his bow to the fullest. I need to precisely hit its vital spot. The arrow left the string and tore through the air. It passed through a blue curtain of light, the afterimage of some kind of magic. Bursts of exclamation erupted from the crowd. Oh my God, could this be? This is too amazing. It's been so many years. But since we last saw one, is this the cliff bird? Looking at its size and color, it should be correct. It's been many years since anyone caught one. Vieira smugly brushed his hair back, enjoying the crowd's admiration. Young Master Vieira is so amazing. He gestured exaggeratedly. That guy was very fierce, constantly shooting lightning. Vieira continued to brag. Haha, but it was no match for me in the end. A judge carefully examined the prey and opened an illustrated handbook to compare. No matter how you look at it, this is not a cliff bird, but a mountain poison bird. Look, there are purple spots here and there. Vieira flew into a rage. What? Are you saying you don't believe my words? He stomped his foot on the ground in front of the judge. I saw it release lightning with my own eyes. Don't give me that nonsense about a mountain poison bird. The judge trembled with fear and repeatedly agreed. Why, yes, this is indeed a cliff bird. Another judge hurriedly announced, it seems young Master Vieira has almost secured this year's championship. Yulia watched coldly from the sidelines. It's too early to declare victory now. Yulia's ruby eyes narrowed slightly, although there are almost no creatures rarer than it in this area. A rush of rapid hoofbeats approached. Someone in the crowd exclaimed, isn't that His Highness the Crown Prince? Enoch rode his white horse at a gallop, dragging a massive prey behind him. Oh my God, what is that? Such a huge thing. An old. The man's face was full of shock, whispering in disbelief. In no way could it be. His pupils suddenly contracted, his beard trembling slightly. Impossible, absolutely impossible. A giant beast that was thrown heavily to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. It's the flaming Fong bear. This is impossible. This is a legendary magical beast. It has almost never been captured in the history of the hunting competition. Where on earth did you find such a creature? Vieira's face instantly turned livid. Enoch calmly explained, I luckily found it in a cave under the cliff. Because it breathes fire, I had the other young masters retreat first and barely managed to subdue it myself. A burst of crisp footsteps sounded, interrupting everyone's discussion. Yulia walked to Enoch's side. She looked up at him, her face flushing. Your Highness the Crown Prince, you are truly amazing. I never thought you could catch such that huge bear all by yourself. Enoch covered half of his face. No, not by myself. Enoch raised a handkerchief. Thanks to the blessing handkerchief bestowed by the Mississippi, we captured it together. Yulia's heart skipped a beat. She covered her mouth, her cheeks flushing deep red. It is my honor. Thank you for your praise, Your Highness Crown Prince Enoch. Lyrica lowered her eyes, her voice calm and emotionless. Look at her face. She looks like she's about to faint from happiness. But that smile will probably only last until now, Yulia. A cold smirk curled the corners of Lyrica's mouth, because a very interesting performance is about to begin. In the hunting camp, tents are closely packed. Lyrica asked softly, Yakov, are the sacrifices ready? Yes, Miss Lyrica. Yakov replied with his head bowed. At his feet lay a sack, seemingly containing something inside. You brought more than I expected. I only needed a few. I'm sorry. I just wanted to make you not happy. Lyrica embraced him. No, you did very well. Now you know what to do, right? Yakov answered obediently in her arms. Yes. Then let's begin. Lyrica's mouth curled up. This magnificent performance will push me back to the top. An attendant announced loudly. From now on, the barbecue party officially begins. The barbecue sizzled on the griddle, its aroma filling the air. Guests sat around the long tables, the atmosphere lively with conversations rising and falling. Vivian raised her wine glass. I told you earlier, Miss, my brother's hunting skills are absolutely guaranteed. Yulia responded, hold her wine glass. I am truly surprised. He went on his first try. Vivian, Dot winked playfully. He's always been a perfectionist, but I think it's precisely because you were watching that he worked even harder. Yulia's cheeks flushed. She remained silent, just looking down, Dot at her wine glass. Yulia turned to Enoch beside her. I have always participated in the hunting festival, not just out of obligation. I thought this year would pass uneventfully as well, but I received immense help from him in a critical moment. I feel like I have also slightly broken free from other people's. Dot gazes. In the past, I was known as the most vicious woman in the Empire. The eyes that followed me were terrifying, but as long as he stands by my side, I can find strength and courage. He is someone I will always be grateful to, but now this feeling seems to have become more. He is the only one who can make a coward like me stop running away. This is not just admiration. Yulia gazed at the swaying liquid in her glass. What should I call it? This feeling of wanting to become his special someone. Vivian suddenly spoke up. Speaking of which, the bond between you and my brother is really deep. Yulia was a bit confused. What? Vivian continued. You met because of my skincare, and then that you started a business together. Now you have surpassed the relationship of business partners to become a tremendous source of strength for each other, as if completing one another. Yulia hurriedly waved her hands. No, it's just me unilaterally receiving help. Vivian, Smiled and shook her head. Oh, not at all. You might not realize it, but thanks to you, my brother has become much more cheerful. Me too, especially my brothers. A crisp, snap of fingers interrupted Vivian's words. The candle, flame flickered and transformed into a blooming rose. Oh my god, the candle flame actually turned into a flower. Enoch walked over holding a plate of barbecue. What are you two chatting about so enthusiastically? Vivian cried out in pleasant surprise, brother. Enoch handed the food to Yulia. I brought a little bit of everything. Please enjoy. Yulia took the plate. Thank you. I will enjoy it. She looked up. Congratulations again on your victory, Your Highness. Enoch smiled slightly. Thank you. Mississippi Vivian teased in a low voice from the side. Brother, didn't you work a bit too hard today? To leave a good impression on the miss, you even used magic. Enoch cleared his throat, interrupting her words. He turned to Yulia. His expression became serious. Actually, I want to apologize to you, Mississippi. Because of my presumptuous actions, I might have brought you unnecessary attention. Yulia hurriedly shook her head. No, it's really fine. In fact, if your highness hadn't accepted my handkerchief, I would have suffered. A massive humiliation. I actually never really liked the hunting festival. This year, I didn't even have anyone to give my handkerchief to. But you not only accepted it, you also won the competition. I'm truly very touched. This is the first time I've felt happy to participate in a festival. Thank you so much. Enoch's cheeks flushed slightly. If it could bring you a trace of joy, then I am very happy. Thanks to you, it's also my first time enjoying this festival. The fork slipped from Vivian's hand, landing with a clatter. On the table. Enoch immediately leaned forward. Vivian, what's wrong? Vivian clutched her throat in pain, her body curling up. It feels like my internal organs are burning. Enoch shouted in horror. Vivian. She suddenly pitched forward, falling heavily. Onto the table. Yulia rushed forward. Your Highness, what on earth is going on? Vivian gasped in pain, her skin beginning to turn a bizarre purple, as if poisoned. Yulia was panic-stricken. What on earth is happening? She saw Vivian collapse on the ground. Hey, are you okay? What's wrong? She collapsed after eating that piece of meat. Everyone's symptoms are the same as Her Highness's. Could someone have poisoned the meat? Yulia's heart tightened. This never happened in the original story. What should I do? I need to go back to my room to get medicinal herbs first. Enoch ordered loudly. Knights, assemble. Go get the priests immediately. Every second counts. The knights responded in unison. Yes. Yulia turned and ran. There's no time to waste. Yulia grabbed a knight's hand. Hey, listen to me. She shoved the horse's reins to the knight. Miss Yulia, what's going on? Yulia's tone was urgent. Never mind that. Ride this horse and go get the priests. Bring them here at all costs. The knight, looked at his horse in panic. And my horse? Yulia sternly commanded. Yes, miss, I understand. Please hurry. Lyrica bent down, looking at the fallen Vieira. Your Highness, are you all right? She knelt beside Vieira, placing one hand gently on his body. Yulia exclaimed. Lyrica's hand is glowing. Beneath Lyrica's palm, a golden light surged. Impossible. Look, something is coming out of his body. A cloud of purple poisonous gas was drawn out of his body. His face returned to normal. The toxin was leaving his body. Everyone covered their mouths in shock. This sight is just like divine power. People fell to their knees one after another. We're saved. We're saved. The gods have bestowed divine power upon Miss Lyrica. A saintess is born in the Empire. Yulia stared blankly at her own hands, her heart, churning with turbulent waves. This was supposed to be my power. Maybe Lyrica awakened the blessing of the Primrose family. The blessing of healing. Yulia's pupils suddenly contracted, thorns growing wildly in her heart. Lyrica called out, Princess Vivian, please hold on a little longer. This is truly astonishing. To actually awaken divine power. That is a realm unattainable by endless training. As expected of the power of the Primrose family, the power of blessing. Lyrica's eyes focused. She suddenly opened her eyes, and a wave of dizziness hit her. She held her forehead. I feel so dizzy. Lyrica's body swayed, and she fell backward. A hand steadily supported Lyrica. Yulia. Looked at Lyrica with concern. Are you okay, Lyrica? Lyrica leaned weakly against her. Sister Yulia. Yulia's vision became blurry. Vivian. A voice sounded in her ear. Vivian, are you awake? Vivian slowly opened her eyes, finding herself lying in Enoch's arms. She let out a soft groan. Brother. She looked around. What happened? Miss Lyrica healed you with divine power. Lyrica smiled. That's great. You're finally awake. You encountered an accident at the long-awaited hunting festival. I was very worried. Although it was a bit straining, seeing your highness safe and sound, I am relieved. Vivian bowed her head, in greeting. Thank you for healing me, Miss Lyrica. Miss Lyrica actually possesses such power. It's truly amazing. She looks just like a Saintess. Yulia stood in the crowd, listening to the surrounding whispers. We are so lucky. If it weren't for Miss Lyrica, what would we have done? It seems someone can truly receive the god's blessing. Yulia was expressionless. For humans, though, what exactly is fate? A father anxiously asked Lyrica and the priest, "How is my daughter's condition?" Lyrica examined the girl. This is truly a miracle. The toxins in her body have completely vanished. Her bloodline has also been completely purified. Although it was her first time, Lyrica single-handedly treated many patients that even the high priest would find difficult to handle. I am proud of you, Lyrica. Honestly, how did this kind of thing that even happen? The priests gathered together to discuss. Do the patients that have anything in common? A patient recalled, "I had just taken a sip of the Cliff Bird soup when the toxin took effect." Cliff Bird? Another patient added, "Yes. Because it was rare meat, I wolfed it down." Speaking of which, you also fell ill while eating the Cliff Bird. Meat skewers. The priest's face turned grave. That seems not to be a cliff bird, but a mountain poison bird. The poison bird's toxicity is extremely fierce. Even a small amount can mutate the bloodline. If the treatment had been any later, there would likely have been casualties. From a crowd, gasps erupted. "Oh my God, young Master Vieira." Vieira, trembled all over. "What on earth have you done? Didn't you insist that it was a cliff bird? You also said it started discharging electricity as soon as you found it. Was that a lie too?" Thinking about it now, before the competition, you tried to humiliate Miss Primrose. When you failed, did you hold a grudge and want to ruin the entire festival? Wait a minute. I was framed. The map in young Master Jixon's tent clearly marked the cliff bird. Vieira suddenly covered his mouth, realizing his slip of the tongue. Jixon's voice was icy. "Map? So, you also sneaked into another man's room?" A noble suddenly exclaimed, "I remember now. When we went to find the priests, the road to the West Forest was blocked." Another person added, "Wasn't young Master Vieira the one who disappeared nearby?" Roars erupted from the crowd. "Young Master Vieira, you bastard, you scum." Vieira was surrounded by angry nobles. He pleaded in panic, "Wait, this is a misunderstanding." Duke Primrose. Yulia sighed softly. Her gaze fell on Lyrica. Lyrica Primrose. Enoch walked up to her, and reached out his hand to her. Enoch spoke solemnly. "As the crown prince of the Piast Empire, I extend my gratitude to you." Lyrica bowed her head slightly. "Your Highness, there is no need for this. I am just happy to have been of help." In the crowd, discussions broke out again. How could she be so humble? It seems we really misunderstood her. Yes, if she were a wicked person, how could she awaken such divine power? Enoch's eyes were complex. Yulia fell into deep thought. This is why I wanted to pass down the potion before Lyrica becomes a saintess. In the original story, there were subtle hints that Lyrica would end up with Crown Prince Enoch. A crown prince eager to eradicate corrupt priests, and a young girl possessing the strongest divine power. Their romance, to some extent, that was a natural development. Yulia fell deep into thought. Perhaps because the original work wasn't finished, some unseen connection is occurring. And precisely at this time, when the conflict between the royal family and the temple is at its sharpest, that she awakened. If the two of them get together, what should I do? Since I've reincarnated as a novel character, can I not escape fate? What on earth should I do now? Miss Yulia. A voice awakened Yulia. Vivian held her hand. What are you thinking about so intently? Yulia snapped back to reality. Nothing. She quickly changed the subject. Princess Vivian, how are you feeling? Vivian sat by the dining table, answering energetically, "I'm completely fine. To be honest, I even want to eat some more." Her eyes flashed with a peculiar light. "Miss Yulia," Princess Vivian suddenly asked, "what do you think of my brother?" Yulia was startled. "What?" Princess Vivian explained, "Everything that happened yesterday and today. That has shocked me greatly." Yulia nodded. "Yes, anyone who experiences this would feel the same." Princess Vivian's smile hid a deeper meaning. "I've been poisoned before too, so maybe I can understand a bit." "No, I don't mean that. I mean my brother participating in the hunting competition." Yulia's pupils suddenly shrank. "My brother has always only cared about state affairs and me. He is indifferent to everything else. I've never seen him so proactively stand up for someone else. He may seem gentle on the outside, but he never easily opens his heart to anyone. No matter how I look at it, my brother thinks you are very special, Miss Yulia. And it seems you are not completely without feelings for him either." Princess Vivian held her hand tightly. Yulia's heart skipped a beat. "So, gather your courage. Everything will go smoothly," Yulia whispered. "Princess Vivian." Vivian saw Enoch approaching and happily asked, "Brother, is everything taken care of?" Enoch walked over. "Seeing that you're all right puts my mind at ease, Vivian." Princess Vivian suddenly pushed Yulia toward Enoch. She smiled and said, "I happen to have something to do, so I'll leave this lady in your care." Primrose panicked. flustered. Your Highness the Princess. Princess Vivian turned and ran off. Excuse me for a moment. Yulia faced Enoch alone, her cheeks instantly flushing red. Has the princess already noticed my feelings? My true feelings for the crown prince. In the original story, I should be dead by now, but I'm still alive, and I am here with the crown prince. I absolutely do not want to die. It's time to gather my courage. Yulia took a deep breath. If I don't take the initiative, nothing will change. She gathered her courage and turned to the man beside her, Crown Prince Enoch. Yulia's voice trembled. Actually, I have something I want to say to you. Could you spare me some time tomorrow night? Enoch was slightly taken aback and gazed at her. The moonlight was like water as the carriage sped along the forest path. The wheels rolled over the gravel, making a rhythmic sound. Yulia sat by the carriage window. Thank you so much for taking the trouble to accompany me out this late, Syrian. Syrian cast his gaze toward the night scenery outside the window. It's nothing. As your personal guard, it's only natural. But then again, meeting the crown prince this late, he sure has a lot of free time. Yulia replied coldly. I was the one who asked him out. Yulia folded her hands and placed them on her lap. It's now or never. If I don't act now, I won't have chance. She made up her mind. I must confirm whether his feelings are the same as mine. Just like how Lyrica used her divine power to save people. I, too, must use my own way to fight for my future. At that moment, that I was only focused on observing the crown prince's reaction. When I saw his expression, I couldn't guess his thoughts at all. All I knew was that he was definitely suspicious. What if he covets that power? What if he has developed a hint of affection for Lyrica? Over the past few months, the crown prince and I opened UNIT together. After many twists and turns, we are also jointly managing. At the Alchemist Guild, I can feel a special connection between us. So, Yulia gazed at the moon outside the window, her silver hair fluttering in the night breeze. She had to confirm it. Yulia sat in the carriage, her eyes determined. I want to confirm his feelings. The carriage stopped at the edge of the forest. Yulia said to Syrian, wait here for a moment. Syrian nodded. Miss Yulia, please go ahead without worry. Yulia lifted her skirt and stepped out of the carriage. Her feet stepped on the fallen leaves, making a rustling sound. She closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and gathered her courage. Yulia opened her eyes, a determined fire burning in her pupils. She saw Enoch, already waiting ahead. Enoch turned around, his gaze falling on her. The corners of Enoch's lips curled up slightly. You're here. Mississippi Yulia's cheeks felt hot. Yes. I'm sorry, I'm late. You must have waited a long time. Enoch shook his head. No, I just arrived too. The two walked side by side toward the lake. The lake's surface sparkled under the moonlight. Enoch said softly, this lake is truly beautiful. Yulia's gaze followed the shimmering water. Yes, I used to come here often with my mother. Enoch stopped in his tracks. Let's walk and talk. Yulia nodded. All right. Yulia walked beside him. Yulia spoke first. Regarding what happened at the barbecue party, I sincerely apologize to you. I failed to identify the mountain poison bird in time. Enoch gently interrupted her. No, miss, you don't need to apologize. I didn't notice it either. You stepped up in your father's place to handle the situation. And helped me a lot. Yulia lowered her eyes. I actually didn't do anything. He is always so kind to me. I can't guess his true feelings at all. Does he really think so? Yet I couldn't do anything. It was Lyrica who cured that danger. If he is grateful to Lyrica because of this and looks at her differently from now on, I wouldn't like that. I want to become someone special to Crown Prince Enoch. A few days ago, I received a new report from the alchemists. Various experimental potions are almost complete. This time, I thought perhaps we can create an antidote. I plan to have them study the samples collected from the mountain. Yulia's heart tightened. In addition, Enoch's gaze turned to the distance. Miss, that person over there is. Yulia followed his line of sight. He's my personal guard. You remember him, right? Syrian was taking big bites of an apple. Enoch asked, yes, is his name John? Did you two come together? Yulia quickly corrected him. It's Syrian. He's a very trusted friend of mine. Enoch looked thoughtful. I see. It seems that you have a very good relationship. He changed the subject. However, sometimes he seems a bit too casual with you. This makes me a little worried. Perhaps I'm meddling too much. Yulia was stunned. Why is he suddenly talking about Syrian? She explained, Syrian and his younger brother were once demi-human slaves. They lived under oppression for a long time. I allow him to be more casual, hoping it can somewhat ease his hatred towards humans. Yulia hurriedly waved her hands. I don't treat them as slaves. I am against slavery. I will be paying them wages soon. Enoch turned his face away, fine sweat seeping from his forehead. Is that so? Once again, I feel your thoughtfulness. Yulia felt something was slightly off. The crown prince is acting a bit strange today, suddenly changing the subject. Is it because I was too apologetic about what happened to the princess? No. Could he have realized that I asked him out to say something important, yet I keep beating around the bush? We can talk about work matters later. I was the one who asked him out, after all. Yulia closed her eyes and took a deep breath. I must say what can only be said right now. She suddenly opened her eyes. Your Highness. Enoch, that stopped in his tracks. Yulia confessed. To be honest, the reason I invited you here is... Yulia lowered her eyes, her voice as soft as a whisper. Actually, but there isn't any special reason. Her Highness the Princess seemed very worried about you, so I invited you here so you could catch your breath. In short, I just wanted to enjoy the beautiful scenery here with you. A sudden gust of wind blew past, messing up her hair. Ah, the wind. Yulia instinctively closed her eyes, her body swaying slightly. Enoch, quick-eyed and deft-handed, took a step forward and pulled her into his arms, steadily supporting her body. Enoch's deep voice sounded in her ear, Miss. Are you all right? Yulia lifted her head and met his concerned gaze, her heart skipping a beat. Enoch gazed at her, deep in his heart. Perhaps I have always been waiting for today. I want a confirmation. A confirmation that I have won the heart of the woman in front of me. My long-held first love, Yulia Primrose. A few years ago, Vivian once asked me this. Enoch's pen paused. Brother, Vivian sat on the sofa, holding a teacup. Is there really no girl that you particularly like? Your aides are all very worried, saying that you've reached the age to date, but only know how to work. At that moment, the figure of a woman came to mind. Since childhood, that silver hair has been incredibly vivid in my memory, along with those red eyes that shine brighter than rubies. But she got engaged to another man. I thought we would just not miss each other like that. However, fate plays tricks. One past event after another intertwined. Our paths crossed more and more. We started a business together. I began to extravagantly hope to share a future with her. At first, just talking to her made me incredibly happy. Our topics were mostly about work, but I liked her passion. But I don't know since when, just that was no longer enough. One day, she handed me a bottle of room spray to try. I felt like she was hinting that for me to be more proactive. So I took her to a restaurant that couples often visit and even participated in a hunting competition I was never interested in, personally accepting her handkerchief to win the victory for her. Then, when she suggested we meet alone, I thought our relationship had finally made progress. When we arrived at the lake, I was even more certain that she asked me here, not for a special reason. But a few days ago, I received a new report from the alchemists. Even here, all she talks about is work. I appreciate her concern for Vivian, but can I only be Vivian's brother or a business partner? The situation was confusing. That escort night she brought, that bothered me a lot. They were casually joking around. I had never seen her look so relaxed. It even made me feel childish jealousy. But listening to her considerate words, I suddenly felt ashamed. I, a man shouldering the entire nation, was blinded by emotions and jealous of my own subject. Just as I was at a loss, a call of Your Highness pulled me back to reality. Yulia raised her eyes. I want to be honest with you. I invited you here. Actually, it's just that I wanted to enjoy this place with you, Your Highness. At that moment, my mind went blank. I desperately searched for an answer she would like, but instinctively draped my coat over her shoulders. Looking through her eyes, I finally understood. She too is attracted to me. Your face is red. Yulia's cheeks flushed. It's probably because I feel warm and the heat is rising. But I smell a familiar scent. Is it the room spray I gave you? A faint scent of lavender and tobacco. Enoch smiled and said, is that so? Lately, even if I'm not tired, a quick spray helps me fall asleep quickly. Yulia suggested, perhaps I can make a perfume with the same scent as a thank you gift for the hunting competition. Not to give to you. Enoch looked down and gazed at her. It seems this scent suits me well. Yulia's smile bloomed. Yes, it suits you perfectly. Yulia lowered her eyes. Actually, that room spray was custom-made for you, Your Highness. That's right. Enoch's heart jolted, feeling as if he had been struck hard. As long as you don't find it troublesome, I would be very happy to accept. Enoch's voice was gentle. Then next time, may I escort you? Not for work, but for another purpose. Yulia responded softly. I would love that. The carriage slowly drove away, the sound of its wheels, echoing in the night. Inside the carriage, Count Conrad broke the silence. Your Highness, are you all right? You look very exhausted. Enoch leaned back in the carriage. My head hurts a bit. Good heavens. Then shouldn't you go see a priest? Count Conrad panicked and leaned in. No, this is an intelligence issue. Today is the first time I realized how dense I am. Enoch turned to him. Count Conrad, I'll only ask you one thing. Do you know places that women like to go? Yes. Can you recommend a date location? Count Conrad adjusted his monocle. A date? Could it be that you met a lady today? Enoch's lips curled up slightly. MHM. Anyway, I wanted to find a truly good place. The carriage sped through the night, the wheels clattering against the cobblestone road. Inside Yulia's carriage. Do you know how scared I was just now? Syrian was puzzled. Scared? Syrian recalled Enoch's gaze. Don't even mention it. He stared at me with eyes full of jealousy. A man's jealousy is even more terrifying. Yulia couldn't believe it. His Highness the Crown Prince. I was jealous of you? Syrian muttered. You are really dense. It was obvious from the very first day we met. I completely didn't expect His Highness the Crown Prince to look at me that way. Among all the young ladies, Syrian's voice carried excitement. Anyway, congratulations. His Highness the Crown Prince likes you. He even draped his coat over you. Yulia gently stroked the coat. MHM. Although I'm very happy, I'm a bit confused right now. Especially since Lyrica has awakened the blessing of healing. Syrian's expression changed. Really? All three siblings have awakened the power of blessing. It's time. About to check on Yulia's spirit after a long time. If spirits of the same origin awaken, they will become restless with joy. A red light flashed in his eyes as he sensed Yulia from afar. Strange. The spirits seem unusually tense. Yulia's sister. What exactly is their spirit hiding? Syrian's brows furrowed. It seems I'll have to confirm it myself later. The carriage came to a steady stop in front of the Duke's estate. Meanwhile, Lyrica slammed the box heavily onto the table. She bit her nails. Everything is clearly in my favor, so why can't this anger be quelled? Miss Yulia, you're back, a voice rang out. Lyrica abruptly turned her head, her gaze icy. Yulia said, thank you everyone for coming out to welcome me. Take this. She handed over the box in her hands. The sound of footsteps that echoed in the empty hall. Lyrica's silhouette was reflected on the window as she quietly left. Oh my goodness, it's Yunette's new product. The maids excitedly gathered around the box. How did you manage to get this again? Thank you so much. Yulia revealed a gentle smile. No, I should be the one thanking you if you can make good use of it. Yulia, that is the problem. It was the same at the social gathering I attended during the day. The chattering voices of discussion were endless. Miss Lyrica, you are truly amazing. To be able to witness such a miracle with my own eyes is truly an immense honor. There, that was slowly poured into the cup, steam rising. Perhaps we should soon be calling you a saintess. Lyrica smiled shyly. Oh my everyone, that is flattering me too much. Even the priest who just came said so. Is that so? The noble ladies present chimed in. Even among high-ranking priests, someone with such powerful healing abilities is extremely rare. It was my first time realizing how terrifying poisoning can be. If it weren't for Miss Lyrica, the hunting festival, that might have ended right there. Speaking of the hunting festival, a noble lady suddenly spoke up. His Highness the Crown Prince personally participated this time, didn't he? He is truly amazing to have hunted such a large brown bear. Speaking of which, what is his relationship with Miss Primrose? The lady suddenly realized she had misspoken and covered her mouth. Miss Yulia. Miss Lyrica, do you know anything about your sister? Lyrica showed a troubled smile. This question is very hard for me to answer. She picked up her teacup. I'm not too sure. After all, I'm not the person involved. Honestly speaking, Miss Lyrica, if their relationship was really that good, she would have said something long ago. Lyrica's mouth twitched. Even her sister thinks it's no big deal. It seems their relationship is just SOSO. Damn it, the noble ladies let out snickers. A bunch of fools. You invited me here, yet you look at me with those eyes. How dare you talk about Yulia at a gathering where I am the main character? But from now on, this will never happen again. Lyrica's hand brushed across the bookshelf. Now I just need to keep climbing higher. Because she turned around abruptly, her gaze like ice. A letter sealed with wax lay quietly on the table. Not long ago, I received a wonderful letter. The temple actually sent someone personally to find me. The handwriting on the letter emerged in the darkness. That is undoubtedly an invitation for me to become the saintess of the Evafni religion. As long as I become the saintess, that no one will ever dare to look down on me again. A twisted smile appeared on Lyrica's face. I will make everyone submit to me, whether it's high society, the royal family, or the Duke's estate. This time, I will definitely trample you under my feet, Yulia. Please sit, Miss Primrose. The temple steps shone in the sunlight. It is my honor to serve you again. Have your previous headaches completely healed? Lyrica bowed slightly, her smile gentle. Yes, thanks to your service, High Priest Sabrino. It was precisely because of that headache that I awakened the blessing of healing. A priest that said that if you saw it with your own eyes, you would be greatly astonished. The toxins in those patients' bodies disappeared entirely without a single drop left. High Priest Sabrino chuckled softly. Oh, is that so? Then could you demonstrate it here today? Lyrica's smile froze. About that. I've been very exhausted since that day. I think I just need to rest for a few more days, and I should be fine. High Priest Sabrino responded gently. Of course. After all, it was your first time, so your body would definitely be overwhelmed. Lyrica's eyes instantly sharpened. But High Priest, she lifted her chin, her smile cold and confident. You're the type of person who values efficiency the most, an idealist. Lyrica rested her chin on her hand, calculating glints flashing in her red eyes. Do you have some special expectation of me? High Priest Sabrino let out a light laugh. Oh my. The curve of his lips deepened. You're truly perceptive, Miss Primrose. The High Priest extended a hand, as if offering a sacred invitation. Would you be willing to spread this power of healing? That to even further places? You must have heard of that shop, Unette, right? Lyrica lightly touched her lower lip with her fingertips, her eyes cold. Unette. High Priest Sabrino's tone grew heavy. To be honest, because of that shop, the temple's prestige is no longer what it used to be. The Empire's citizens' faith in the god of Aphne is wavering. He looked up, his eyes flashing with fanaticism and calculation. But if you, the one who personally healed the princess, if you become the saintess of the Avafni faith, our temple will regain its former glory. And you, miss, will hold the highest power in the empire. Lyrica's red pupils widened slightly, seemingly shocked by this grand blueprint. Of course, we don't ask for much. High Priest Sabrino's voice was full of temptation. We only need you to conduct some public activities in front of masses. Interesting. Considering the suffering caused by Unette, I can also take revenge on those bastards. Is that what this means? I was just worrying about how to use this power, so I'm very grateful that you came to me first. Lyrica revealed a perfect smile. Although I still have many shortcomings, I will do my best. She stroked the necklace on her chest, her eyes showing undisguised ambition. I look forward to your guidance from now on. From now on, I will make those who tormented me kneel one by one. It is my honor to serve such a noble person. High Priest Sabrino's voice came through. Then, we will soon prepare for the Saintess's inauguration ceremony. The door swung open. Lyrica walked into the room. I'm back, Yakov. Lyrica rested her hand on the door, a relaxed smile on her face. I just went to the temple of Avafni. The high priest that invited me to become the saintess. Lyrica's pupils suddenly shrank. Ever since the hunting festival, he's been like this. So troublesome. We still have so many things to do. That I can't forget those corpses. Yakov trembled. The way they looked, poisoned and rotting. Lyrica interrupted him. Yakov, she stepped closer, her voice icy. They were trash who tormented us for a long time. They are scum whom no one would mourn even if they disappeared from the world. Thanks to your witchcraft, that I was able to attain the position of saintess. She abruptly pulled Yakov into her arms. Using your curse of transferring diseases, I have obtained happiness. You will be happy too. Lyrica Primrose hugged Yakov tightly, whispering in his ear, I will soon be giving a demonstration at the temple. So, go back to the village and bring a few more sacrifices. Miss Lyrica, Yakov lifted his head, his red eyes looking straight at her. Are you saying that without me, you can't? That do it? A duke's daughter who is supposed to live a noble life can't leave me now, right? Is he gradually breaking free from the charm spell? His words are getting shorter, and he's even starting to threaten me. You are nothing but another disgusting human from that despicable family. Yakov. Yes, you are right. Lyrica's fingers gently stroked his cheek. I can no longer leave you. She kissed him. So from now on, use your entire life. Not to obey my words. Yakov's eyes returned to submission. Miss, how many sacrifices should I catch? Lyrica chuckled lightly. The more, the better. All right, the stage is set. Lyrica rested her cheek on her hand, her smile cunning and cold. Then, how should I deal with Yulia? Enoch sat at his desk, his finger tracing across the calendar. Let me see. Which day is best? It's best to avoid the crowded weekends. He was suddenly startled. Brother, are the date preparations going smoothly? Vivian pushed the door open and entered. Ah, Vivian, good heavens, were these documents? Enoch explained, date locations recommended by Count Conrad. The place is chosen, but the date is hard to set. She is too busy with her business, so I can't just decide on a whim. Vivian picked up 2 letters. So you're being this careful. As expected of her, with just a little push from me, she received a date invitation from my brother. Since it's come to this, should I give it another push? Vivian leaned closer to Enoch. I have some intel that you will absolutely be interested in. Want to hear it? Enoch looked up. What intel? Vivian's finger tapped the calendar. That day is actually her birthday. Really? I found out last time when we were chatting on the balcony during the royal ball. His cheeks flushed slightly. I see. Enoch feigned grievance. However, she only told you her birthday. I'm still a bit jealous. Vivian chuckled softly. We are best friends. You're jealous of everything. Enoch said, I'm just joking. Anyway, thank you for your valuable intel. Enoch circled the date on the calendar. Now I just need to choose a gift. His gaze shifted. The Dawn Festival. That is also approaching. I must closely monitor the movements of those priests. The Dawn Festival is a grand festival hosted by the temple. On this day, priests provide free healing for the people. This year's Dawn Festival holds extraordinary significance. At a time when the people's faith in the temple is gradually declining, the god of Vafni sent down a very special person. That person is Duke Primrose exclaimed in excitement. Dressed like this, you truly look like a saintess descended from heaven. I'm so proud that you are a member of the Primrose family. Lyrica responded softly. I am so glad to hear you say that, Father. She held a scepter and wore magnificent priestess robes. Do I really look good? Duke Primrose's eyes were filled with pride. Of course. I have never seen a saintess as beautiful as you. He took a step closer. Lately, wherever I go, all people talk about. That is you. Just recently, I attended a high-ranking noble gathering. Everyone sincerely congratulated you and begged me to definitely bring you along next time. He gently stroked Lyrica's headpiece. Anyway, you've suffered. I always believed that you would eventually achieve great things. My precious daughter, Lyrica Primrose. Lyrica had tears in her eyes. This is all thanks to you, Father. Thank you for always believing in me. I am truly so happy that brother could come and bless me. Lyrica's tone carried a hint of disappointment. If only mother and sister Yulia could have come too. If I continue to sincerely help people, perhaps one day they will open their hearts to me. Duke Primrose showed an apologetic expression. I am sorry, Lulika. The two of them went out without saying anything. He turned his face away, his expression instantly turning to disgust. What an unpleasant woman. As for Yulia, why must she only pick up that woman's bad habits? Lyrica's smile froze, a hint of coldness flashing in the depths of her eyes. The family has returned to how it used to be. Everything is going smoothly. A priest stepped forward. Miss Primrose, the ceremony is about to begin. Please wait a moment. Lyrica nodded slightly. Thank you. She turned to Yakov beside her. Are the sacrifices ready? Yakov respectfully replied, Yes, Miss Lyrica. Lyrica issued the command, then opened the sacred doors. She slowly raised her head, her red eyes flashing with light. From today on, that I will be reborn. As the saintess, I will begin a new life. Lyrica walks toward the holy gate, toward the dazzling light. Footsteps echo, step by step. Exclamations erupt from the crowd. Look, the new saintess is here. Lyrica walks down the steps with Yakov, closely following behind. Holy light envelopes their figures. The crowd boils over again. Oh my God! How could she be so beautiful? The high priest makes an inviting gesture. This way, please. He turns to Lyrica. Miss Primrose, are you ready to become the saintess of the Vafni faith? Lyrica's eyes are firm. Yes, high priest. The high priest announces. Then, we shall immediately begin reciting the prayer for the inauguration of the saintess. He raises his arms high, his voice solemn and resonant. I, as the spokesperson of the god of Vafni, hereby declare that Lyrica Primrose is appointed as the saintess who guides souls back to the god of Vafni. Sacred light descends from the sky, enveloping Lyrica. May the blessing of the god Vafni be with Saintess Primrose. The crowd erupts into deafening cheers. The high priest's voice rings out again. Now, to commemorate the Dawn Festival, the saintess will hold a healing ceremony. He urges the crowd. First come, first served. Please line up quickly. A boy clings to the fence, his eyes full of longing. Wow, the saintess's healing ceremony. He turns to his father beside him. Dad, can mom receive treatment too? The man looks troubled. Well, that would be wonderful, but We are commoners born with karma, so we must wait. Lyrica uses her healing powers on the nobles. Golden sacred energy surrounds them. A commoner whispers a prayer. Once the nobles are done, if we are lucky, maybe it will be our turn. Another commoner is full of gratitude. Even so, being able to see the saintess in person is already a great blessing. After treating a few high-ranking nobles, Lyrica leaves early, citing fatigue. The remaining nobles are taken over by the priests for treatment. The poor commoners can only watch helplessly through the cold fence. The temple is quite satisfied with this. After all, it has regained the favor of the nobles. Just like that, Lyrica successfully completes her debut. However, that night at the theater, brilliantly illuminated to celebrate the inauguration of the saintess, the temple has prepared a musical as the grand finale. Only the most devout believers are invited to attend. Whispers ripple through the audience. Lyrica personally guides her father and brother to the front row seats. Jixon looks around. It's been a while since I've been to the theater. They must have put a lot of effort into preparing this musical. Lyrica whispers softly, I hope everyone likes it. Strange, why weren't the Duchess and Miss Yulia invited? I have a bad premonition. The lights suddenly turn on, and the stage backdrop is revealed. Shoo, it's starting. That looks like the corridor of the Duke's estate. A line is delivered from the stage. My lord, a guest has arrived. The maid's pupils suddenly contract. That time, they actually prepared a musical like this. The audience stirs again. I see. They deliberately didn't invite the Duchess and Miss Yulia. The maid's face turns pale. How could they do such a thing? I must report this to Miss Yulia. Lyrica, however, just sits quietly, a cold smile appearing on her face. A meticulously planned drama is raising its curtain. The carriage door slams shut with a bang. Yulia leans against the soft seat and orders the coachman, hurry to the Duke's estate. The coachman respectfully responds, yes. Miss Yulia. The carriage begins to bump. Yulia rests her hand on her forehead. I was caught completely off guard. While I was focused on Yunette's autumn event and medicine research, I never thought Lyrica would use the temple to ambush me. As soon as I received the report about the musical, I immediately finished my urgent work and rushed to the theater. Throughout the entire performance, I fought back the surging nausea in my heart. The plot of the play was simple. A girl who grew up in the slums lost her mother, her only family, at a very young age. She prayed to the god of Aphne to endure every difficult day. The plot of the musical was predictable. The god took pity on the girl and guided her to find her father. But later, the sound of shattering porcelain pierces the silence. Yulia stands triumphantly with her hands on her hips in front of a group of maids. She screams, Mother, look at this. Lyrica broke your most cherished porcelain. Lyrica falls to the ground, surrounded by porcelain shards. She whispers in defense, Oh my. It was my sister who bumped into me, and it fell. The mother looks displeased. Lyrica, talking back to your sister is not what a lady does. That musical cleverly distorted every mistake Lyrica had made. The water pitcher incident, her relationship with Vieira, the Ripia flower, and even the recent crimes committed using Unette. In the play, Lyrica was just a pitiful victim struggling in the cold, noble world. With the full support of her father and brother, and relying on her faith in the god, she finally awakened as the saintess who protects the empire. At that moment, I found myself unknowingly clenching my fists. The attacks on me and the accusations against Unit had angered me, but Lyrica knew. She knew very well how good Mother had been to her. Mother worried that she would feel inferior for not being her biological child and never said a harsh word to her. Yet she dared to insult Mother like this. Nobles close to Mother wouldn't believe this kind of musical, but we aren't acquainted with all the nobles. Not to mention, this play will soon be performed for the common public. To stop it from spreading further, I rushed to the temple, but they said all authority was in Lyrica's hands and told me to find her. Her worship service this week should already be over, and she should be at the Duke's estate now. Yulia stops in her tracks. Through the window, she sees Lyrica's figure, wearing a hint of a smug smile. Whether you become a saintess or not, I won't let you get away with this. Yulia's eyes are resolute as her footsteps echo in the corridor. That's definitely Father's study. Should I wait until she's alone to talk? Or, no, Father's been very biased towards her lately. Talking in front of him might. Yulia hides behind the door and hears Lyrica's voice. Father, I'll go in first. Very well, go get some rest. Yulia's voice rings out. Lyrica, can I have a moment of your time? Lyrica turns around and sees Yulia standing in the corridor. Ah, Sister Yulia, when did you arrive? But I'm a bit tired right now. Yulia's tone is firm. It won't take long. just a moment. Father's voice comes from the study. Yulia. He sits behind the desk, looking displeased. What are you doing stopping your exhausted sister? Shouldn't you let her rest when it's this late? Coming home so late. What does that look like? You go in and rest first? Lyrica. Lyrica smiles. Thank you, father. Yulia watches her back with cold eyes. But father's voice rings out again. Leah, come here. If you have something to say it to me. Yulia walks into the study. Father, you also saw the musical held by the temple, didn't you? Father doesn't even lift his head. I saw it. So what? That musical involves our family affairs, and it distorts them severely. If people see this kind of thing, mothers in my position. Father interrupts her. Yulia, as you know, Lyrica is at a very important turning point. She is establishing her position as the saintess, as family, instead of supporting her. If you can't even understand this much, can you still call yourselves family? Yulia's breath hitches. Right? I forgot how despicable this man is. Father takes off his glasses. Unlike you, Lyrica's talent has already blossomed. As her father, cultivating this talent. Isn't it a matter of course? An empty man who only judges his family by their value. Yulia sneers. In her heart, father continues. The temple must have put a tremendous amount of effort into that musical. If we stop it now, wouldn't you be putting Lyrica in an awkward position? If you hadn't been absent from the Dawn Festival, you could have raised an objection that day. You were absent because you were jealous of your sister, weren't you? Whether in the past or now, you really haven't changed at all. Even if you ignore me, what about Mother? Have you thought about the humiliation she will have to endure? You force Mother to make sacrifices just for Lyrica, for that child you brought back from the outside. Father's hands suddenly clench into fists. Yulia, watch your words. How dare you say such things to your father? No, I will say it. I now clearly understand how little you value Mother and me. The two of us will never be happy staying in this Duke's estate. So, Yulia's eyes are resolute. I'm taking Mother away from here. I can no longer entrust Mother to an irresponsible man like you, and I will never come looking for you again. Father roars. How dare you say you're leaving the Duke's estate? He slams the table hard. Fine. Do as you please. Take that woman and get out. Father is furious. But remember this. The moment you leave here, you're no longer a child of the Primrose family. You will regret it for the rest of your life. Yulia turns her face away. This is the last time I will call you father. So goodbye, Duke Primrose. Mother and I have no reason to endure this kind of treatment anymore. You say we will regret it? Then wait and see. Yulia turns around, opens the study door without hesitation, and leaves resolutely. Yulia, the Duchess's voice comes from the end of the corridor. Montag, there. Yulia quickly steps forward. Oh, Yulia, Jella just ran over and told me everything. The Duchess gently strokes Yulia's cheek. I'm sorry. It's because Mother is too incompetent and couldn't protect you well. No, Mother, don't be sad. This is actually better. Tears shimmer in Yulia's eyes, but she carries an unprecedented determination. Not relying on the surname Primrose, I have always been working hard just to live proudly as Yulia. Yulia, with tears in her eyes, I still have UNET and the Alchemist Guild. Let's go to the capital together and live happily there, Mother. The Duchess holds Yulia's hands, her eyes full of gratification. Okay, as long as I am with you, I can go anywhere. Yulia's eyes become sharp. Duke Primrose and Lyrica, just you wait. I will definitely make you regret this.